Hello, Arch's channel, supposedly. Assuming this works.
Assuming. This
Today,
is unexplored territory.
yes. Today I am streaming from my PC, because Arch's internet is not fantastic, onto Arch's channel using his streamer key. So you're at my hospitality today, folks.
You were about to say mercy, weren't you?
Oh no, the lack of that comes later.
All right, let's see. Is this working? I can see it on my channel, so I think it might be.
Fantastic. I need to get the chat up. I see that the Nazi officer has put on a bit of weight. I think you've had to stretch that horizontally to fill the area you've got there.
All right. I have improvised a different background on the fly.
I've got to go and find the stream now.
The lack of the eagle is unfortunate, but Germany doesn't like that.
That's kind of racist.
Germany doesn't like symbols of freedom.
Freedom.
Well,
hopefully I will be getting up my own recording setup up at my workplace eventually. So I'll have to drive for an hour to, be able to stream, but it's something.
Did you set up all the details of like the thumbnail and the title and all that stuff?
I haven't set up any of that. It's showing currently my standard, waiting for stream thing as the thumbnail.
It may be that this is a private stream at the moment.
No, it's 116 people, so I'm assuming they can get access to it.
Would you mind giving me a link then, because it's not appearing on your channel page?
I can see it at least. That's all.
Yeah, YouTube be like that with streams sometimes.
I think you've got to put the section on your channel that's live now.
That's odd. I can see it on my channel, but you can't.
No.
Huh.
Well, either way, maybe you could just drop a link into the chat. Oh, you sent it directly. That's fine.
I sent it to you.
Yes, YouTube. Yes, Discord. I can open a YouTube link. Thank you. I'm a big boy. Yeah, it looks like you've done all the title stuff. That's fine. Anyway, we're prattling and not actually getting on with it because we are still waiting on a few people. So,
Sargon said 5 minutes ago. As usual, nothing unusual there. Everything is exactly as normal.
Yes. Can I ask a quick question about the audio setup since we have the time? When I was typing just then, did the typing sort of duck out after a couple of seconds? Were you able to hear all the typing? Were you even able to hear any of the typing?
I could hear it.
I have a special system that recognizes when I'm typing and cuts it out. I'm not sure if it's currently working.
I believe it isn't in that case.
I will have a look. Stream should be able to see everything just fine. I've even got a little overlay for the people that we have in the Discord chat, and they light up when they're talking. I've designed this for my own streams, and I figured it would work well here.
Yeah, I used to use the same system when I was recording things, when I literally couldn't stream, and I had to record these sessions and then upload them afterwards.
Yeah.
Which was a pain in the ass, although it might be what we're going to have to go back to if I get sick of driving to work to fucking stream.
Well, potentially one of us could do this every time.
Yeah, could work. So I can see the stream, I can change the thumbnail and stuff, which I have now. I can see the thing, and yeah, I think everything is more or less working. Let me put your channels in the description, because they're currently not in there.
All right.
Right, so Dev has joined us. Now we're waiting for V and Sargon. An update on the late list.
Well, we just want to make sure everyone knows that 4 of us showed up on time. 4 of us were here. 4 of us knew because we're late 2 days now. So we had a week every week at Wednesday. We know Wednesday this time. Okay, be there. And then you got a grace period of 2 days. It's like, all right, in 2 days, here's what it is. And four of us.
Mild 48 hours delay, It's nothing big.
Time to take a nap, time to do your laundry maybe, have a wank, make dinner.
Have 2 wanks, spoil yourself.
Yeah.
I've reconfigured my keyboard detection thing. It's a bit more sensitive to keyboard noises now, so you should be able to hear it less.
Cool. Okay. Well, since we're still here, Rags, would you give us a sneak peek of your Youngbloods things? Because you didn't hate it, and everybody else hated. So why do you have to be such a contrarian?
I didn't hate Wolfenstein Youngblood, and I think that I went to Metacritic to check out its Metacritic score. Users give it a 2.2, and I think that's really unfair. I think that people smell blood in the water, and they're pouncing on it. I really don't think it deserves this kind of the kind of vitriol it's getting. I really don't think it's that offensively bad. Like I would say that it's for $30 especially, it's pretty decent.
To be fair, I did not like it. I would go so far as to say that I kind of hated it, but 2.2 is probably not fair. Like the presentation and the execution is decent-ish.
Yeah, I think in terms of graphically, I think it is really good looking. It runs really well, which helps a great deal. I thought there's a good enemy variety in it. I think the weapons are pretty good. I didn't have any problems with like the armor types that they have. I don't think that was people seem to have a big contention with that, but when that's been like a staple of shooters since time immemorial, to use different weapons and prioritize them on different kinds of targets. That to me is just like when I saw that in the game, I was like, this is normal. You guys have all done this before. This isn't new or crazy. I didn't really get too much bullet sponginess. Every once in a while, yeah. But generally, I think if you stick to the game's use X weapon on X enemies and these weapons on those enemies, then it's not that much of an issue. The parts that I hated were for the most part they were story, plot, and character related, which luckily you can sort of tune out a little bit. It doesn't affect how I think that the gunplay itself I think is pretty good. I think that it's fast. I think it's pretty mobile. I think the maps and the levels are well designed. With a lot of the combat in mind. The stealth is okay. It's very rudimentary and simple, but it's okay. It reminds me of the New Order stealth. Very kind of simple. There's the collectibles for those who care. I didn't really care about them. I didn't have to I beat the game in 8.7 hours, including cutscenes. And it says that I've only done 25% of the side missions, and I didn't do that many. So if you like the gameplay itself, you'll definitely get your $30 worth. I only died once at the final boss, but it wasn't too difficult. But I was playing it not generally, especially for these reviews. I play it normal. I go through the game on the default setting and kind of use that to judge. But you can always make it harder if you want. I thought that the environments were very well detailed. In fact, I would really give it an incredible amount of praise for whoever the guys were on the team who were devoted to the aesthetic design of the robots, the computer terminals, the machinery and equipment, just the general aesthetic. I think it's stellar. I hope future Wolfenstein games carry through with that and use that as a base. But holy fuck, they've got to work on plot and they've got to work on characters. Now we know that
you were a game ago.
Oh, I'm not. In fact, it was the two protagonists. I hated them, but I think that's pretty. Well, it basically goes without saying. They were very unlikable, very cringy and undeveloped. of so much wasted potential in terms of the dynamic they could have had between these two characters. Completely interchangeable. Just don't fit at all. In fact, it's so bad. Their characters are so bad that they kind of undermine good parts of the game, like the levels and the way that they comment on them. They could have had I was telling this to Arch earlier. Wolfenstein games kind of have this Tarantino vibe to them of straddling that line where they have moments where it's silly and kind of goofy violence, but then they have the moments where it's very serious. And this game is all. I mean, these gals are going through and blowing people up and ripping them to shreds and just murderizing everything that they see. And they're just laughing and smiling and they're having a grand old time and they're joking. And it's like it's a vacation for them. And it's just really it's a really poorly done dichotomy between the two. And it isn't anything like, the previous Wolfenstein games, which I think they did well.
Where, I have only one question.
Yeah.
How much is Todd Howard paying you?
I just said it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, but no, seriously, how much is Todd Howard paying you?
No, none. I'm just analyzing the game for what it is.
All right, Rags. Todd, I'll take some. It's a fantastic game. The female protagonists are very well realized and not just social justice husks.
I don't know what I said that was unreasonable.
I'm not saying you did, man. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm just saying it's not terrible.
Chat says, quote, "It's not terrible. Burn him at the stake."
Well, yeah, apparently, if you think it isn't god-awful and terrible garbage, you're like in the minority. But I think
it
that's
must be pretty
really
good,
unfair to it. I mean, I'd say it's decent. It's a $30 game. The cutscene, yeah.
Sorry. Chat is speculating that Todd bedded you last night.
Oh no. No.
Well, don't worry, folks. Once Wolfenstein Youngblood, or whatever it's called, releases on the Samsung Smart Fridge, it'll be good at that point.
There are a lot of bad things about the game, but I think there are good things about the game too.
But hold on, would they be improved by being on the Smart Fridge?
As long as the Smart Fridge, well, it would be worse because the best parts of. Oh no! It would be worse on the Smart Fridge.
Well, yeah, I think it probably would. Yeah.
Yeah. However, it'd be terrible because all the parts that you could recreate on the Smart Fridge, which are the story and the voice acting, are the worst parts of the game. So the fridge would preserve the most awful qualities of the game while getting rid of the best ones.
So what are you saying is good? Are you saying that the actual core gameplay is good, even if the story
isn't? I think it's good. Yeah, I do. I mean,
better or worse than the other Wolfensteins?
I think it's kind of a lateral move. It's kind of
just the gameplay.
Yeah, the gameplay's good. I think the gameplay's good. They try some new things, which I think are mostly okay. I don't think I finished the game, like I said, about 8.7 hours, I think. So about 8.5 hours. Cutscenes and all, and I ended the game up on level 35. So it's pretty generous with how much you level up and can upgrade your stuff.
No, there's RPG elements now.
Yeah, there are.
Last one I was aware of, I think I watched some part of a Let's Play of New Order. Was that the first one?
Yes.
That I haven't watched them since then, so I guess they've Mass Effected themselves with some RPG elements.
I think I think calling them RPG elements, I think people call them that for lack of a better kind of colloquial phrasing.
Okay, well, like explicit character progression then.
Sort of. I mean, you basically every time you level up, which is fairly often, the game is pretty generous with how quick you level up and acquire currency to upgrade. So you use silver coins that you get for completing missions and looting in the environment, and you use those to upgrade your weapons, which makes them objectively stronger.
Can you purchase stolen Nazi art caches from Bethesda's website and open them in game with special Nazi keys?
There is premium currency. It is all aesthetic. You can't buy power with it. I didn't buy any cosmetics for the weapons because I They were well designed enough as it is. They look
Man,
very.
this game's just getting better and better. Microtransactions in a single-player story-based RPG, apparently.
Yeah,
So
the
it's-
RPG elements too. Like I think it is fair to call them RPG elements because they are leveling
Sort
up,
of.
they're increasing your power, increasing your damage, and unlocking abilities that good old Blowjob already had, like picking up heavy weapons or dual wielding. Which just
I
makes
think,
the
to be
female
fair-
characters feel even worse because it's like Blowjob could do this off the bat, and you're weak weapons.
And he was
I
Polish.
think. Well, you can do things like double jump, and you do have cloaking and like a bash ability when you
Double
dash
jump?
into enemies.
Is this
So,
fucking
yeah.
Crash Bandicoot? Is that actually
Blowjob
Yes,
platforming?
it
had
is.
the the dashing too, and the cloak as well. That was upgrades in New Order, I believe.
I think you could get them in Colossus as well. When you got your new body, you could choose one of them.
I'm just
Yeah,
perplexed
that was
by
it.
the,
Yeah.
by the shift in genre
Unfortunately,
here. Like, it started off as a first-person shooter. Now I'm being told it has RPG and platforming elements.
I mean, the other one did too, but not quite to this degree.
Okay.
There's definitely more of a focus on mobility. You move pretty quick. You can double jump. I don't. Yeah.
It's that first Black Ops that sort of the first Call of Duty rather that sort of innovated on the genre. I'm not sure what it was called, but it was the one where they added a
Advanced
load
Warfare,
of.
I think.
It might have been that, yeah. It sounds like they've
Where
gone that
you
direction.
could zoom around and jump into the air.
Yeah,
It's not quite that much, but it's sort of a. I mean, like the RPG elements to it are pretty much standard upgrades. Things like doing more damage with certain things, being able to carry more, increasing your max like health or armor, making certain abilities that you have better, stuff along those lines. Just general making your character stronger. Some far more useful than others, but enough that I would put to pretty good use. Upgrades to weapons are pretty standard. They just make them stronger. There's 3 upgrade types, which give weapons either a focus on just raw damage or magazine capacity or like fire rate. And there's plenty upgrade wise to just keep putting money into. So you're not going to just max everything out too quickly. And I didn't find that I was over leveled or under leveled too much. But that's going to vary a lot between different players depending on how much they play, how many side missions they do, or how quickly they progress through the main missions.
I do get the impression that RPG elements generally are a way to artificially add detail, as an excuse for adding sort of quality into the actual FPS focused gameplay. Like you're adding this entire other wing to the mansion that you've built,
Sort
where
of.
there's just loads and loads of detail, but nothing much fulfilling. It's just here's some
I
spreadsheet
think it
stuff you have to do
depends.
throughout the game.
If some of the abilities that you unlocked were just given to you through default, I would be totally okay with that. And I think that some of the one of the powers you get later in the game is the ability, because you have like this crazy power suit thing, and you eventually unlock an ability to like catch bullets that are coming at you and throw them back and stuff like that. But you
So
get
it's
it
not
really kind of
literally-
late.
Sorry, so it's not
Like
literally
Titanfall.
anti-fascist lollies. It's not literally anti-fascist lollies.
Well,
They have power armor,
I
at
don't
least.
know where we would find. I don't know where we would find. Well, we have a fascist lolly of our own here.
That's true.
So we can ask and we can find out.
We can stack up our fascist lolly against their anti-fascist lollies and see which lolly reigns supreme. Speaking of
If
lollies
only
reigning
they were
supreme,
lollies.
speaking, yeah. Well, I gather that they're social justice pin-ups.
They're not even that. They're just incredibly unlikable teenagers. I almost
that is what I mean.
prefer
Yes.
for us to be social
terrible.
justice.
How? Okay, I actually have a theory. I have a theory.
Sorry to interrupt, Rags, but speaking of unlikable teens, just quickly, where are Sargon and V? Has anyone even heard of V today? Heard from V today?
No, at least let's get fucking Commander T in charge, and then we can start. But
my tea making is very passive. I put tea bags in a gallon-sized glass jar out in the sun, and 5 hours later, I have tea.
Holy shit, Rags, that's so ghetto.
Yeah, but it tastes so good.
Okay, you got sun-dried tea.
No, not sun-dried. Oh, it's wet. It's super wet. My tea is so wet.
Good old Helios getting it all moist.
Anyway, here's my theory for Youngblood and the protagonist, why they're so bad. All right. So obviously games take time to develop. And this doesn't seem like a cash grabby sort of game. I think a decent amount of work was put into it. But I have a theory. And it is that the protagonists are so bad as they are now because originally the game very well might have been a lot more pro-woman, anti-male, the whole Captain Marvel-y sort of thing when they began sort of making this game. But then it's very possible they realized how people hate that shit. And so they almost like retroactively changed these characters.
That's
and all they had to kind of work with was just, they're just super eager, cringy girl teens. And they, in their attempt to sort of get rid of all that stuff. And this game isn't like a pro-women, anti-male game. There's nothing like that in the game. If these two characters were men, they'd be equally shit. It's just, I'm curious how you could have the same company as Machine Games, who had characters in the New Order and New Colossus who were pretty interesting or at least likable. Maybe simple but likable. And then you give them, and then they make Youngblood. And there is nobody here to like. Nobody. You don't give a fuck about anybody here, especially the protagonists. I mean, you wonder what happened.
I actually have a question. I overlay chat on my streams. Any problem with me doing that on this stream?
Not any problems beyond the fact that they will start writing N-words, and then I'll be banned for all future.
Oh, right, shit, yeah. I think I might have some words that will literally get my channel blocked, but I might not have done that. Either way, yeah, maybe I won't risk that on someone else's channel, fair enough.
Can't you go to your YouTube settings and have words that are auto-blocked in chat?
That's what I mean. I don't want to force Arch to do that just so I can put this silly overlay on. So,
YouTube.
Sargon has messaged, so he is around.
He says,
hang on.
Yeah,
Not to be confused with Hangout, which is no longer
which
with
is
us.
currently broken. Or not
there
broken,
will be RP today, even if I'm going to have to throw you fuckers alone against the Nazis. Commies. Either or. Same thing.
Well, I mean, the way V is going, we will be throwing against the Nazis pretty soon.
Have to fight the Nazis, yeah.
We might become an independent force within the conflict.
I do like how the episode I put up like yesterday on Google Hangout, that's still there. I can't delete it because it's derped fully now, so that'll be on my channel for all eternity. That wasn't even streamed, and it already has limited or no ads. I swear to God, I don't like the idea of a YouTubers union. I think unions, generally speaking, are the measure of last resort. But YouTube have become so shit now, I'm willing to take almost anything.
I'm willing to take the risk. At this point, last resort area, we're starting to approach last resort,
I have the same impression. Like,
field here.
Nothing else is doing anything. And they're not going to do it themselves. So fuck all possibilities of a better tactic because there just isn't one. We'll just try this now.
Yep.
But I have to say,
we have attempted everything else. Time to go for the big stick.
Yeah. BitChute has actually been coming along nicely. The interface, the website is a lot slicker now. This was the first thing I thought months ago when I was using it, is that the website needs some work. It seems to have improved now. And I think they are working on, I don't know if I'm able to reveal this, but they didn't tell me not to. I had a talk with one of their guys, one of their developers, one of their major people.
Oh,
They're
my God,
developing a Hangouts-like thing.
One down, one to go.
Hello, Sargon.
How's it going, chaps?
You ruined my big reveal.
Do we do we hold on for a period longer and see if the V arrives, or do we just say fuck Romania?
Fuck Romania.
Well, shit, V.
We haven't
I
heard
mean,
from
the
him all
less
day.
V is here, the less he can betray the party. And
That's true.
I mean, we should wait for him, but he's offline on Discord. I haven't heard from him all day. He did say yesterday he was able to attend, but then he hasn't.
Yeah.
Tell you what, so let's last resort, right? Speaking of last resorts, let's all just at him in the chat and see if that does anything. Maybe he's asleep and the amount of alerts will wake him up.
Make him appear, then we can at least do our part to make him feel like shit when he does get
Later, yeah. Chat is saying, don't you need V for the mission? I think, didn't we? Wasn't it a V specific mission?
Well, dominate. So, does anybody else have dominate?
I think I do, but it's level 1.
Well,
So I don't have the same power that V does to just control people.
This is why
what can you do with
V's autism take control of the game?
yeah, because Emil's idea was centered around the fact that V told them precisely what dominate was and how it worked. Even drew him a full, sketch and shit.
So how do we even work
So
out into the
V's fucked the
story?
campaign and fled.
Yeah.
Right.
How do we even work it into the story that suddenly V is gone? Like, yeah, I would love to do this thing for you, Emil, but let me just sleep for 24 hours.
Turns out he ruined our campaign and went to somebody else's to ruin that one.
Oh, I have a great suggestion here from chat from Time Flies By. Apparently, so Arch, if you arbitrate that V bites me again, then I can just control him for the session.
Oh, that's terrible, though. That's horrible. Cruel. And unusual. Let's see. So somebody had dominate 1, right?
Me, yeah. Which is not useful.
Yeah, let's see.
And I'm not
What
telling
does-
anyone I have it either, because unlike V, it's literally in the fucking name of the series that there's a masquerade.
Masquerade, it's almost like it implies, I don't know, like you're hiding behind some pretense or you have a
Tell
secret.
humans everything about vampire secrets, you bigot.
It's a story with vampires,
Diversity is a
and
strength.
yet the first thing they put in the title is one of the rules the vampires has to follow. So I have a feeling it's quite important.
It's only because you're a racist.
Yeah, I'm sure we can work that in somehow. Yeah, just while V is asleep, I'll just pour some premium Jürgen Panzerson blood down his neck, and then he'll have to do what I say.
For all you thirsty Nazis out there.
I'm surprised someone
you
isn't
need,
playing a Belle Delphine version of a Nazi vampire.
Level 2 is what you need.
Right, I don't have that, and I don't think I have the points to buy it either. And I'm probably not going to, even if I do, out of choice, unless it's like, you have to do this or we can't play this week. I mean, Arch, you could just give it to me if you want.
No, I could at best loan it to you for a temporary period of time.
Well, I
Due
guess that's
to
close enough.
reasons of fluff, nonsense, lies, and other
But-
things.
I'm not telling this guy I have it. I don't think that's something that we would expect anyone else to be forced. Like, it's cruel and inhumane to force anyone to do what V would do.
Yes. But is it going to be necessary?
If you can give me 2 points in Dominate, you can give anyone else 2 points in Dominate. It doesn't have to be me just because I currently have 1. If we're going to the point of the GM will lend you this skill so we can play this week, it doesn't have to be me. But then again, I don't want to bestow that.
If we're going to
curse
kind of
on
ring
anyone
it
else
like
either.
that, why doesn't the GM just have some kind of executive intervention where the guy superior calls him away and cancels that thing?
Or
Would
why
you
doesn't
be up
the
for doing
GM
that in your
just,
story, Sargon, to just change the world for the convenience of the game?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't relish it, but if it meant that we couldn't play otherwise, yeah, I probably would.
I guess so.
Because there is also another alternative here. And that is that you simply fail the mission.
We dox fee. Yeah, we could fail the mission too.
We'll do that if he
And then
misses
blame
the
it
entire
all
session.
on
How would the story go there? Like, yeah, we were going to do this mission, but the guy that we were going to do the mission with is just still asleep in his coffin and we can't wake him. So I guess we fail by default.
Basically. It's not far from it.
Chat, what is your favorite of these terrible options?
Oh, are we live already, are we?
Yeah, sorry, we are.
No, that's fine.
I guess I should have said.
So no V, eh?
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, Sargon, and I guess Dev might not know either, I'm streaming this onto Arch's channel because of his bad internet.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, what we'll do is, we will, because the world doesn't change just because V has decided to be V. We'll start it there. You'll get your mission briefing, and then you'll have to see, is there any way you can possibly do this mission, or at least salvage something from it?
I have a suggestion. What we could do, which would cause minimum disruption to the world, is we just say that the mission from Emil was not strictly time sensitive. It's not something we have to do now. We can do it next session. And we could do, like, we were still on the tank mission, right? I think. So we could do that one this session and then come back to the one that we need V for next session. All that would be required there is to say Emil doesn't require us to do it now.
He does, though.
It does seem like a minor change compared to the alternatives.
The military is an inflexible and cuntish machine that does not care about your feelings.
It's run by Germans, remember?
We have a job from another part of the military. So, you know, the stack
I think it's been cancelled, though. I think they said, no, you're doing this now.
Like, okay, you know, we'll take it from here, and we'll do a bit of improvisation. You know, that's always fun. A little bit of improv. That's always very amusing.
So yes. V is running the session vicariously by not being here.
Basically.
Why don't we just go and destroy some tanks?
Hold on, Arch. Just out of curiosity, like in universe, in game, we're just gonna play it that V needs like an extra 24 hours to sleep. Basically, he's just gonna be in this coffin snoozing away,
hiding,
recovering from Mosin wounds or something.
I mean, the whole vampires needing to sleep every day does give us a way out in case one of us can't be there sometimes. So I don't mind that.
Closest to it. Anywho, let's get the show on the road.
Something has happened. I just tried to @ V about 1,000 times, and Discord is telling me I don't share a server with them.
Works with me.
They're still in Athens.
You got kicked off of my server.
Yep, still with me as well. I guess he finally blocked you.
Damn it,
I mean, I would do the same. In fact, maybe I will actually just block V. # block V. Oh, I've not been blocked. I guess Discord just uses that message to say, you've sent like 30 ats at the same person in this message. Are you sure you want to do that, buddy? But no, if I send only 20, then it's fine. It works now.
Moderation. What his excuse will be.
Don't worry, I'll just send 20 twice in 2 messages instead of 30 once in 1. Discordia's anti-spam bot isn't in this channel, so I don't have a problem. Well, either we postpone Emil's mission and go and do the other mission. But it's up to you, Arch.
The German army does not postpone anything. Except when, you know, Hitler-chan says it, then they do it, but...
Well,
unless you have his phone number.
I'm getting news from the Bundestag or whatever the fuck it was called back then. Hitler has announced that we must delay our mission. Oh no, sorry guys.
Oh, Uzulu, you should probably show off some of that artwork since you're running the show today.
Wow, we've rather reversed our roles here, haven't we, Dev?
Yes.
All right.
There's a group picture as the first one, the most recent message in the tapestries.
I guess we probably should rename it from Tapestries now.
Since we're not doing that campaign anymore.
We could call it something. Yeah, I saw this picture last time. I'll send it.
Yeah, but it happened over the course of the week. It hasn't been on screen yet.
All right.
So give the guy his due.
Whoops. Yes.
I like V. Well, wait. Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell which one's V in that last one. Because,
V is the one at the front. I don't know if you're
that's what I assumed. That's what I assumed. So
I think he's drawn us all blonde because Nazis, but I don't think
Nazis.
Jurgen
I'm
would
not blonde.
necessarily
I
be
ain't no
blonde.
blondie. Change my mind when it's good, though. I like that.
Yes, chat, the tech wizard is in charge of streaming now, at least for this session. But maybe more than that, because Hangouts literally no longer exists, apparently. So I might be doing OBS in future, unless Dev wants to, because he's more used to doing the presentation.
Yeah, that should be no problem. I'm just outputting a video right now, so I can't do
But
both.
chat might miss the high-tech additions I have.
I am very
have-
capable of high-tech additions.
Are you capable of having an actual Discord overlay like this one, where everyone's
Yes.
lit up when they talk,
Yes.
without
Oh, man, I
having
want
the
one of
Discord
those.
client make you join the channel when you open the Discord, when you open OBS?
We can begin the game if you like, Arch.
What is
You're
this?
avoiding the question.
Enough, dum-dum. You are summoned to a briefing. Regardless of whether or not V is asleep or not, the German army requires your service. You are pulled into the usual little well-lit area where von Richthofen is standing, looking somewhat uncomfortable today. There is another person in the room with him. It is not Emil, but he is wearing the same kind of uniform, the pitch black style of uniform. It seems to be the grunt version, though, not an officer. Von Richthofen begins by introducing him. Meine Herren, this is our guest for the evening. He will be accompanying you on the mission. His identity is supposedly secret for the rest of the Wehrmacht. You may refer to him, by the way, as Eugen.
Is he an NPC vampire with Dominate by any chance?
Not quite.
Okay.
Well, I think multiple. Like I have a skill, and Rags has a skill to be able to tell if he's a vampire. So we should probably
Yeah, I have
secretly
sense.
peek into this guy's soul.
In fact, since it's passive, let me go ahead and roll for that right now because that always it's kind of going on in the background. It's not something I have to really activate per se.
You can do that.
Yeah, so let's go to. I believe I've got that already listed here for resolve and discipline on animalism.
Yep. So you can tell that he is a vampire, although he's clearly trying to hide it. There's no physical indication.
Can you imagine that,
Well,
Like
this
his
guy's
skin
V
doesn't have
better.
an unhealthy pallor or anything. You know, he looks perfectly human.
Okay. Is he using an ability to appear that way, or is he a Tremere? No, not a Tremere. A Toreador.
Well, you could auspex him, I suppose.
All right.
Isn't there an auspex thing that can like look for magic, basically?
I think so. Yes, because I know that like vampires, depending on their humanity stat, appear at least somewhat like undead. Unless you're a Toreador, then you appear completely human, and you can spend blood to actually appear more human. So let me look up auspex. Give me a second.
I have yet to communicate any of this to anyone else, so I guess in character they don't know.
Evil
Blink
dead.
twice if he's a vampire.
Shame on you, dis.
Wait. I'm evil?
Well,
No,
yes, you're a
no,
Nazi, so.
you showed up.
Wait, we're the baddies?
Yeah, you're a Nazi and you're a vampire, and this has just become a surprise to you.
Lads, it occurs
Just
to me that
obeying our own natures.
you guys won't be able to see the art when I put it up. You'll have to. So I can do a Discord share screen if you like.
Yeah, I can actually. I've got a sense the unseen thing, so
Yeah, and I
when there's
have
something supernatural hiding in plain sight. I can try.
yeah, I think we both got that, Sargon.
In
Wits
this,
plus
because I'm not too
auspex.
familiar with the lore, are vampires supernatural in the lore of this, or are they natural?
They are technically supernatural. You know, it's
Okay.
The term supernatural is more reflective of our modern day interpretation of supernatural than, in the universe.
Okay.
Yeah, like there is a biological component to vampirism, but it's also considered a curse, like the curse of Cain. So
blood magic is specifically like magic, definitely supernatural. It's like a step above in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, well, at the moment, the only one who knows what he is Rags.
here, let me make that sense the unseen roll as well. Let me just pull it up real quick. Sorry. Sheet. It's wits plus aspects or resolve plus aspects. All right, what do I have more of? Wits. Wits and aspects. Here we go.
All right, lads, sorry to interrupt. If you click that link in the D&D channel, the one I put there that's got a Discord link, it will take you into the share screen overlay and you'll be able to see the art when it comes up.
There we go, I got a 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Discord servers can do this, but you have to know how to generate the secret link.
Oh.
The quality's not very high. I think I'd probably bump that a bit. There you go.
Okay. Does that test against anything, Dev?
Let's see.
Sense the unseen.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't know.
Hiding in plain sight makes the storyteller makes a hidden roll of wits plus aspects. So choose say hidden what? Blind, huh? What? There?
Oh, detecting a vampire using obfuscate would be wits plus aspects versus wits plus obfuscate. So it's wits plus whatever skill he's using to hide himself.
Okay, well that makes sense-ish.
And that's why I set up the share screen so you can see when I open art.
That's good art.
This is from Jack Can't Draw.
I know that guy. He's in my
Yeah.
streams a lot.
Yeah, me too.
He's a good guy.
He appears to at least present as one, yes. I like the literal paintbrush hairstyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
It's like a broom.
I think it's Guile's hair from Street Fighter.
Yeah.
If it is, it's also a paintbrush.
Yeah, he has that hair.
I think you could have picked a better thing to put here because there's loads of examples of V picking the stupid option over the sensible one, but this actually is a good choice he made, or that we made to steal one. If you'd have put maintain the masquerade, blab to everyone about the secret vampire powers we have, I think that would have worked
Tell the
better.
humans exactly what they need to know.
Yeah. Tell the humans who are really good at choosing a subclass and just destroying their humanity exactly what they would need to know to do that to us.
I'm gonna turn on hardware acceleration for Discord, so I'll be right back.
All right. Right, he probably had that off so that he could record it with OBS. That's really annoying. I think that's just a Windows 10 thing, but that's happening on every browser as well.
Anyway.
You can't tell if he is trying to hide something.
I can't tell at all. I know nothing.
Hmm.
All right. So only Rags knows.
What I know if he's hostile. Does he have a certain hostility about him?
He's not hostile, at least not
Okay.
against you.
All right.
What was his name again? Sorry.
Eugen. That's all you know
Eugen.
so far.
Okay.
That must be like Keith of the German world.
All right. Rags, tell us this information later.
Oh, of course, you know it. I'll clue everyone in because that's very important. I would. A part of me is, in fact, kind of surprised, but it's actually good because if this guy wasn't a vampire, then we'd have to be really on the down low out on this mission.
Well, we still might have to.
We might have to, but if this guy's a vampire, well,
Well,
it might help.
Well, von Richthofen continues with his briefing. In accordance to the objective given to you yesterday by Emil, you are to advance towards the enemy's front lines. You are to engage with a small scout formations of enemy tanks and draw them into combat with you, thusly drawing the attention of a commanding officer, a commissar tank. Let's see. The area you will be operating in is close to a large swamp area. That swamp is also where you will be drawing the enemy tanks into once you have convinced their officer. So you are expected to engage the enemy's armored vehicles. Let's see. There we go, it's just lagging a bit. And now it's in 2 different colors because reasons. Can you see the map is up to the top left corner?
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, the red and blue. Yeah.
Yep. You're expected to engage the enemy tanks here. Once you have knocked out and captured the commissar, you will order him to send elements of the 14th Mechanized into the swamp. You are not to make it clear what powers you are using. We wish to keep it a secret from the Russians, but we have access to this.
The Nazi humans doing a better job at maintaining the Masquerade than V is.
Well, the Nazis know that this is valuable information, something that V did not.
Exactly.
Your opposition is expected to be relatively light. No more than 3 light tanks, and then, of course, the Commissar's own vehicle. We do not know what he will be riding in, but since he is a Commissar of a mechanized regiment, it is likely that he would be in a medium to heavy tank of some sort. You are, of course, not to destroy that tank until you have gotten a hold of the Commissar. Okay. He gives you like the general outline. He gives you the direction you're supposed to drive in, etc. And then he asks, "Is there any further questions?"
How many tanks are we expecting to encounter here?
The Russians operate in groups of 2 to 4 vehicles. With the heavy fighting that has been going on in the sector, we expect no more than 3 at the max.
Right.
Is this the time where we tell this guy that the one guy that could do this job is currently asleep?
Let's see. Could the 4 of us? Let's see. There's 4 of us. Wow, that's almost 1 tank per. I
mean, maybe we could reasonably tell our friend here that, you know, hey, the guy with Dominate, he's sleeping. None of us can do it. Like, do you have anything else?
Really impressive vampires we are.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
this is about what we have
vampires'
to.
natural anti-armor capabilities. I'm thinking here. We still have our mines. We still have our anti-tank rifle.
We can't convince an entire battalion to drive into a swamp with anti-tank weapons. It's not really how they're designed to work.
It's more of a, if things go really wrong and we have to use them, at least we have some kind of a fallback.
Well, at the moment, we don't even have a forward, regardless the fallback. Assuming that this vampire that we've got here isn't just a V replacement who has Dominate level 4 or something.
V placement.
Well, should we have this conversation with these 2 guys, do you think? Should we
Probably
at least
not,
explain like, hey, you know that whole Dominate thing, that's kind of a problem at the moment.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Honesty's the best policy.
Not among Nazis.
Well, let me see.
Hello, gentlemen. Yes, I am Jewish. Pleased to meet you.
Could we talk to... Richthofen knows about our abilities. We don't know about Eugen. Could we talk.
Well, just
perhaps
to clarify, Reichshofen knows what you are, but just like most other Germans, he doesn't know what you can do.
not the extent of it. Okay.
No.
So he doesn't know our
that
clans
was very
then.
much so V volunteering that.
Okay, I gotcha.
So he doesn't know any of our clans then.
Well, you don't know precisely what he knows, but the humans don't know much about you at all in general. Like, you do know that. You know that you've been living secretly for, hundreds of years and so on. So you'd be very surprised if you ask any real in-depth information about what you can or cannot do.
Without V, what would we do? In order
So you said you have Dominate 1, right?
Yeah, which doesn't give me much.
Do you have
What
enough
does it give
experience for?
you?
I can go and have a look at exactly what it gives me. I think it's nothing like what V can do. Like, I can't convince someone to murder all their friends, but I might be able to do something. It's not enough to do the
Dominate
mission, though.
1 gives you Cloud Mind. You can get somebody to forget a thing, but you need level 2 to make them do things.
Yeah, so it might be that I could use that in this mission for something, but it's certainly not going to be the main thrust of it. We need someone with at least level 2.
Do you have experience enough to get level 2?
Well, I mentioned that earlier. I don't think I do. Let me have a look. I have 6 to spend. Now someone's going to tell me that is just about enough, aren't they?
And that would only be for this one, for V not being here. Once V's back.
You're going to take it back?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Well,
sure
I mean,
Arch will
then
let me
again,
refund
somebody
it.
who's a bit more responsible with that kind of power might, but.
That's quite the vote of confidence, Frags, but I feel like maybe it's just a vote of no confidence in the alternative.
I think you're better than V. So you can take
forget
that
the level
with
up
whatever
chart.
value you wish.
I found the level up chart. I saved it. Let me send it to you guys.
Yeah, post it again because I've lost it.
D&D. There we go. I'm on Discord. Accept my image.
There it is. So clan discipline, you need 10.
Yeah,
You'll need
so
10
I
to go.
have 6. I need 10.
So yeah, you don't have enough regardless.
Hey Arch, can I borrow 4 XP points?
No.
Didn't
Well-
think you'd say yes.
Did we get XP last game?
1 point.
1?
Yes.
Can we just ask our guy here to loan us 4 medals? Like, listen, if you want this-
There must be a way we can do this without dominating, right? So, I mean, can we, I don't know, trick them or something like that?
Potentially. If you, it might be interesting depending on what direction. If we could what if we use the mines and use the anti-tank rifle to essentially maybe lure them forwards into thinking that the force in front of them is very small and they could crush it. So they're encouraged to go forward and try and destroy it.
But then they
Almost
won't
like,
send many people.
well,
They
if there's
won't send
only
many
3 of
tanks.
them, They
So
don't have it
you
made
would
to
probably
begin
know this to some extent, at least. But well, would you?
we would.
You might think they would only send a small force to crush the opposition right in front of you, but the Russians operated on an idea called deep operations doctrine. The Russians don't do anything by halves,
Okay.
If they think they're going to attack a point, they'll throw half the fucking army at it.
And we're just trying to get these 3 particular tanks bogged down.
Well, no, there's just 3 tanks that you need to knock out to get the commander's attention.
Order the rest.
Yes.
Okay. Well, brainstorming. Let me look at my sheet and see if there's really anything that would come to use. Mine is mostly like infantry, combat, stealth, and reconnaissance. It's not really, really purpose built for this.
I don't have any way of clouding their minds or anything.
Let me see.
I can fire the tank gun though.
If I roll a really, really good seduction roll,
Do you have seduction?
I do. Yeah, I have a persuasion with a specialty in seduction. I have 2 in persuasion and 2 on manipulation. So
Just remember, Rags, since you're dealing with other people, you'll have to come out of your dog form before you do the seduction roll.
That's rather
All right,
prejudicial,
well.
isn't it?
It's the kind of thing that I
Just
know you wouldn't
assume
think
they're not into
naturally.
that.
they are
Well-
Russians.
Is there a particular
What's that mean?
association with Russians and dog fetish? Rags, do you have any Russian ancestry?
No, I don't. No. I'm just looking through my sheet, seeing if there's anything that my character would kind of know. 3 tanks, because there's only 4 of us. That's the thing. And V was kind of our guy for this. He's sort of our wild card. He can be both our great weapon and our insane weakness.
Yeah, the only
all
reason
rolled
this
into
stupid
one.
mission, the only reason this stupid mission is happening is because V did something dumb, and now he's not even here to pick up the pieces.
Well, in the chat room, they suggest turning the commandant into a ghoul and then have him doing it. My character doesn't know how to do that, but Sargon's would.
All right, so all we have to do is get the commandant of the Russian tank division to drink our blood.
Hey, buddy, don't pay any heed to the Nazi uniform. I got you a drink.
No, we've got Russian uniforms.
How
do have
much
Russian
blood
uniforms, yeah.
does it take? Like, could you spike a drink with your blood?
I think you can spike a drink. Yeah, if we get like 3 vials and just fill it with Sargon's blood before we go, we could probably schmooze this somehow.
Right,
Yeah,
so we're gonna
it's
need.
a fucking shame that vodka's clear by default. Fuck.
This is gonna be a charisma mission where we're gonna need some people
Yeah.
who can actually go in there, schmooze, as someone I think just said, and then be like, "Hey, comrade, have some red wine." And then
Problem though, I don't speak Russian.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I
So
have like charisma.
So,
this is now
I
a
would like
Sargon
to
and
point out
Duslo
one
mission.
thing, which you might not be considering. You don't have to turn somebody into a ghoul voluntarily.
Yeah, you can just
Okay.
force him to do it. Yeah.
So we're gonna get him
Yeah.
alone then.
It needs no cooperation on his part. So if you had him tied up and forced him, that would have the same result.
Right, so we'd need to capture him then. Or convince him to have a drink with us.
Well,
Well, either way, if there's any undercover element to this, then even fewer of us can go do it. Because only 2 of us can speak Russian, I think.
yeah. So the other 2
Yeah.
would have to pose as
Once again, you guys will
wounded
be,
or addled.
waiting in the forest, doing stealth.
Adults. Yes, do not mind Dmitri. He's from the Urals. You know how they are.
He's been hitting the vodka a bit. All right, so what if? So, can we destroy these tanks, or is it implied that destroying them would bring more tanks to the position, or are they close enough to other? As long
Well,
as I
isn't
guess
that-
they
isn't
don't
that the point? We destroy these tanks and then they come rushing over or something.
Destroying these light tanks will have them probably call for the commissar. That's the idea.
Yeah,
And the
so
commissar
it's,
tank you should not destroy, like putting a mine beneath it or detracking it. All of that's fine, but shooting it into flames might endanger the life of the guy you want to convince.
so what if? So could we essentially? So if we feign an attack on these 3 tanks and they believe that they're actually under attack, then would he call in the rest of his tank division to pull forward like they are, so that like we want to get them to?
Well, it's in the wrong area. You need him to send his tank into a
To a
different
specific
area.
spot. Okay.
Well, you know what else we could do? We could quite literally just get in the commandant's tank and then have one of our Russian speakers pretend to be him on the radio.
Yeah, that's potential. Yeah. It might work. Or either in the tank or not, we could either ghoul him against his will, torture him into doing as we ask, or feigning it if those 2 others fail. We just have to get in the tank. If we could
Yeah.
sneak in.
I think if we can sneak into the tank, I think we can do this.
which we will probably be able to do if it's nighttime. My sneak's really good, and my awareness and movement are really good. I can't speak Russian, though.
Yeah, we have to make sure that either Sargon or Uzlu makes it, because you both speak Russian, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so if one of you two can get in there and you have a good enough performance skill to actually pull off impersonating the guy, then
Do
you
we
can
have
probably
any
do it.
methods of incapacitating people? Like if we dropped something in the tank that would knock them out or put them to sleep or
Like a flashbang, or
something? Yeah, maybe something like that. If you chucked one in, close the lid, that thing goes off in a tank, then you're in another world for a while. And you probably wouldn't hear it outside the tank either.
because you could also just jump in and then kill them, because getting shot doesn't with a regular gun doesn't hurt that much.
Oh yeah, and if I jump in, I've got 3 in melee.
Yeah. I think we can do this. I think we have.
I think so. Yeah, if we're very quick about it, if we get on this tank nice and quiet and just pour in or get a flashbang, I assume they existed to some degree at the time.
The Germans at least didn't have them in the army.
Well,
They might have existed, but it might be like early bulletproof vests.
They're like
existed.
suppressors or something. All right, what could we use instead? I guess smoke would putting a smoke in there, like a smoke grenade.
A smoke grenade down there would be uncomfortable for him. Sure, certainly.
Can we get some smoke grenades?
Well, that's the thing. It would have to be quick, or else he might use the radio to call for backup or to let everyone know that there's a problem. If all of a sudden a smoke grenade gets thrown in the tank, it wouldn't be quick enough, I don't think.
The only 2 people here who can't speak Russian are the ones talking about a military plan here. Like, we could just convince the commandant to come to a place with us and then force feed him blood, and then we're done. Just as a potential alternative here.
And is the commandant always going to be in that tank? I mean, is there not like a camp or something where he holds up? Does he not have a quarters somewhere? Is there not a base of operations nearby that he would be stationed at? Or
There surely is, but you currently do not have any intel as to where that may be, and it would almost certainly be quite heavily fortified.
let's see. Do we have any information on our side, intel-wise, about his route to and from maybe his more combat-related position, as opposed to his like where he sleeps, essentially? Like, does he have a schedule that we might know about?
Not necessarily. All you know is he is the area you're supposed to be attacking the light tanks. He'll be coming from a road heading to the east in all due likelihood. But currently the situation is very confused. The Russians have been counterattacking through the day with the mechanized forces. The Germans have been resisting as best they can, but at this point the Germans barely know where they are, much less where the Russians are.
All right. A little chaotic right now. Okay.
Well, hang on. Why don't we? I mean, since we're going to be operating at night, why don't we just wait till the Russian army is, resting? They're going to have to stop at some point, aren't they?
Yeah, they are stopped. That's why they have
right.
sentry tanks, the light tanks.
Right. Okay. I mean, we could surely get the commandant outside of the.
Yeah. Especially if we roll in with Russian uniforms in a Russian tank speaking Russian.
Yeah.
Question, do gunified humans act differently?
Servile. I was just reading about it.
Okay.
They're servile to their master.
So they don't walk around like zombies or anything. They act normal, but they obey the commands of whoever's given them the blood.
Yeah, they want to please their master. They're like addicts,
Mm.
All right.
How reliable is that? What can we make them do?
Well, that's a good question.
Can we go V mode and just say, go and kill all your friends?
No, probably not.
Well, I think our best
that's not
plan
the
at the
mission,
moment
probably
is
fine without.
I think if we sneak up to the tank, then we can neutralize everybody in the tank quickly enough and quietly enough, especially if someone knocks on the top and says, stuff in Russian, and they open up the lid and it'd be done just like that.
Chat saying early on ghouls can't really be relied upon. What's the limiting factor to the ghouls? Like, do we ever lose control of them?
How long they've been ghouls and how often you've fed them your blood.
Yeah, it functions like addiction. So if you just feed them once, they have an attraction to you, but they won't do anything crazy.
So if we make this guy's blood 1 part per 1 vampire blood, then he's ours, essentially.
Well, once he gets it in his mouth, he's spitting it out. If it's thick.
Okay, calm down, Max. We'll knock him out first, and then we'll just suck out all his blood and replace it with ours. Or something.
Okay, I have a technique here that might work, but my character wouldn't know it. But I think at least Sargon's yours would, because you're a Tremere and you kind of know this stuff.
Right,
we can turn him into a vampire, and then one of us can diablerize him so that we get his soul inside of us.
Diablerize?
It's when you
in the book.
Yeah. It's when you suck out another vampire's soul by drinking all of their blood.
Oh.
And then you'll have his knowledge. You might be able to impersonate him a little bit better. This is something that could work.
Yeah, especially if you have to make that radio call.
Yeah, but I mean, it's you don't want the Camarilla finding out that you're doing it.
What happens in the tank stays in the tank.
Yep.
What is that, like, against the rules? Like, sucking out vampire souls is like the forbidden thing you don't do. It's
yes.
It's like kicking someone in the balls.
It's one of the big sins. It's one of the big sins. They'll come after you for it.
All right.
Well, we're already in the hole because of V.
V's already in the hole.
V's in the hole. I disavow.
Yeah. Also, I think Sargon, your character wouldn't mind that much because Clan Tremere was founded on diablerie, so I don't think you guys care that much.
Yeah, get wrecked.
But that's possible. That's one possibility. I think we have a few plans here we can go with if we have to. So I think we should probably begin.
How many are in a tank crew for these for this Russian commander? Him, I guess he'll be the commander of his own tank, and then there'll be a gunner, and there'll be a driver. There'll be 3, right?
Depending on the vehicle he drives, it would be everywhere from 3 to 5.
I guess when we actually see the vehicle, we'll be able to tell out in the field.
Well, possibly. Depending on your knowledge of Russian tanks.
Well,
we have one.
We don't have a crew for it, though.
Can we
like
actually?
a Russian crew.
Can we ask? Yeah, I think it'd be worth asking Rick Toffin if there's anything that a nearby quartermaster or some supply requisition guy would be able to give us that's that can incapacitate people. Something that's maybe might be able to do that if it comes to it. I mean, that just seems like a generally useful thing to have on hand anyway. Something that could incapacitate people without killing them. What about rubber bullets? Are those a thing?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. No.
Do none of us have any abilities that can do that?
If we're talking about, I don't think so. I mean, we're vampires. We can just kill them. We can just kill them.
I have
we're
one
vampires.
level. Yeah, but isn't?
Well,
I wasn't following. I think the idea was to stun them.
Yeah, because my only concern with with killing them is that if he's dead, then one of us will have to make that radio call.
Well, we can kill everyone else and then keep him around. We just have to just grab him before he goes for the radio. We're fast enough to do it, I think.
Yeah. All right.
I have first level in presence, which means I get awe and daunt, which means that I can either attract or repel people around me. But that might be an alternative to a flashbang.
If you want to attract him to you,
I mean,
if you repel him, he'll go for the radio immediately.
Well, I still like the idea of the diplomatic approach rather than just go in there and fuck shit up and hope that the chaos somehow reforms into order. My character,
Can you
yes.
speak Russian? Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, you could pose a traveling vodka salesman or something
Yeah.
who's just mysteriously magnetic, and they're all like, "Well, I like vodka, and this guy seems cool."
Yeah,
Yep.
actually, while it's on my mind, Sargon, could you pin the trait cost for experience? That's just seems like
yeah.
really cool for
Yeah,
doing
that
I
that.
image,
think, I think he already did that.
Oh, no, he pinned something else. Okay,
There we
Arch,
go. Excellent.
can we quickly go through my my requests?
Do you have a series
What
of
are you
demands, Dave?
requesting?
A flask of oil, a first aid kit, and a small mirror.
How about some paint?
No paint. I don't need it, but I need those 3 things.
A flask of oil?
Mhm.
No.
Okay.
A mirror? No.
Okay.
Paint? Yes.
I didn't ask for a paint. I asked for a first
at
aid
long
kit.
last.
I asked for a first aid kit.
You could probably scrounge a first aid kit over in the the hospital wards, possibly. I mean, they've got super basic shit like bandages and stuff.
That's okay with me. What would I roll to look for that? Just do a search for a first aid kit.
Kiss ass. Let's see. What will be good there? Because you're basically looking for a surgeon or somebody like that.
Mhm.
And then trying to persuade him into giving you some of his stuff. I think actually Streetwise would be good. Streetwise plus charisma. Because Streetwise is, this obviously isn't the street, but is your ability to schmooze within a certain environment. An army camp certainly would be.
And also like finding things in a place. Yeah, is Streetwise. Okay, so I have 3 in Streetwise and 4 in charisma, so this should be reasonably easy.
As to your plan, Sargon, for me being a traveling vodka salesman or something similar, my stats are basically perfect for it.
What a terrible set of rolls for something that I have lots of skills in.
That's pretty horrible. So that's 1 degree of success. Yeah, you don't really find anything good.
God damn
You
it.
get a couple of leads, but none of them really pan out.
All right, so I will have to buy those other things later. Then I guess once we actually get paid at the end of the month. Usually wants paint.
Oh, what if we I don't know if this is stupid or not. It's probably dumb, but we're bouncing around ideas. What the fuck? What if we got a tube, right? This is gonna be so stupid.
What the fuck?
Well, this is gonna be great. What if we got a tube and we like put one end of it into the exhaust of the tank and then fed the other end of it into like one of the ports of the tank, like well, and like the interior, right? So it slowly but surely like gets poisoned in there.
So gas.
So we put a potato in the exhaust pipe then.
What if they
Kind
turn
of.
off the engine?
What if they turn off the engine?
Well,
then
Why would
they-
Russians
they're not-
do something so
If they
so
turn off the
sensible?
engine, then the radio. Well, I guess the radio is powered. Is the radio attached to the tank, or does it have its own power supply?
The radio functions based from a small generator within the tank. It's not directly hooked up to the engine.
All right. Well, it's worth a. Well, I mean, maybe they won't notice it at first. I don't know.
It's possible.
Yeah.
They'd basically do a check to see if they notice that they're feeling lightheaded, and then they'd also have to figure out why. So,
And if they had to get out and check to see what was happening, then they would open the tank up, and one of them would get out to check. At least one.
With Dominate 1, Uzlu can make them forget that they're feeling lightheaded.
My idea isn't retarded.
Okay, let's start the mission. We have enough plans here to actually try something. Let's go.
But we need to know which one of them we're going with. We can't just start.
All of them start with us stealthing up. So
I guess so. I think my stats are pretty much perfect for this infiltration plan. 4 composure, 3 charisma, 3 performance. I've got presence, dominate.
yeah.
So I think that's probably the first thing to try. And I can speak Russian.
Before we
obviously.
go, can we requisition some vodka?
Well, that
Oh,
actually
yeah,
might
for
be useful
usually-
from a
bribery.
traveling vodka salesman.
Yeah.
Well, they might
Yeah,
not have
that's
it
right.
on site. It might be a problem.
it's a frighteningly small quantity of vodka available in the German army at the time.
Well, surely the troops have found some. We can probably just take it.
Surely the troops have found some and not already disposed of it in the most effective way they could come up with.
Chat was saying earlier that the Russians drink tea. Was that them trolling, or is that something we can utilize to our advantage?
No, the fancy Russians did drink tea.
I never saw myself as a traveling tea salesman, but I guess the time has come. Well, what else did they fucking drink?
That's only the fancy Russians.
What about the that Russian outpost that we took? Did that have any vodka in it?
Outpost?
Yeah, you know.
On the border. Yeah.
I don't know. You didn't loot any vodka from it. There was vodka there, but you didn't take it.
We did do the looting rolls.
Let's go back and take the vodka then.
It might be a long way away.
One, you can't go back there. It's fucking kilometers away. And two, if there was any vodka there, you can be damn sure that your kameraden have already taken care of the problem.
Okay, so maybe we can sneak into their camp, take their vodka, and try to sell it back to them.
This is a very elaborate plan.
On this map, are there other towns around?
There is. You have to go about 50 kilometers through Russian lines to get there.
Yeah, we'll be in a Russian tank. Wearing Russian
I'm
uniforms and
50
speaking
kilometers.
Russian.
Far too much faith in this tank.
That is a big detour to just get a prop for a performance. I think, like, given that we only have the only other clothes that we have are Russian soldier uniforms, I could just go in there as a Russian soldier separated from my unit or something.
Well, hold on a minute. They don't need to drink the vodka, do they? You just need to have some stock so you can kind of play the roll up for a little bit. They have to drink it. We can just get in there while you're talking. What if we just get the empty bottles and fill them with water?
Now we
Surely there's empty bottles around,
as well
Arch.
as vampire Nazis.
Well, if we're going to do that, I might as well just ghoulify as many as I can. Just put a drop or two of blood in each one. Well, this is rosé vodka. Yes, it's new.
That's what we're gonna do. Okay, Arch, are there any empty vodka bottles?
Von Richthofen figures he could probably get some from the officer's mess.
Now, Arch, is there any
Excellent.
clean running water?
Clean is perhaps
boil it, we can
not
boil
the
it.
word that they would use,
It's
but there
called running
is
water
one.
because it gives you the runs.
Like, if it's clear, it's good enough. We can boil it if we have to.
There's military water.
All right, that'll do.
It will keep your machine guns from overheating.
Basically.
So how many
Good enough for
Uzulu
guns
Spike
to drink.
vodka bottles can we make?
A few. How many did you want?
I guess
If
as
we can
many as
make-
we need, as many as we can.
If we could make 10 that would be visible and then have them in some container, either a backpack or a box or something that implies that there's more in there.
I want to see Uzulu like open his trench coat and have a bunch of bottles in there.
Can I just like,
isn't quite heavy enough of a drinker to supply you with 10 bottles, but he can get you probably 4 or 5.
can we just
All right.
examine the idea that we are actually going along with the traveling vodka salesman pitch? Is that something that would
I thought it was
actually
a good
exist
idea.
in reality?
I thought my idea was dumb. Turns out it's actually pretty good.
I think we will far easier get the Russians out of the tank by saying, "Hey guys, do you want to come and get some vodka?" than anything else. Call me
Okay.
a bigot that way, but I think this will work.
No, it's plausible, but I have a feeling one of them might think, wait, there's no such thing as a traveling vodka salesman on the front lines of a war.
Wait a second.
Not if you have presence.
That's actually a
No,
good
man,
point.
Like, and
They're
no,
communists, so it's already established they'll fucking believe anything.
Yeah, I can't be a salesman. They're communists.
Well, no, you still, when armies are moving, you still get people buying and selling things between, units and stuff like
Well,
this.
okay, yes, but we have just uncovered the other problem, that of buying and selling in a communist country.
They still
But
had
we'll be
money.
communists.
You
We'll
just
be
had money,
vodka
It
distributors.
wasn't real communism. They still had money.
Okay, they hadn't quite got there yet. All they had was
No.
the extreme authoritarianism. They hadn't even got rid of the money yet.
Yeah, unironically.
Basically, then, we're a socialist country invading a capitalist country. Got it. No worries.
That's
We can't expect God to do all the
The
work.
communists now see it.
Yeah, that is that. I'm actually
They say
quoting
it's state
their
capitalism.
position. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like when they mock people for saying socialism is when the government does things. Now, capitalism is when there's a like a piece of paper that you use to exchange for things. That's it.
Unironically, they literally think any market economy is capitalism. Yes.
Mhm. You traded a goat for 2 cows. Well, for one thing, that's a good trade. But for another thing, that's capitalism.
Those filthy kulaks deserved it, is what they say. No, because they were trading goats and stuff,
Indeed.
like the wealthy capitalist bourgeois owners that they were. But right, okay, yeah, I'm good with it. Let's do it.
Well, okay. So, do I have a range on ore? Let me have a look. Duration, 1 scene. That's fine. I don't see anything about range. I've copied this from the manual into a 1-line field, so it's a bit difficult to browse because the manual is even more difficult to browse. No, there's nothing about the range.
Listening
Yeah.
to the vampire speak. So basically, as long as you can talk to him decently.
Okay. So I think before we leave, I'll make sure to tell the DM that I'm going to don my Russian uniform.
Well, we should all put on the Russian uniforms. Wait, well, mine's way too big for me. What can I do about this?
Roll it up.
Get a tailor.
Reroll.
I'll ask you. You have any bobby pins I can just pin the sleeves on this thing?
I do not know if this Bobby's pin. Or...
Surely there's something.
Yeah, you can cut it and hem it at the bottom or something. Roll it up and.
I'd
Use
like
a
to
little-
position 2 safety pins, please. That'll be 3,000
Yeah.
prestige.
Just here. I will ask our quartermaster friend if there's any thread and a pin because I actually have +1 in
Oh,
craft.
the lolly's gonna do some
Need it.
sewing.
I am. I have +1 in craft. I'm gonna make this uniform fit.
What a war!
Don't mock, right? Unironically, I saw a feminist newspaper the other day. I can't remember which site it was, but they were like, "Oh, 12-year-old girl learns to code and she programs a robot to do the laundry, and this was a great feminist victory." And I'm like, right, okay.
So Arch.
Postmaster wonders if you're ever going to have a request for him that actually includes army supplies.
Sorry about that.
I
Do
have
you
asked
thread?
several times for guns, but I'm jaded against
I'll take
doing
it.
so because you always say no.
Mine was
He asked
reasonable.
if you're ever going to request some fucking German equipment. You goddamn. You know where
You see, what I requested is reasonable.
Okay, German officer, recommend me a semi-auto German rifle. And I'll requisition the fuck out of it. Patriotism.
use
Hold
the
on.
same rifle you already have, a Carabiner 98K.
It's bolt action. I want the semi-auto.
Wait, why don't?
Anyway, is there any way for me to look around the camp, try to get myself a needle and thread?
Oh yeah, the Gewehr 43 isn't around yet. That's the number. So
Arch.
Let's see. I mean,
I can go back to the medical tent. They have
just
stitching.
letting you fucking wear the uniform without making a big fucking deal of it, but
Oops.
oh,
Now
and
that
the
you're
rifle that the
mentioning
43
this-
replaced was the 41. Oh, just the cutoff. Oh no.
Well, they probably have
Apparently
thread back in the
41
medical
isn't bolt
tent.
action. I'm looking at a picture of the 41. It's not bolt action.
There's
I
probably
know,
thread in
but it's for the problem is it's 41.
God damn it, guys.
But we're in 41.
I thought we were 40.
Now we're 41.
We're 41. Oh, there you
Arch, I
go.
want
The Gewehr,
the Gewehr
41.
41.
Yeah.
The one that this guy's recommending has an M after the 41.
They built up to 145,000 of them.
Fortunately,
Just try to reject this.
actually, it wouldn't even be particularly difficult because the 41 was designed in 41.
It
Yeah,
says it's in service to 1941.
It entered service with a few test units in 41.
Oh,
it was
that's
a
us.
prototype weaponry.
Yeah, that's
What a
us.
coincidence.
Yeah, well, we just happen to be a test unit.
Are you, though? Are you, Riesly? No, you're not. I can maybe give you the one that had tons of problems with its fucking firing pin. That'd be cool. Oh, it jammed again. Aww.
Hey, just clear it and keep going, man.
At some point, chat, together, by the end of the series, we'll find me a semi-auto rifle that Arch will let me have.
Who's the loot? Next episode, he's just going to be, Arch, can I have a rock? Find some reason.
I'll tell you a semi-automatic rifle you can have right now.
Do
if you can
please,
get
yes.
its owner to give it up.
An SVT-40?
So, yeah, the
Yeah, I
Soviets
thought so.
had it.
I've just been told off for requesting non-German arms, and you want me to request a fucking Russian?
Well, it's reasonable
Not
that you have
request it,
access
no,
to
steal it.
Yeah, well then they're still going to be disappointed if I come back glorifying Russian engineering, aren't they?
Yeah,
they'll probably
the
beat it up.
SVT-40.
Take your
Yeah,
money.
man. You could get
All
your
right.
hands on one of those.
All right, no, I have a way better idea. Give me the German, what was it, the M1 or something, the semi-auto that was released around this time. Not German, sorry, American.
An M1 Garand, yes. Those also are plentifully available on the German Quartermaster
Yeah, exactly.
store.
What the hell exists here that works for this?
Well, as it happens, semi-automatic rifles wasn't really a thing yet.
Apparently they are. They're just not right here. On the front line.
The Germans didn't have any.
According to various sources, they did. I mean, there were Mondragons, there were the Phlebes, whatever they were called. There were, in a few months, there's the one that we were just talking about. And the Russians have them in large numbers. So what are we doing?
So you're trying to get a rifle caliber semi-automatic rifle, correct?
Sure, yeah. Something
I
accurate.
think honestly, the best chance you have will probably be the SVT-40, a captured one.
Fantastic. Everyone's gonna bully
It's
me.
not unreasonable. That's not an unreasonable thing to find. Just keep your eyes open, and you'll probably have. I mean, if you capture the guy, you kill the guy who had it, he'll have at least a fair amount of ammo for it with him.
Apparently it takes the same ammo as my current gun. I think someone told me that. Arch,
What does?
are there any SVT-40s in our tank?
Yeah, they use Mosin rounds. That's true. Absolutely,
no.
use Mosin rounds.
Quite?
I have a feeling V is going to show up before this is done.
That's progress of a kind.
Then let's keep it
Not
going.
much
No
different,
problem.
but I probably wouldn't feed it just Mosin rounds.
Well, it's the same bullets.
While you guys do this, I'm going to go
7.62 by 54R.
Well-
Yeah, same here.
We're done now. I'll look for one of the SVT rifles on the Russians. That's it.
Okay, so since Sargon's now off to get tea, Arch, can I get a thread and needle?
I don't know. You're going to have to roll for it now that you made a point out of it.
That's
Yeah,
no
the needle
problem.
technically counts as a
I made a
weapon.
point out of it.
Okay, what's
The
the
needle
roll?
technically counts as a weapon, so he's not going to let
Same
you
one
have
as last time.
Streetwise and charisma.
It's a
Okay.
lolly-sized rondelle dagger. It's the
Streetwise and charisma. Here we
it. Well,
go.
it's semi-auto if you have
Oh
it on.
boy, the skill that I put skills into. I'm getting nothing.
You can't even get a
apparently you
needle
don't
thread in
find
the
any
German
needle
army.
thread.
Do you guys,
So
you
again,
guys look
I was happy to
Yes,
just
I'll-
have that uniform, but now you
I
can't
will
wear the
help
uniform
him.
anymore.
I will
Please-
help him. So
please look.
Yes, I have a 4 and
Streetwise.
a 3 in investigation. Can I use that?
No.
It's
What?
streetwise. Streetwise.
No, explain this bullshit.
Because we're not searching an individual room, we're searching an entire like camp. So it's almost like a
Okay,
city.
a camp is made up of individual rooms.
Are you just gonna like rummage through everyone's stuff?
Listen, I have a
That's,
persuasion of 2 and
Basically,
I have wits of 3, so I should be able to combine investigation and wits to find a needle.
in a haystack.
Surely, surely.
Okay. So it's streetwise and charisma. Go ahead, Rags.
Ugh, very well. Wait, charisma?
Yeah. Because you also have to ask the guy that you find if you can have his needle and thread.
How charismatic? It's just to borrow it, or if he has a spare.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll use streetwise and charisma to find a needle. Did that not roll?
Oh, nice.
I have 1 charisma and no streetwise.
Do you want to try? Wait, you rolled subterfuge.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. You get a 10.
I found all the needles.
Turns out there weren't any
You
needles.
have a needle and thread. Now you'll have to roll crafting to make the uniform.
That's fine.
Wait.
No, hold on. I have crafting.
I do
Do you
too.
have it? Okay, what do you have?
I have a specialty in crafting with the skill of melee smithing.
Well, that's not going to help us make hem a uniform.
Yeah, it will, because a needle is a melee weapon.
How is that going to... Do you accept that, Urch?
No.
Of
Okay,
course
so
not, because
how many
I can't
points...
use my 4 awareness and 3 investigation to find a needle.
How many points in craft do you have?
Let me take a look. 1.
I only have 1 as well. What do we roll craft with, Arch?
How about craft
Dexterity.
and
Dexterity?
craft and dexterity?
I have 2 dexterity.
I have 3.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'll put the uniform on, and you're going to hem it so that it actually fits me with your dexterity and craft.
All right. This
Okay.
is what Hitler wants.
Let's do it.
So we're going to do craft with dexterity. Attribute dexterity.
And I will stand perfectly still so that you get a bonus of 1.
Like hell you will. You're too antsy.
We're not trying to defuse a bomb here, all right?
Hell, maybe he's even so nervous that he makes the task harder. Who knows?
No, okay.
I've never seen an operation require more rolls than this in this entire campaign.
Oh wow, 2 with 1 failure. With 1
Oh God, you've managed to sew it into an Austrian uniform circa 1800. Damn.
Hey, that takes skill.
Okay, can I try to hem this thing?
No, you've ruined it now.
How do I ruin it? It's a needle.
And he didn't. How did he ruin it? He didn't get a 0.
Yeah.
You
I did
tore it
fine.
into little pieces with your
No, I
canines.
did okay. 2 normal successes out of 4. That's okay.
Yeah, that's average, Arch.
That's average. It's fine.
No. That's a red.
Yeah,
That's one degree
yeah.
of success. Something horrible happened.
So 1 degree of success. So that's still a positive number.
It's not a 0. So
Alright,
is
so
the
I found a
uniform
new
now
gun
completely
I want.
unusable? Hold on. Usually you can wait. Hold on. Arch, is the uniform actually completely unusable?
Maybe I have a vampire power that will allow me to
No.
do this.
No. Hold.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a vampire power that
Protein.
can fix the uniform.
269. Yeah, maybe I fucking do. So let me check the rule.
Is there
book
another
here.
uniform around, like a spare one? You can try again.
Why couldn't
Eyes
you
of the
just
beast, weight
use
of the
the
feather.
uniform like a normal human?
What is weight of the vampire can reduce their effective mass and density, making themselves almost weightless. That's cool, but it won't help.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, but it is cool.
Yeah, that is actually kind of cool.
Humanity.
Who would have thought the cure for anorexia was death?
Earth meld, shape change.
Maybe that's what Trump and Biden mean when they say they're going to find the cure for cancer.
Has
Are
Trump
you
said he's going
guys
to cure
still
cancer?
struggling with Dev's uniform?
No,
Oh,
we're not
God, there we
struggling.
go.
We're not struggling anymore.
Yeah, Regs
What
destroyed it trying to ham it.
No, I
trying to ham
didn't.
it.
I didn't destroy it. I did fine. Just not
Okay,
good
I
enough.
have a suggestion. If Dev
Yes.
is a little girl, why doesn't she dress like a little girl?
Well, because I'm wearing a Nazi uniform.
Yeah, but you can take it
Mind
off.
blown.
That's the thing about clothes. Is that one of their inherent advantages is that they can come off.
Yeah, we'll get you like a peasant girl's uniform
Yeah.
or something like that, or outfit, and then you can approach the tanks and say, "Do you speak Russian, by the way?"
No.
He doesn't.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. But you can, just approach the tanks and look like a vulnerable child, and they'll be like, "Oh no,
You
this
could just
kid
like
needs
cry
help."
or something.
Yeah,
and-
exactly. Go and cry, and then
Yeah.
you can kill them.
All right.
Or whatever.
Very good. I'll turn to our quartermaster. Hey, do you have a little girl's dress?
It's actually difficult to make somebody hate someone as much as you have made this man hate you.
Because I've been asking for all this weird shit.
It's about to get worse. I'll be back with another gun request in a moment.
Why don't we just pop out to like a local town or something and get a kid's
Because it's
dress?
50 kilometers away.
Also, it's the middle of the night.
Well,
Not can be
we just
open.
Tell someone else to do
Listen,
it.
the task that takes the longest is the one that's never begun. So off we go.
Yeah.
Rags, you've already ruined my uniform. You have
I
no
didn't
say.
ruin it. I did fine. Can I shape change my hands into claws and just cut it?
That would be really precise.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no, you can't do that.
I have a 3 in melee and a 3 in dexterity. That's gotta be something.
You could further ruin the uniform, I suppose.
It's not. First off, it's not ruined to begin with.
No, if I can't wear it, it's ruined.
You're not gonna ruin. You're not gonna wear it anyway. You're wearing.
Hey,
You're
you know
gonna
what I
wear
just
a dress.
realized? We could get your fur every time you transform and actually make fur clothing.
Yeah,
I assume it comes back.
That's kind of fucked up.
I assume it comes back every time you transform.
I guess.
Shame
Yeah.
You know, we could just become dog farmers if we felt like it.
Yeah, this whole German army thing doesn't work out.
Buy some livestock and become fur farmers if we feel like it.
I mean, I could shape change, just grow fur. You could shave it, and I'll just shape change and grow fur again.
We found a perpetual
I could
motion
shape-
machine
I could
in
literally
Vampires: The
shape
Masquerade
change
Bloodlust.
into like a sheep with wool.
Just get a fucking dress.
Okay, let's get a dress. Is there any way for us to get a dress? Is there any way for us to get a dress?
This is evoking memories of Wendy.
The quartermaster informs you in very precise and unmistakable language that if you don't leave his shop right this instant, he is going to shoot all of you.
Oh, it's a good thing I'm not here, and he doesn't know I'm with you.
Right, okay.
Right,
We'll go out and just go to some local fucking peasant town and find a dress.
But what?
Alright, let's do
Wait,
that.
wait! I want an M19 bar.
No, there's no more guns for you. Let's go.
But chat suggested it.
A
You
what?
can get
A
it next
19
session.
bar?
It's okay that Chat
M1918
suggested
bar.
it when we didn't do it.
Okay, so Eugen is following around with you, and he's been your new buddy. Would you like to take the tank? Like, what are you doing first and foremost?
Yeah. We'll take the tanks, we'll get in our Russian uniforms. Dev will get a dress.
Are we just gonna go back and get a dress for me then, and then go forward?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
All right. Once you start changing into your Russian uniforms, Eugen comments on this. Mein Kameraden, what are you doing?
Dressing like Russians.
Tactics.
4D chess.
Yeah.
But why?
You see, Eugen, the key is to fight smarter, not fight
Yeah.
harder.
This is
Because
going
we're
to be
going
the
to
part
persuade
where
the Russians that they shouldn't be afraid of us.
this is going to be the part where Arch says, "Why didn't you just ask Eugen if he has the dominate skill?" Which, by the way, I did mention right at the beginning. Arch, does he have
Listen,
the dominate
we-
skill?
You have to ask him.
You haven't asked him yet. Oh,
You
he
haven't
looks
asked him
he looks a bit shocked at this. Like, what do you mean? Fight smart.
Forget I said anything.
Eugen,
Intelligence of 1.
just put on this collar. We'll just take you with
Can I-
us.
Can I do like a sense attributes or something?
Can I introduce you to Sun Tzu?
Well, if we're going to be infiltrating, I mean, I can't wear one now, thanks, Rags. But if we're going to be infiltrating,
Yeah, but
Everyone
hang on,
else
a small child in a Russian army uniform would look a bit strange anyway.
yeah, true enough. Okay.
At
Okay.
least as a small kid like there with tears on her face, you can at least look at like a plausible thing that might exist. Not
True
an
enough.
inducted.
I mean, it's logically possible for that to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It doesn't violate any like laws of nature or anything.
Hmm.
Just all just. Well,
Plenty of things that are
listen,
true,
we're
though,
going to
do.
tell V that the episode went really well, and we had a plan, and the mission was a success.
Well, the problem is that the only clothes I have are a Nazi uniform made for my size. So I do have to get something that's not a Nazi uniform, whatever it is.
Well, if we kill these Russians, then you'll have like 4 attempts to hem one that fits you.
Yes.
Eugen,
Or I'll have to-
What is the source of your confusion? Why has the GM used you as a device to mock the player's actions?
Well, Eugen looks confused and slightly disgusted at this idea.
I don't
You
care. About
can't
this.
possibly mean we will dress up like the Russians. We need to fool them.
Well, we're not
No.
going in with a battalion, so yeah.
They're stupid, but they still know what a Nazi uniform is.
There's artwork, Uzula,
Thank you, Dev. Where? Oh, I
in
found it.
tapestries.
I already put that up.
Did you?
Yeah, get on my level. Put it up
Okay,
ages ago.
I haven't seen that. Oh,
I don't know if
sorry.
you
Sorry.
can
That's
get
because
up
you're
that
not
high.
in the Discord screen share.
Yep, sorry. It's because I'm gonna have to bring the artwork out to you. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
All right. You cannot suggest that we should cover up our identification. This is the trick of the Untermensch, and I will have none of it.
You can stay here then.
Look,
I don't
buddy,
think that'll fly either.
we were the first
Hang
people
on
in
a
the
second,
entire
hang on a
army
second,
to
hang
retrieve
on a
this
second.
giant Russian tank.
Hang on.
This is
Let's
our
pretend that
method.
he's our prisoner.
Well, one at a time.
Hang on. So his objection is that this is dishonorable and unracial.
Okay, we can play that game. Well, we point out that he has a firearm, so he's a coward.
Here, I'm
Yeah, I'll pull out my sword. Don't you know the sword is the real weapon of a man then?
And even then, the sword's
Yeah.
stretching it a little bit as it is.
A
But
sword, a
I'm-
blade, too easy. I've got a rock.
I'm
Get on
going
my
to-
level.
sharpened metal to double your reach.
I'll
What
go
a
to the full
coward.
Yorkshireman
Not
sketch
using
of
your
Nazi
fist, get on
Germany.
my Chad level.
I'm going to convince him that he and I won't have to wear the filthy Russian uniforms because we'll be inside the tank for this mission, and they won't see us.
Chat's asking for some fucking reason if the lolly is naked.
No,
An answer.
They're also pointing out that what we're doing with the uniforms breaches the Geneva Convention.
Yes.
It hasn't been written yet, has it?
Yes, it has.
well, we
Fuck
don't
the
care. We're
Geneva
vampires.
Convention, Yeah. And
Yeah,
no,
we're not
we don't
bound
care
by
what
the laws of
Nazis-
mortals.
I never signed no fucking Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I didn't vote for it.
Is this like the social contract? Fuck that.
How exactly am I supposed to work my flamen if some Geneva convention tells me
How
I
are we going
can't?
to win this war if we can't be cruel and unusual? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, totally agree.
So Arch, can I convince him that we're going to be in the tank for most of the trip, and it won't matter what uniforms we wear?
You can try.
All
Have
right.
we
What would
ever
the
done a
scale be?
mission in which we did
hold
not
up,
break the
I've
Geneva
got-
Convention?
I have persuasion of 2.
I
Would
have.
this be manipulation or charisma.
I am definitely the persuasive person in the party.
Okay,
So
I gotcha.
I've got 3 and then 4.
Ooh.
So persuasion and charisma, Arch.
Of course.
Yes.
All right, let's give it a go. You know,
Okay.
I put all these skills, all these points into all
uh,
these skills, and I just get zeros all the time.
Wow.
Okay. You tell him this, like, shut up, you fucking Nazi swine pig dog. It's fine if we breach the rules of war and piss on this human rights and stuff, basically. And now he's really, really angry. For some reason.
It's worth mentioning.
He is absolutely seething at you. Like, his face is practically reddening at this.
How
And
do you
he,
do that? Okay, no, sorry.
he stomps his feet like 9.
Sorry.
We will not
Okay.
use it. We will dress up like proper German soldiers.
I
Because
will
What,
apologize.
are we, hang on. We want to persuade the commissar to somehow drive all his tanks into a swamp, right?
That's correct.
How are we going to do that if we're dressed as German soldiers?
Well, Hashtag blame me.
Well, no, I want this guy's answer.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that
How do you make that happen dressed as a German soldier? You tell us.
Let's see. So, as far as he knows,
Mhm.
you were ordered to carry out this mission after one of your comrades told my superior, Emil, that he could do so. Are you suggesting that you lied to a superior officer of the Einsatzgruppen?
No, mate, we're suggesting he's not here.
Hang on. 9. I am saying that we would have had to have dressed as Russian soldiers to do this.
Yeah, what's the German word for deflection?
No, I know. I've completely logically trapped him now. It's perfectly.
Yeah, get fucked.
Yeah.
I don't think he had a logical
Put on the uniform.
He, no, there is a logic to what he's suggesting.
Well, no,
and now
he went
he's suggesting that he's.
He went from one of you said that you could do they could do something to so why aren't the rest of you doing it?
No. He's offended at the moment that we'd dare stoop down. He's like, oh, you said you could do this. And now we're going to be like, yeah, we can do this, but we have to dress as Russians. End of conversation. No more further arguing. I know you don't approve of it, comrade, or whatever we're going to call each other. But this is what we have to do to save the motherland or whatever.
Part of a soldier's
fatherland.
duty is to do things that he might not like for the good of the fatherland.
I think it's also worth mentioning that
Sometimes
the
he has to travel with a
USSR
vampire child.
Sometimes he has to change his clothes, if you can believe it.
the USSR signed the Geneva Convention but did not ratify it. I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe they're not bound by it, so we don't need to care.
Shit.
The Soviet Union did not sign it at all because they were asking for more than the other countries were willing to give.
Wikipedia's wrong, I guess.
They demand that prisoners should be treated equally regardless of their political affiliation. Something the other nations did not like at all because they were like, hold on.
The USSR
are we going to house communists?
Okay, so no problem. I mean, unless we signed it, in which case maybe there is a problem.
Germany did indeed sign it.
Well, fuck. Did they sign it before Hitler got into power?
Well, I didn't sign it.
Look, we signed the Treaty of
Geneva
Versailles
Convention
before Hitler got
was
into power.
considered binding by the Nazis.
Fuck.
There was a previous, as you clearly do not remember, but in the briefing, von Richthofen talked about how you are bound by the Geneva Convention, but how certain allowances would be made, like the shooting of commissars. Unfortunately, the wearing of your enemy's uniforms is not one of those allowances.
God
yet.
damn the Germans and their high ethical standards. Fine. Is
right,
this guy going to accept it or
I
not?
thought we were playing the bad guys.
Well, the Germans didn't.
Eugen looks like a little aghast at this suggestion. It's like, Klaus-Toffen would never agree to this.
No, but
Never heard of
Clausewitz
him.
would. Sorry, carry on.
So he's not going to accept this. Like he'll have to contact Emil and ask if this was part of the deal, if anything.
What deal?
Yeah.
Or just the arrangement.
Well, we could
Once
just
again-
ask him if he can dominate. Maybe you could do the thing that we can't do.
Even
All right,
then, we're not
smartass.
going to be able to. If we just waltz up in German uniforms, they're still just going to shoot us.
To be fair, we do have a Russian tank, which is the equivalent of a very heavy metal uniform.
Yeah, so he knows where the Russian ones.
Well, it depends. Let's ask him. Eugen, do you find a problem with us rolling up in a Russian tank in order to misdirect them?
Well, he doesn't like the idea of the misdirection part, but using captured enemy equipment is fine dandy.
Right, okay, so he's fine with
Uniforms
very
are captured
thick
enemy
metal
equipment.
uniforms, but he's not fine with thin cloth uniforms. Okay, gotcha.
Well,
The
he
distinction is in
assumes
the
you're
weight
going to be
and the
marking
material.
it properly.
No, we're
Well,
trying to deceive the Soviets. so
No,
we get
no, that
close to
removes the
dominate.
point.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't like the whole deception thing.
Then he can fuck off.
Yeah,
Buddy, how
Duly
the hell
noted.
can this mission be completed without deception?
That's a good question.
We're going to go there and like, no,
Maybe
listen,
you should have
here are the
explained a
merits.
bit more precisely how dominate works.
Okay, we'll just say to them,
listen,
look, the
Russian
objection's duly
gentlemen.
noted, but we have to do this. So, go
It's a
and play
pragmatic
rock,
reality of our mission that we can't go in guns a-blazing.
Listen, Commissar, here are the objective merits of you driving your tanks into the swamp. Number one, it helps the Nazi cause, so that's it, please. And that's how we do the
That was
mission,
like a
according to
long
this guy.
list.
Yep, that's how we do the mission, according to this guy.
Yeah.
Other than that, the only option is to use V, which currently is not an option.
Well, ask him if Eugen has a plan. What's his plan?
Eugen, what would you do? What would Eugen do? Hashtag.
What would Eugen do?
Wawad.
Okay, so what precisely are you asking him?
Well, we need
Okay,
to get
Eugen.
the commissar to drive his tanks into the swamp. We were going to do that by luring the Russian soldiers out of their tanks so we can get the commissar and mind control him or whatever stupid shit we were going to do, and then order him to do it. If we can't dress as Russians to do this, what's his plan?
Okay. So that's what you're asking him precisely in those words.
Yes.
Okay.
But in German.
Yeah, but in German, yeah.
Don't you try and screw us over on that.
Right. It is not my position to make a plan. I am here to observe you.
Yeah. Well, we're
I
asking.
see.
I don't care what the Bible says. I want to know what you think.
These were the
All your
orders
plans
given
suck,
to
but don't ask
you
me for an alternative.
by Emil Klausthofen of the Einsatzgruppen, based upon the information he had allegedly received from one of your party members.
God damn it, V.
Why do we? Are we gonna have to? Are we gonna have to tell this guy superior that he's not willing to help us?
I think you'll find that his superiors will be falling on his side of this one.
Superiors are. Fuck this army.
Indeed, armies are rigid, annoying things.
No, we could just
Okay,
No, this
hold on.
dude is a rigid
Just
prick.
Can we
We could
just like
actually just-
dump this guy on the mission? Just ditch him somewhere.
Yeah, like,
Eugen,
really.
look,
Hold on.
Body by the road.
look, Eugen,
hold on.
Mädchens.
Uzo, I think what we do here now is throw V under the bus and say, listen, it's none of us. It was him. He's the one that said it. We're not involved.
Why are you suggesting this to me? Do you think I'm going to be the most receptive to this idea or something?
I feel like somebody like turned on a skull and this is a Halo mission and didn't tell anyone else.
We'll just say to him, listen, right, you don't have to like it. You can just wait here and then wait until we get back with the mission done.
No, we're going to get back and get court-martialed, Saga.
For what?
Marshal, for what? Bringing back another tank and getting the entire enemy
Breaking the
battalion
Geneva
and stuck in the
Convention.
swamp?
What? Why would we
Fuck
have
the
done
Geneva
that?
Convention.
No, look, I'm with you in this universe,
not
right?
on
But our
20
commanding
days.
officers aren't.
I want to hear.
If I want to Flammenwerfen some kids, I'm going to Flammenwerfen some fucking kids. Right?
I want to hear that.
Well,
cut
you're
in
never running for
somewhere.
UKIP again.
Yeah, next you get party pops.
Fuck the Geneva Convention.
Look, it's an
do or
oppressive
die.
European system. We're going to throw off the
I didn't create
shackles.
it. Honestly, I don't see any counter arguments.
It's like I take the libertarian position on the Geneva Convention. Oh, we're fucked.
So
can't-
what's the plan?
We're going to... Chat saying Ghoul Eugen, or Eugen, whatever his name is. I don't think we can. Eugen, that's it. I don't think we
Okay,
can.
let's take both sets of uniforms out with us. We'll drive out on the tank. We'll shoot this guy in the head, dump his body on the fucking road,
Yeah, he's
change into the Russian uniform.
He's gonna have an accident out there. He's
Yeah.
gonna catch a stray bullet. There's a bullet out there.
and then
There's a Mosin round with Eugen's name on it, I think.
exactly.
That-
Then
that
we'll
is a
just
slightly-
blame it on the fucking Russians.
That is a slightly more subtle violation of the Geneva Convention, I agree. I think it might also be murder, but as long as no one notices, it doesn't
It's
technically
not
count
murder
as
if it's
murder.
a war. That's how it works.
Even if they're on your own side and you do it deliberately without any danger in the proximity. I think it might
Listen,
actually
an
be
own
murder.
goal is still a point.
It's actually not, though, Rags. That's the problem.
Yes, it is a point.
It's a point to the enemy team.
Yeah, they killed a German. Good for them. I'm happy for him personally.
But Rags, have you forgotten that you are a German?
Listen,
I'm
that
Also-
doesn't mean I like the idea of being German, not each individual German.
I see. Let's not forget that he's a vampire. We can't just pop him in the head.
Fuck.
We're gonna
Okay,
need
well-
to do a lot of head popping to get rid of him.
Well, V got shot twice and he was incapacitated.
He was pretending to be dead for the entire thing. He was deliberately lying down. I think if we attack this guy, he might respond before we can all kill him.
This is all V's fault.
It will be a surprise shot to the back of the head.
Yeah, but he's still a vampire.
Yeah, but it'll cause so much trauma and physical damage that he will just be
Lads,
almost literally out of his mind.
we still haven't asked if he has the dominate ability.
Yeah, we're not. I
Okay.
like how we're not even discussing a plan for the mission. It's how
Yeah.
to kill the guy.
How to betray our newest ally. All right, can someone please ask him? Whoever did the Auspex and knows that he's a vampire, just say, look, I know you're a vampire. Do you have the ability to control the minds of humans?
Dev, you have Auspex, right?
Can we just assume that Dev has asked him that as I worded it?
Well, no, because I used Auspex. I didn't know what he was. The only person who figured it out that he
Dev,
was a
he's a
vampire, was
vampire.
Rags. It was you that figured it out, so you have to ask.
He's a vampire. No, I'm telling you, Mr. Charisma.
Wags, we're not going to have to do a charisma roll for this. Can you just ask him? Just ask
I
him
don't-
what I just said.
Also, he's really pissed at me right now. I have a feeling.
Fuck. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna tell him that. Listen, I know your secret. We want to know if you have abilities that allows you to dominate the minds of mortals.
Okay, that's right.
Is this an acceptable thing? Is the party okay with me asking this?
Yes.
Because it's a masquerade related-y thing. Because I don't know how
think
deep
he's a
this guy is in
vampire,
with
so-
the not. Yeah, I just want to. Yeah, but he could be like a super Nazi vampire
I
instead
think
of
it's
a
worth.
Nazi
Go on.
super vampire. You know.
I think it's worth noting in advance of the answer that if he says yes, that means that he is willing to magically control the mind of his enemy, but not to wear their team's uniforms.
Yeah, it's almost like he's a prick.
It's almost like, yeah, he's a massive hypocrite, and the Geneva Convention wasn't written for vampires. But that's not something that we don't have the ability to deal with.
You sure it wasn't
Misdirection
written with
is-
vampires in mind, though? I mean, come on.
I think this guy would be like,
Misdirection is
yeah,
wrong,
but
except when it's
responsible.
magic. Go on then.
Is
Ask.
it technicality of the wording?
Okay. Let's see. So you're trying to do this a bit conspiratorially, right? So nobody else hears. You just kind of lean in and whisper to his ear.
Yeah.
Just. I mean, I've got awareness of 4. I would know if there's anyone around, and I'll just talk to him respectfully. Just let him know, just that, like we're having a talk. There's no one around.
Well, you know,
just
the rest
chatting.
of you guys are around.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're around. We're here.
Okay. All right. He doesn't react for a second. And then he says back, how does he react to this? He
Kills
looks he turns over on his head slowly to look you in the eyes and says, I have absolutely no knowledge of what you speak.
Okay, buddy. Come on.
I'll say, I'll look him back in the eye, and I'll be like, "Come on, Eugen." From one Nazi to another.
Just tell him what your vampire plan is. Tell him what some of our, like, assuming that we are sure that he's a vampire and we're not about to, like, horribly tear apart the masquerade ourselves.
Let me see.
How reliable is your ability at detecting whether he's a vampire?
As far as I know, what it says here, I
No, you're sure. You are sure.
Yeah, it's very, as far as I know, it's foolproof.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to think of a wink wink nudge nudge thing I could do here.
Chat saying make your eyes glow red.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because like before, like people are actually going to believe him if he says and his eyes started glowing red.
So, have you said anything else to him? Like, did you actually say like, yeah, really, or?
No. What might be a good idea is for me. He clearly has a sense of honor about him. It seems to be a very strong characteristic of his character, I guess. Characteristic of his character. So what might be a good idea is if I ask him that, we're all allies and we're all doing what we do to the best of our ability to help, the war effort. And let me see. And he can be assured that what he has to hide from others, he doesn't have to hide from his truest comrades.
Bags, this isn't a Disney movie.
Fuck, man, I'm trying to skirt the line here.
Just make your eyes glow red.
Let him skirt the line.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So see how he reacts to it.
Okay.
I'm trying to appeal to the character that I have ascertained him to have.
I have a feeling he's going to say like, "Is du coming on to me?"
Well, let him respond. Let's find out.
Okay, so summarize that for me a little, quickly and concise, so
I'm appealing to his sense of honor that he can trust his comrades because we're all fighting on the same side, essentially, and we're here to help each other, and it's best for us to support each other. And he could trust us in ways that he can't trust others.
Yes, like what are you saying specifically?
Specifically, I am saying that from one German soldier to another, you can trust us in ways you cannot trust others. We know about you, but your secret is safe with us. But you should be honest with your brothers in arms to whom you are about to go into battle with.
This is going great.
So something along the lines of, Kameraden, from one soldier to another. We all understand here, and you can trust us. Something like that.
Why would you tell me to give you specifically word for word if you were going to paraphrase?
Well, you sound hesitant, so I'm trying to help you.
I'm trying my best to put into words the words that I want to make him hear. You know what I'm trying to say. I've said it like 3-ish times, sort of.
Okay, let's just do the one you had. That was fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Does he have something to ascertain here?
If he was here, it'd be just like, tell us what you know.
If he was here, we wouldn't have this problem.
No, we wouldn't have still be in the camp 2 hours into the stream.
Okay.
How is this so difficult? Let's just go kill this fucking Russian.
Because this dude...
Rags. Roll resolve plus composure.
Resolve plus composure. All right. Resolve plus composure. So 2 and 2. Composure.
Could we not have just shown him our teeth or something? Like, there's any number of things we could have done that wouldn't even require a dice roll.
Oh, damn. Wow. Okay, so... yep, 3 degrees of success. So he looks at you and he says... He kind of hisses at you through gritted teeth. No, really, I do not understand. And you become aware that he's attempting to use daunt on you.
Right.
The presence discipline, but you resist it.
Huh. That's a
I already have that.
that's instead of attracting people, the vampire uses presence to repel. With his
Okay,
power
well,
to use
Let's be like, okay, well, look, we're going to go and do what we have to do. We have something to do.
Yeah,
I think actually it might be worth continuing to push this guy, because either he fucks off and can't tell anyone why he's fucked off, or he has to admit that he's a vampire, at which point he's part of the fold and he's under our protection.
Well, now, because I know that he attempted to use a vampiric discipline on me, I mean, like, that's kind of fucked up that he'd do that. So I would essentially...
Presence is used by the Bruja, the Toreadors, and the Ventrus, and of those three, the Ventrus have Dominate. So if he's a Ventru, he could probably help us, otherwise he can't.
I don't know if
recommend
this
that you
guy
just
would help us
just
at
be straight
all.
up with him and friendly with him. Like, my friend, I recognize that it's the Daunt ability. Are you by any chance a Ventru? Just say that. It'll for one thing, it'll freak him out how friendly and honest you're being, but it won't scare him like your tone. He'll have to either be honest or continue this lie, and he's obviously not willing to continue the lie because he's trying to use magic to get rid of you.
It's almost as if he's a vampire who attempts to uphold the masquerade for some mystical fucking
He's
reason.
around vampires, though. It's fine.
Nick, could you imagine some reason for why he would want to keep that a secret?
For the same
But we
reason
already
everybody
know.
would want, every vampire should want to keep it a secret. I mean, he doesn't need a special reason. The normal reason's good enough.
Well, he might need a special reason, because remember, he was never introduced to you as a vampire. And he has made an effort to conceal his nature.
All right, then I'll tell him that because I know he's a vampire. There's no mistaking it at all. It's very possible that he doesn't understand that we are vampires, and that's how I know. So I will tell him. I will make I'll make my eyes glow as a sign to him that I am also a vampire. Very briefly, just a brief little glow, red glow of the eyes. Yeah.
Okay. You are aware that is generally considered a threatening move.
It's just.
It's literally linked with intimidation.
You could just take my advice.
Me. Yeah, I could. Yeah, we'll go with what Uzulu said then.
It would probably be easier to just show your fangs like that. That's also a little bit intimidating.
Yeah,
but, you know.
yeah. Cool.
Just,
What if I
just raise up when your lip and like point? Look, see, fang.
Yeah.
Listen, we know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Here, look, fang, pointy teeth. Look what I can do. See, I know tricks too. There's more of us out there than you might realize, brother.
Okay. Well, let's see. How does he respond to that? For a moment, he seems a little bit taken aback by this, as if he's not quite sure what to make of what's going on. He raises a hand up to his brow and gives a deep sigh. I am aware of what you are. The question is about who you serve.
Ah, shit. Right,
That's not the question I wanted to be asked.
Yeah, don't answer it because I mean we'd probably fuck it up.
Well, I mean, we can answer. We just don't necessarily have to be as honest as we could be.
Okay, the Führer. Obviously.
Yeah, we serve the Führer.
Like the Fuhrer, of course. Just like we all do. As I said, we're all fighting on the same side.
Okay. He smiles at you at that. And he says, "Well, you may believe that, brother, but that is not how I see it.
Well, who does he say?
He reaches down to his waist and he puts one hand on the dagger he's holding there, and then he begins to move towards the door whilst keeping an eye on you all.
Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, well, we're going to have to shoot him or something, aren't we?
Why? What's
Should
he gonna do?
I look? Hold on. I'm gonna look inside of his mind then and see exactly what he's feeling and what he's thinking.
Were you
And
expecting us to
as
do a
he
whole
does
mission
that-
with this guy before this was revealed, Arch? We've accidentally made this a problem
Yep.
right away.
I mean, this wasn't supposed to be an issue. You are correct, but now it is.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, look.
so
we
I might as
default
well-
to plan B. We agree to the Nazi uniforms, we go out in the tank, and we shoot him in the head.
Can I share his senses?
You need a better way to
go
kill
ahead.
him than shooting him in the head, Sogum. He's a vampire.
And
Alright,
similarly, I am still able to sense his hostility levels as well.
Oh, it's definitely hostile is probably too much, but he's certainly very guarded now.
All right. Well, I will need to do a rouse check.
We could just convince him that we're not going to
There we
attack
go.
him instead.
Well, I'm not looking to attack him. I'm just looking to see what he's thinking.
Seeing,
and
hearing, and
it's-
feeling what they do.
Yes. Resolve plus aspects. Here we go.
Does he know that you're doing this? If so, he might view this as just that last straw to break the camel's back of us being hostile.
Well,
there
and
you
running
go.
away.
Well, it would help if what he was doing was if he was doing it out of fear is different than him doing it in a more predatory way against us.
Hold on. There we go. I got a 3 with 110.
You did it.
Okay, yeah, so that's a degree of 6, so you've doubled the difficulty, so that's plenty. Let's see, so...
I think we can tell what he's feeling from his body language.
Yep, seeing, hearing, and feeling.
Yeah,
what
the
they
reason
do.
why he's doing it could help, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he's seeing and hearing you guys, of course, obviously enough. But he's feeling. He is feeling nervous. He's very much so on edge. He's... If he was human, he'd probably be pumping with adrenaline right now. And he's also feeling anger, betrayal, you'd say.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How the fuck have we betrayed him? We barely know this guy.
He
Okay,
does.
so-
It doesn't
so-
have to be true. He just has to feel it.
What you
But
guys
I'm
were saying
curious-
about knowing his reason would have been great, but this doesn't give his reason, this just gives his feelings. So, and if he can tell that we're doing it, even so much the worse. How do we convince him that we are not the great devil or what? I don't know. What the hell does he even think we are at this point? He thinks that we're traitors to the Nazi cause because we were trying to put on Russian uniforms to beat Russians as the Nazis for some reason.
No, I don't think. I don't think that's the betrayal
Just
he's
to point
talking
this
about.
out, I think you're forgetting about a faction here.
Yeah, well, chat's
Yeah,
reminding
the
me.
Camarilla, yeah.
I wasn't saying that was certainly the case, but yeah, he might be, as chat is saying, from the Camarilla.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not a true Nazi. He's with the Camarilla. Especially if he might be a Ventrue, he's definitely with the Camarilla. I don't think there are any Ventrues outside of the Camarilla.
Well, except me.
Yeah, I guess. There's not that many. They're very rare.
Well, if he is from the Camarilla, he's acting very strange. Like, surely he would know that there's a good chance of one of us detecting that he's a vampire. And two, if we were aware of it, he would surely, instead of like trying to leave and holding his hand to his dagger in case one of us attacked, he would use his position of power to intimidate us into not attacking him.
Yeah,
Like,
because we
what's
haven't
the
done
cat's out the
anything
bag?
that I think you could even construe as aggressive. And saying that, we're all fighting for the same, team essentially. I mean, we're all literally here in the same uniform, in the same army. Whether true allegiances aside, the reality is we're all in the same army on the same mission in the immediate, future. But I don't know. He's not being rational.
Hold on a minute, Arch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get any specific feelings regarding the dagger he's holding. Like, he's holding it for a reason. Is there any emotion towards that?
It gives him a sense of safety. So whatever it is, he feels confident that if he has to, he can hurt you.
All right,
Can I take a look at
fine.
the... Hold on. Can I take a look at the dagger from a range and see what it looks like?
I don't know. Do you have anything you could use for it?
Well, I have a 4 of awareness. Can
No, yeah, I just want to look at it and see if it's anything other than a regular dagger. Just from sight.
Okay. What you can see at the moment with his hand over it is really only the pommel.
Okay.
And you can't really draw much information from that beyond that it looks old.
So it's not like the snake dagger where it was very obviously something strange.
No.
It might be.
Well,
silver,
can I
though, as
use
Chat's
awareness
pointing out.
intelligence?
All right, look, the situation's out of control. Fuck it. V, just use dominate.
Fuck. Can I do an awareness plus intelligence roll to identify the dagger, just in case?
So you have weaponsmithing specialist melee.
Yeah. Craft specialty of melee smithing. Yes.
Yes. In that case, it's probably better for you to use that. Craft plus what? Because you know about weapons. You have an idea of how weapons are made, you know what makes them good, etc.
Maybe intelligence?
Craft plus...
Probably
I mean, intelligence probably is best, but I don't know. Yeah, probably intelligence.
So, because I have a specialty, do I add a 1 modifier?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right.
Okay, 2 degrees. From what little you can see of the dagger, that's not enough to give you a good idea, so you basically come away with the same thing. There's nothing obvious about it from what little you can see, but it is very clearly old. You know, it's not a standard issue Wehrmacht dagger or a Schutzstaffel dagger or anything like that.
No, it's probably silver. So let's not make this a fight. I could try
we
doing
should
the
assume
same.
that it is.
All right, so if someone has presence, are they more likely to resist a presence? Because otherwise, I could use awe and attempt to get him like at least calmed down, if not actually endeared towards us in some way.
I think it's best to try to diffuse this in non-magical ways.
Well, there's something else I can do now that I'm in his head. Is there anything else, like, I can feel what he feels, I can sense what he senses. Does he have, like, any other weapons on him? Does he have, like, is he wearing anything, like, hidden underneath his uniform?
I don't know how much you put into what you can sense and feel specifically.
Maybe if it
looking
was a
for
rifle or
weapons,
something,
etc. Nothing obvious, nothing that is in his mind at the moment, at least.
Well, let me ask, if the dagger was silver, would Dev sense through Eugen that it was indeed a silver dagger? Like, would it have a physical presence about it that a vampire would understand? It's so close?
Not really.
All right.
Can I suggest something really radical and out there? Can I just say to him, look, it's okay, man. We're not going to hurt you. Put the dagger away. We're on the same side here. I'll just do that, right? And that's my radical, peculiar plan here.
Did you see the artwork?
I'll have a look in a moment.
Everyone
just gonna
draws me
use-
as a dog. I'm clearly, it's like as if I'm in perpetual canine form.
You would be if you could.
Are you not?
That would make this conversation extremely interesting.
Woof twice if you disagree.
Moo.
Okay, so Uzulu, you're going to try and just defuse the situation by just talking. Like, calm down.
I'm going to give
imagine-
diplomacy a chance.
Melee skilled melee weapon. I like the police cars. Oh, that was good. All right. Let's see. Let's have you roll charisma. No, composure. Actually, composure fits better, I think, with this
That's
situation.
actually Even better. Okay.
Composure and persuasion.
I
Not
would
bad.
like. Can I actually assist him because I have 2 in each of those? Is there a way for the both of us to?
Rags.
No, because I subscribe to the Sargon school of assist theory and just ban it outright.
Rags, I have 2 in persuasion and 4 in composure.
I
Unless
just
my
wonder
rolls
if I
are
can help.
shit, I should be okay here.
As long as you're also not shit. Way to, say the thing that's gonna fuck you.
Hold on, what was that 5? I've got 2 in persuasion and 4 in composure. Why did that come out as a 5?
I don't know.
I'm
6
gonna try.
and 1, it says.
That's weird. I'm gonna try doing that again. Persuasion, in which I have 2,
5.
plus composure, in which I have 4, with the 0 modifier.
It's because the main stats you always have at least 1 in them, so it doesn't count for that. You get 5.
What do you mean? I should have 6.
Okay, so the 1 point doesn't count as a dice. Alright. A bit derpy, but okay.
Which 1 point? I mean, I've got 2 in
because if
persuasion,
you
4
roll
in composure.
something-
Uzlu, how it works is the traits, the physical, social, mental, those 9 stats, you have to have at least 1 in them. So that first point doesn't count as a dice roll. But with the skills, you can have 0 in them.
Okay, that's silly. Well, I would ask you to take...
it's so that you can
Right,
make a
doesn't
roll
matter.
even if you don't have anything in them.
Okay, fine. No worries. Both of those rolls were actually ended up being the same, I think. So take whichever one you prefer.
Alright, well, that's not bad, at the very least. So he's made it almost to the door as you step forward as unthreateningly as you can,
Yes.
hands up, just, calm down.
Hands up, don't
We're not-
stab.
We're not trying to hurt you or anything here. We're all buddies. How would he react to this? Okay. He stops right at the door with one hand still on the dagger and one hand on the door, ready to, open it up. And he looks at you kind of quizzically. Okay. God damn it. I had not planned for this.
This is where the skill comes in.
Indeed. He looks at you again, like a little bit like he doesn't quite know what to make of you. You understand the situation we are in now. As if he's asking that as a question.
What is he feeling while he's asking this?
Confusion, as if he doesn't quite know why this is happening, as if he was pretty much expecting you to jump him at this point.
All right,
Don't worry, we all feel the same way, buddy.
Yeah, we're
He's
pretty
asking me-
confused as well, actually.
I'm going to respond by just saying, it seems like you know more than we do, so why don't you tell us what's going on?
Okay, that's not actually a terrible idea.
Let me know if I need to
Okay.
roll for it.
He relaxes a fraction.
Like 9 out of 10?
9.5, I think. 9.7, maybe?
Out of 10? I'll take it. Still a fraction.
Right. He then says, "We can talk, but not here. This is too factional. You still have some time to complete your mission." He hands you a small, or hands you, he's not even that close. He tosses you, more precisely, a small compass-like device. And he says, "If you truly do not understand, follow that." And then he leaves as quickly as he can.
So, what's he just handed us?
I have no idea.
He handed us a big N.
Who has...
a compass.
It looks like a compass, but you can
Oh,
immediately tell that the pointer is not heading towards north.
That's a Russian compass.
Okay,
Where's-
so
where's
are
it
we
pointing?
going to be using occult or technology for this? To find out what it
Occult.
is?
I'm going to
Right.
write this down on my thing. Just so I know we've done it.
Oh,
Sargon, I think
first of all,
it's
who
best
has
if
the
you
compass?
examine this.
I'll
Sargon has a
Give
compass.
Sargon the whoever has give it to Sargon.
I
'cause he
guess
has the
he chucked
occult.
it at me, and I'll just say, Sargon-san, have a look at this.
Okay. Right. What am I going to use to have a look at it with? Just occult and intelligence.
Occult and intelligence to have a look at it and figure out what it is, yeah.
Wait.
Nice.
Oh, Jesus, okay, yeah. Yep, you're quite familiar with this thing. It's a device that vampires use to tell a very specific area. Like they use it as kind of a map marker. It will always point towards a certain point, regardless of any other interference.
Does it point
And
towards
so
the
as
last
long
page
as
you
you
sent him?
know,
Sorry, go on.
and so as long as you know, you know you're in the area where you need to be, it will always point towards the center.
And is this what we're using to meet up with him in later or something?
Yes.
Now,
Which way
what
is
he
it
said
pointing?
implies that he thinks we should complete the mission, then come and find him afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And would you go, like he said, you still have some time to complete
That-
your mission if you really don't know what's
Yeah,
going
that's
on.
what I got out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we go and complete it without him. So if we assume that he wasn't essential for the mission, then, which actually helps us because now we don't have to worry too much about the Geneva Convention.
That is quite the assumption.
Okay, we don't have to worry as much, as far as we know.
That too is quite the assumption.
Can I just peek my head out the door and yell, "What about the mission? Come back!"
Get a fucking dress.
All right, let's actually leave the camp for the first time this session. We're 2.5 hours in. Should we actually do the mission?
Yeah.
Let's
Wait,
do
what
it.
mission?
Good God, let's do it.
All right, we don't have any sort of like agreed upon plan, but I recommend that I try to woo them at the beginning. If that doesn't work, then we can try something else from there. We should take the Russian tank. We should take the Russian uniforms.
We are prepared to improvise.
Did we get the 5 vials
Yeah,
with your blood and the water in them? Do we have that? Is that confirmed?
You can get 5 bottles, yeah.
All right,
All
I'm
right.
going to put enough blood in them that they don't go like deep red, but they're slightly red. Because I assume that the more you put in, the more effective it is. So I'll put enough in that
No,
they still
actually.
look like. Oh, really?
No,
Oh,
it's actually just like one drink, whatever amount it is.
I think I said earlier that it was dependent on how much you put in, but maybe I misheard. In that case, I'll just put a very small amount in.
It's amount and time, basically.
Oh, okay.
So just to get him under your control to begin with, any amount is good enough.
Okay, well,
Which
if
is
I
why
do that, then
little
I can.
tip of Uzulu blood turned V into a
Yes.
big fan of him.
Well, I'm glad he's in bed. So I can put a drop or two of my blood in each of those quote unquote vodka vials, and then I'll go to the front and how do we either I get enough ghouls for like 1 for each vodka bottle, or we say commissars only. Like, what's the story here? How do I convince them that I would just be there willing to give them some free vodka?
Vodka for sale. Make some rubles, goddammit.
Now just tell them some captured Germans from earlier had vodka on them, so we took it. We're celebrating.
Strawberry vodka.
Strawberry vodka.
Russian red.
Is there space for all of us in the tank? I don't think there is there? So if anyone's rolling up in the tank, it's going to have to be probably you and I, Sargon, because of the Russian. If you
Right,
stay in
yeah.
the tank and I hop out with the vodka and I say like, Men, like we pretend that this is something that's coming down from the top or something for a job well done. I don't buy the I'm a traveling vodka salesman with a Russian tank angle. I'm sorry. I think we'll have to go with
Okay,
Well,
we'll
business was really good.
Well, we can roll up and then you can just get off before we get there. Like you
How
can
about
sneak up from another angle.
yeah. Well, how about we just go like comrades? We we make some reason why there would be a bunch of extra vodka and like don't tell anyone, but here's some for you guys.
We can, in fact, what we could do is like whoever's driving. I don't know who's driving, but like me and you basically sit on the top of the tank, on the hatch, just apparently drinking this vodka and just drive past, and then stop and then wave or whatever and offer them some.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Comrades,
Yeah.
loads of vodka. Would you like some?
Indeed, and then whoever we give it to will be my vassal.
Yeah.
And so we try to make sure that one of them goes to the commissar.
Yeah, we've got some for the commissar or something.
Yeah.
We got a plan.
We'll do
We
that.
got our vodka. We got our tank.
Yep.
So let us initiate plan Confusaloo.
So if you Confusaloo,
All right,
make that the name of the episode.
The only thing we haven't figured out is where Dev and Rags are going to be.
We're going to be inside the tank and we're not going to come out. I'll drive it.
There's not enough space.
I can be outside the tank, moving faster than it perhaps, with basically doing reconnaissance, and so you have someone who's on the outside who can swoop in if things go south.
Sure. So if you get out soon before we reach the location and you keep yourself hidden and you actually roll a decent stealth this time, so I'm rather unfortunate.
The last time was a fluke. The last time was a mathematical fluke of nature.
Okay, understood. And then Dev, you'll actually have to you'll have to fluke and get a good drive roll this time.
Okay, it's drive and strength, right?
I don't know. Driving bad would go along. It would go along with the drinking aspect.
Just say that I'm drinking. Okay, but it's drive and strength, Arch.
Yep.
Here we go. Nope.
Well, lads, I guess I'm fucking driving.
Okay. Well, it's not a 1, so you didn't wreck anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
a 5 is average.
All right, so Saigon and I are
nothing.
So Saigon and I are on the top of the tank, pretending to drink
swerving.
the vodka. You're swerving like crazy. Rags is going to jump out before we get there. Maybe once we spot the camp, Rags can hop out, and that's fine. That's a good plan. And let's make sure to tell Arch that Sargon and I, you'll be wearing you and I will be wearing the Russian uniforms.
Arch, if you are talking, we cannot hear you.
I have not been spoken, no.
Okay. Because your green thing was happening, so just making sure.
Yeah. Sargon's muted, but I assume he's okay with the Russian uniform thing. It doesn't make sense.
As far as if what I've been told is true, then silence is consent, yes.
All right, so the plan is all set. Let's execute Operation Bamboozaloo.
Right, I will preemptively wolf, so there's no stress or anything, so I could jump out, get out quick, just take off like a shot, scout ahead, perhaps. Probably be the best use of my abilities at the moment.
Okay. All right, so you're heading towards the front. It's a nice drive in the middle of the night. You see some shell craters. Shell craters are, of course, good. I should have a little fluffy dog for Rags, really.
I'll fetch you one. The WOLF. Oh, it's bringing up my Wolfenstein searches.
Close enough. Okay.
Oh, is that a walrus?
Close enough, like I said. So, you're driving along.
Arf, arf.
That's a Cyclops bull.
No, it's a Cyclops walrus.
Okay.
Do you need a wolf emoji?
It's got a flapper at the end. So Uzlu's driving.
I guess I'll have to
Sargon
be.
and
I
Deb
disavow.
are on the outside of the vehicle,
No.
swinging
Oh, no.
vodka.
No,
No.
other way around. I'm driving.
Yeah.
Sargon's on top.
And I
You're
want
not
top two.
driving. You rolled 0. You're stuck.
Well, I can still swerve on the road, right?
No.
Well, I guess I'll just sit inside the tank then and not do anything.
I guess I'm
like I can't-
driving. I'll have to pop out when we arrive.
Yeah. And Sargon's going to be on top drinking. Okay.
Yes. And
Oh,
I'll
Kidoki.
pop out as well when the time comes.
And Rex, now in the form of a one-eyed walrus thing, is scouting ahead.
See, at least you're not
Okay.
a dog anymore, Rags. At least we're not being that
yeah,
stereotypical.
Yeah, win some, you lose some.
How far ahead do you want to go? This is again 100 meters odd per square.
Well, he wouldn't be on the road. He'd be coming parallel in some ways as to be hidden.
Yeah, something that's off the road because I have really good vision. So I could keep a fair distance away and off the road, but still ahead.
Yeah, okay, but how far ahead?
So each square is 100 meters.
Yep.
I don't know. I think 300 meters is pretty good.
Okay. All right, so
We
yeah,
keep
you're
going
about
until we reach the
there.
enemy tanks. Let's take the Nazi flag off our tank.
But why?
It's a deception mission. We're deceiving the enemy.
Deception.
Yeah, well,
Deception.
Eugen's not here anymore, okay?
Deception. Okay. All right. So you go forward until Rags discovers a tank. It appears to be the same type as your tank.
Yep.
I will. Okay, so I'll peel away to the left a bit more, kind of go around it in a fairly broad circle. 300 meters, I think, is a pretty good distance for a sneaky black wolf to be running around at night without them knowing.
Now, we don't want to be sharing our vodka with every Russian tank we find. We want to be getting right to the core of it and sharing it with the commissar, who's leading the entire tank division. So I guess we just continue driving past this one.
Okay.
What do you reckon, Suggs?
Yeah, we need to identify which tank is him. I think that's kind of the first order of business. If you guys want to wait while I look around, I can relay that information back to you once I discover it.
Well, I think it would look strange if we just stopped on the road. I think we should continue driving.
Well,
but,
can they
keep
see
an eye
it
out.
from this far away?
No, they can only see about 200.
Yeah,
maybe.
you're 700 kilometers away or so.
I mean, we
So
could
if you
always
wanna
try
kind of-
off-road a bit and go around them. But there's not really much point. There's no reason for them to believe that we're the enemy, except that we're driving the other direction. But that's plausible.
Well, the less people see us, the better, regardless.
Probably true.
Definitely true.
Well,
The
yeah,
less people
unless,
we have to fool, I think, the better.
And I mean,
And besides,
yes,
it would
that
probably be
is
better
true,
for.
but
I mean, either way,
the-
knowing where the 3 tanks are is going to be important, no matter what.
yes, it is
So
true
for
that the less
now-
people see us, the better. But if in attempting to reduce the number, we make ourselves way more auspicious by looking stealthy, then that's worse.
Yeah, but if
So
they
it's
can
a
only
risk.
see 200 meters and you're over triple that distance, I think you're at a pretty good place to. And if anything, then you can just pretend it's a breakdown or something.
All right, fine. Arch, are we going to be able to drive on the off-road terrain here without any problems?
Presumably.
Presumably, okay.
How good is our
then-
driver?
Well, I put my stat into it just a few weeks ago. In game, actually, also out of game. All right, we'll drive around and then we'll drive in a radius of like 300 or maybe 400 meters around this tank. Try like aiming to get back onto the road afterwards. So we're just gonna dodge him, just miss me with that shit essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I still think you guys should just sit here quietly, out of their range and view, while they just sit there, and then I'll look around and find out which tank, where they are, so that you can basically come up from behind as if you're coming from the Russian side, as you naturally would. And probably his tank will be the one in the back. Because it ain't this one.
Chat's pointing out that I think someone may have accidentally said 700 kilometers rather than 700 meters. Yeah, we're talking hundreds of meters or units.
We're a long way away, boys. We are.
They've
in
pointed
America.
out that that's greater than the entire width of Germany at its widest point. So yeah, I think
the width of Germany currently. But we can fix that.
That's true.
All right,
Anyway,
so
yes.
I'll
Driving around.
I'll move to
and Rags the
I can't
Cyclops
actually move
Walrus.
I can't move my ebony walrus there.
Yes, that's because you're too active with that. Don't like it.
All right, move it to the right.
All right, so you're going to go around this side.
Yeah, I want to keep a distance around this tank while looking around. Pretty much hunting out specifically where these tanks would be.
Okay. In the meantime, Uzulu, you were going to drive around on the left-hand side, or are you going to follow the walrus?
Left-hand side makes the most sense. It's the shorter route.
All right. Don't lose your turret. That's bad.
Why aren't we just driving down the track past it?
Well, because you weren't here when we were deliberating that.
Essentially, the Reader's Digest version is we want to come from the back because it's more reasonable to come from the Russian side, and because they can't see us yet, and I'm going to scout out and find which one is the commander's tank.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
we're trying to get as close into the core as we can without encountering too many Russians, and as Rags said, if we come from just directly from the front, it might look a bit suspicious.
Yeah, the less people see us, the less people we'd have to fool.
Speaking of looking out, Rags, do a awareness and composure roll, and Uzulu do the same.
All right.
Awareness and composure.
Uh-oh.
Exceptional dice pool, awareness 3. Why exceptional dice pool? Why does it say that?
Haven't the faintest fucking clue.
Huh. Okay, da-da-da. All right, let me roll. Awareness, let's do... Change that to 3. Plus composure.
Mm-hmm.
Any modifiers?
No.
All right. Even for stealth 5, all right.
Okay. Uzulu, you don't notice anything. You're not aware of anything going on.
Yay.
Rags. As you're skirting around the tank, you come across a metallic object half buried in the ground.
Well,
It's treasure, me hearties.
arg, buried Russian gold. It's probably full of doubloons. Well, okay. Would I be able to deduce if it is a landmine or not?
Possibly. Would you like to try and dig it up?
Can I just use? Well, could I use my eyes? Not to dig it up, to look at it.
Yep, it could be a landmine.
I will assume that I will treat it as if it is a landmine. Actually, would a landmine would the weight of a wolf be enough to set off a landmine?
Depends on the type of landmine.
Wolf average weight 66 to 180 pounds. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna act like that would. All right. Well, is there a way for me to proceed at like a minimal safe pace that would slow me down?
Sure.
All right. So let me see. Yeah, I'll keep kind of skirting around it. I'll just go slow essentially. I have a natural. Yeah, just however fast I can go, like basically minimum or maximum safe speed that I can go.
Mm-hmm. Right, that is fine.
No, actually, wait, no. I'm gonna return to our guys. I'm gonna return to our tank because this is something they should be aware of.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah, I'm gonna instantly do an about face, same safe speed, but go back towards our tank.
All right. Do a awareness plus int, I guess.
What for?
To get an idea of where the tank would be right now.
Our tank?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh yeah, I gotta use wolf stats. Mental 1, physical 6, awareness 3. Let's see, it's awareness. Let's see, plus intelligence. I gotta change those not to a 1.
Okay, yep. You figure out a relatively short way to the tank. So you've got about a kilometer to cross. So you start heading off in the direction of the tank. In the meantime, Uzalu has been driving on for a little while. Uzalu, what's your luck? Do you feel lucky?
I don't usually. Let's see if I can find it on here. Oh, is it not actually a stat?
I don't think you actually have a luck stat.
Right. Well,
Although it would have been nice right now.
I mean, what really can we do in this situation? Like, there could easily have been mines on the road as well.
You have no idea that you are driving in a minefield.
Yeah.
So,
better join the road.
That explains all of the craters.
Yeah,
Yes.
craters, yeah.
I assumed it was like artillery.
Maybe you should have asked if anybody has been plastering the sector. Okay, so you've driven about 400 odd meters, right? Mm-hmm.
So would that all have been German tanks causing those explosions? Because it's definitely still Russian territory. Was this just Russians accidentally running over their own mines?
Yeah, that wouldn't be like Russians at all.
I believe it was Grigory Zhukov who quite literally said, when our infantry runs into a minefield, they assault precisely as if the minefield was not there. Right. Somewhat miraculously, Uzalu, you have not discovered a mine. And
Wow,
as the walrus jumps on top of your tank and starts pawing at the latches, you figure that maybe, just maybe, this could be your shape-shifting friend about to tell you something important.
Then let us attend to that. As long as we can have a little bit more range of vision to see if there's no other tanks nearby that can suddenly see us. Right, that's probably fine then. Alright, so we're now aware that there might be mines here. We were about to rejoin the road anyway.
Okay, so you're going to tell them look out for mines.
So what can I roll
yeah.
to drive carefully back towards the road, looking out for mines?
I could essentially be your mine detector in front of the tank.
Yes.
Because I'm so much closer to the ground and I have good awareness, and I believe wolves have night vision.
To some extent, yeah, sure.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so and with that, I'll be able to essentially, actually, you should probably stay here because we don't want to move any further than we have to because we are in a minefield. So I would like to scout out for the tank so we know where to go, so we don't have to unnecessarily travel through this potential minefield.
Okay, so you're essentially going to head a little bit ahead and pick out a clear road.
Yes.
All right.
Because we got 99 problems, and I don't want a anti-tank mine to be one of them. He dominates the minefield.
Yep, you can pick out a fairly clear road to get back on the road again.
Good. I think it might be worth noting that we haven't even brought V asleep with us. So if we end the session before the mission completes, then he's just going to be wandering around the base.
Can we retcon that a little bit?
Rags, do you think Arch is going to let us retcon that?
I think Arch would have... it is within Arch's best interest to have V around for the lulls and the joy of the roleplay.
Yeah, I think it is in Arch's best interest to keep V as far away from that as possible, really.
No, it isn't. You would love it. You would have a gay all time.
Gay.
V's half the reason you even agreed to do this. I know it.
Gay.
Because he'd go for some bullshit charisma dominate build.
Again.
But could he dominate the landmines?
Hey, it's up to the dice. I don't make the rules. I just click the buttons, man.
I think there is a rule about inanimate object and charisma checks.
I think rules were meant to be broken. Like the Geneva Convention.
Like that one, indeed.
Technically not.
I mean,
rules,
who ever really
conventions?
cared about that old piece of paper anyways?
All right.
Historically, the vampire Nazis didn't.
Actually, the Nazis were quite happy with the Geneva Convention on the Western Front for the most part.
Yeah,
just
where
the
they were
vampire
fighting
Nazis,
people.
on the other one.
Yeah. All right. I'll proceed forward a little bit, keeping my eyes peeled. I think along the side of the road, I'll be okay to proceed at a. No, just to be on the safe side, I'll proceed at the maximum safe pace that I can. Low to the ground with my night vision, I should be able to do that.
We'll go no faster than he goes.
All right. So,
Give me a good 300 meters, head lead distance, just out of sight range for tanks. Essentially,
But we need to be able to see you.
Well, I can get back to you if, I guess 200 meters, yeah.
100 meters is probably plenty.
If I'm within 200 meters of you, then you'll be out of sight range of any tanks we come across. So
Okay.
all right.
Right, we're taking the road instead. It's slightly safer and it's worth the occasional meeting of Russian tanks.
Okay, so you continue for a while longer. Let me see. Now I need to roll something else. And this is why dice games are so very fun and fascinating in so many different ways.
Actually, just a quick question: can I use dexterity for mine avoidance?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, to dodge incoming ammunition and stuff. Yeah.
To avoid stationary mines, would dexterity help?
Blah. I mean, you're
What
not in any danger of stepping on one now.
Okay. Because I would rather roll, like, I would rather have an awareness and dexterity roll, because as a wolf, I get 6 physical. And it,
All right. Well, you've spotted yourself a new friend.
does this tank look like the last tank?
It does, and not only that, but its turret is turning in the direction of your tank.
I am going to...
The turret then elevates slightly and sends a burst of machine gun fire in this direction.
Bloody wild dogs.
I
mean,
don't
assume
know.
that they're shooting
I'm
at
out of
the-
sight.
Yeah, if they were shooting at the wild dog, they probably would have shot at the wild dog.
Right. Why are they shooting at me? What did I do? Maybe
Well-
they finally got word that a Russian tank operated by the Nazis is trawling around the area, tricking Russians into stealing their tanks.
Well, who would tell them?
Yeah.
That's true, I guess.
Also, would their first instinct not be, oh, this is our buddy from up ahead coming back? Oh,
That's
well,
all
they must have a reason.
It might be too dark for them to see it.
Yeah, I mean, if normal range is 200 meters, they're looking at, they can either it's coincidental that you're getting fired upon, or they can see you from like 2.5 times normal distance.
The problem with infiltrating enemy armies, especially in this case, is that you'd have to rely on them following a predictable order. But these are Russians. So they're not going to follow predictable orders. So they might just be shooting upon their own tank as like, wait, they're deserting, shoot them quickly. Or some other random reason. They might think it's the Nazis are coming, shoot them quickly. So it's hard to tell what their motive here would be. But then this is the first time that we've got into range of one that can see us, and it's open to fire.
Notice they use machine gun fire and not a tank shell.
That is true. So that makes it sound like a warning. But then why are they sending a warning shot?
I don't know, but their first thought is not to shoot to kill, but to warn.
Maybe they're trying to find out if we are Nazis, and if we are, they'll shoot. They assume that we'll shoot back.
I assume so.
Did the tank get hit with any fire?
No, but it wasn't terribly far off for a speculative burst.
God damn, the gunner's sober.
So can we like flash our lights? Maybe show them that we're one of them somehow.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And
Quick, Sargon,
while
get
you're
on the
doing that,
flags.
I'm gonna get
Get
out
the
of
flags.
from in between the tanks. So could you move me to the bottom left, kind of across the crossroads to that? I guess that boulder to the left-hand side.
Thereabouts.
Yeah, that should work for the purposes. I just don't want to be in between the tanks that are doing their thing. I'm just going to kind of hunker down and essentially blend in for the moment.
Until it is time to strike.
Okay, and you were gonna blink your lights at it to like signal, "Don't kill me, I am friend."
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Worst case scenario, they see the lights and use that to get a beat on you as a target. But it seems reasonable that you'd flash your lights to.
If they
That
decide to
does seem
keep
reasonable.
firing, then we'll just turn the lights off and maybe get out and go and approach them as vampires rather than as tank.
Okay. A few seconds later, actually, let me just.
Am I right in remembering that this tank doesn't have a radio?
A few seconds later, the world gets a lot brighter as a flare has been fired up from the tank in front of you and is now descending very slowly.
Well, that's good.
Great.
From the tank in front of you,
Yeah.
you can see the top hatch opens, and a man is now about halfway out of the hatch, and he is waving a pair of signal flags at you.
Okay, but does this look like the commandant's tank?
It does not.
Right. Okay. I say keep driving on past, and I'll shout something at him.
I mean, that does seem like a pretty Russian strategy.
Well, we'll just drive past and go. We can't stop, comrades. The commandant has demanded this vodka immediately.
Important vodka delivery cannot
Do you
stop.
think he's going to be like, oh well, you know,
Do you want to be the guy who gets summoned for stopping the commandant from getting his vodka? Because I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah,
Someone else can be that guy.
We'll come back and speak to you in a minute. We'll see.
Can I recommend that they're expecting signal flags? We could just wave them in a pattern that looks deliberate but means nothing, so that they get confused, and then it'll give us time.
That might alert them. I think my plan's way more likely to not alert them that something's wrong.
Well, okay, they've just fired at us, and they're trying to signal us, probably telling us, don't
They could have
continue
been firing
driving.
to us.
Thanks,
Yeah, but
Rex.
they're just trying to
they were
figure
just
out
letting us some
who we
ammo.
were.
They might be saying, like, damn deserters, stop leaving the front, go back to your posts, or we'll open more fire at you. This is probably not a friendly message, given that they just shot at us.
I don't know if we were deserters. I don't know if this is the way we. Well, fuck.
Hold on. Arch. The last time we did this, they also used signal flags. Is it the same signal as last time?
They didn't use signal flags last time.
Didn't they?
We were going to, I think. I never expected to have to know Russian semaphore so well. I think we should probably find out from someone what the signal flag for "don't shoot, we're on your side" is, at least. All right, fine, fuck it, this is not going well. V, just dominate the guy and we can find out what he means.
It's a good 400-meter distance between you guys.
Yeah,
So
V has a loud voice.
So
Just keep driving. They recognize that we're Russians.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
don't turn your turret towards them.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Let's keep driving then, and if they get even more aggressive, maybe we can try waving the semaphore flags at random and see if it confuses them enough to give us passage.
Let me just yell at him. I can be persuasive, I think.
It's a long distance to yell, but sure, let's do that.
Well, as we're driving closer or whatever. Just,
And hopefully they
just
don't.
wave the bottle of vodka and just point down the road or something.
Well, 400-meter yell.
I mean,
If
like,
nothing else is happening.
all I'm saying is that there's a chance that they're signaling at us, do not come any closer or we will shoot. And then they'll shoot the main guns before we even get past them. If that's not true, then sure, we'll continue. But if that is what's happening, then confusing them with random semaphore messages might be a better idea.
Don't think that's a good idea.
All right.
I don't know. I can kind of see it both ways. That's the problem.
Let's just continue driving and see what they do. They're unlikely to hit us with their first shot. They're Russians.
I'd like to point out, however, that some of these craters, they look actually inverted, so they're more like brown nipples instead of holes in the ground. So
I noticed earlier some of them looked that way, but I think it's one of those things where if you look at it again in a different way, like the spinning ballerina, I think you can make it look right.
No, because you can clearly tell by the shadows.
Yeah, but we
That is
passed them at
in-
different
yeah.
times, and there's flares in different places in the moonlight, so there you go.
We've been over this. I told you I don't have a filter. They look like Black Lady nipple.
Okay.
Um,
What are we doing?
any-
Just drive.
So
on.
you're
all
just
right,
going to
we're
continue
flip a
driving.
coin. What's the plan?
No, we're just going to continue driving.
As they drive forward, I'm going to stay out of the line of sight and now proceed forwards as well.
Yeah, and if anything aggressive happens, we can then try something else.
Yeah, if that hatch is open, then I can close the gap like that and do something.
That's true.
So,
Right.
in
so
fact,
as to
I would.
avoid breaking the model.
While the tanks are rotating and moving, is there a way for me to actually get into a like a distance, like a sprint distance. So if something goes awry, I can jump on that tank and get on the
You can get behind that rock.
the hatch. Yeah. Can I use that rock as cover essentially to hide behind? I have a stealth of 5, so as a wolf, so a black wolf at night using cover with a stealth of 5.
The Black Walrus at night.
A wolf.
Attempting to use stealth.
This is like guaranteed, so they're focused on that tank anyway. Also, they're in a tank, so their visibility is.
Okay, the tank's turret starts moving again. The commander has now disappeared from the hatch. And very soon thereafter, a 45mm armor-piercing shell flies past your tank.
See, passed. I knew they'd missed on their first shot.
Okay, I'm going to man our tank's gun.
This is
Do I
going
actually have heavy weapons now?
quite awry. Are you sure you don't want to try the semaphore confusion tactic?
I think at this point, if you shot at a tank intending to kill it, thinking it was an enemy, and instead of it firing back, a guy pops out with signal flares frantically waving, I would be confused.
Yeah.
Well, you can give it a go.
Look like you're trying to send a deliberate message, but obviously you have no idea what you're doing, so you just kind of wave random flags.
Well,
But
I
look
might have
professional.
some idea. Like, let me. Surely I can.
All right,
Should I
Simon, what's your
roll?
performance stat?
Well, hang on a second. Let me.
Well, Arch, while they're deliberating flag strategy, I would like to move into position so that I could essentially like instantly bound on that tank.
Okay, Arch, what am I rolling here?
Well, it depends.
To figure out flag code on the fly?
No, it doesn't have to mean anything. The point is, it doesn't, so it confuses them.
Yeah, it has to look frantic, like you're being shot at, and oh my god, you're shooting us and we're on your side.
Arch. This is plain confusal. Fucking baffle him.
Saigon, what's your performance?
You don't know what's happening.
Okay, yeah, performance is probably a decent bet.
What's your performance, Sargon?
Very nothing. Why?
I've got 3.
I have 3 in performance.
You're
well,
driving.
No,
Yeah,
not
okay.
who's driving.
Yeah, he was talking
right,
to me.
okay, go.
Lolly, do it.
Okay, yeah, go explain that.
Okay, well, no.
Commandeered a tank.
No. Here's what we'll do. Sargon will pop out. I'll be behind him so they don't see me, and I'll wave the flags. Okay, this will be the plan.
Well, to be fair, 1, 2, you're like 300 meters away, so that's
Yeah,
not
that-
unreasonable.
Yeah, you just go ahead, Dev.
Okay, they might not notice it's a child. So
Yeah.
since we are this far away, so it's performance and what, Arch?
Performance and wit, probably, to do it on your, quickly on your feet, not knowing what the fuck you're doing.
Well, there's also manipulation. I don't know what that's.
No, wits is good because I have 3 wits.
Okay, fine.
Performance and wits.
You got 3 wits, then how come you couldn't fucking fix that uniform?
Oh shit.
What? How come? Oh my! I've been rolling all of my skills this entire session, and I haven't gotten any good rolls.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you have sent the signal for we have been taken over by German saboteurs. Shoot us now.
That was damned
That's a
unfortunate.
very hold up. That's a very
specific
specific
Flag symbol. It is very specific. It's incredible you managed to send it, actually.
Please tell me that you're joking, Arch.
Okay, so
Say something right
you
now.
moved a little bit because you kept driving whilst this is happening. Rags has done his own movement. Like Rags is probably pretty fast, so he can do like probably 200 meters in a turn.
Yeah, and I'm already hiding behind this. I'm essentially on the rock square for a
You're just
distance,
standing
so-
there posing in the moonlight.
Well, I'm hiding behind it.
All right, a second shot whizzes out from the tank.
Lad, stop. You're gonna hurt someone. Put it down.
Right. Would you like? I guess you can try to. Well, no, you're not. Yeah, no. This one strikes home. But in the future, if you wish to drive evasively, Uzulu, you can do that. You just need to tell me.
Okay. Will you allow that I would have been driving evasively in this case?
No.
Great, fantastic.
So this one does indeed strike home. Does anyone reckon they can survive a 45 mil to the face?
I'm not
Doesn't
volunteering
tank
if that's
have
what you're asking.
Right, it strikes the turret on the front right-hand side. Let me check the schematics of the T-26 and see if Sargon is still alive. I believe, yes, he actually is. Congratulations.
Oh, good.
It slams through the hull and exits quite neatly on the other side, but doing little real damage besides scaring the shit out of Sargon, presumably.
Well, it's breezier in here now. I've certainly got a nice cool draft.
We'll need a new tank, guys.
We might need a tank. Luckily, we actually are in proximity of one. I think it's time to dismount, gentlemen.
And
Right,
there will
it's
probably
time
be
to
another
do
tank
the,
coming. So
So can this gun still fire, or is it now just scrapped?
No, it didn't hurt the gun.
So I guess we can still drive the tank. So why don't we just drive it as close as we can to the other one, and I'll hop out at the last moment, or we can drive it close enough that we can run up to it.
I mean,
Well, Sargon
can
can
you break
fire.
into a tank? Yeah, I could fire the gun.
Yeah, fire the gun. Let's
Oh,
do
okay.
that.
I mean, if we destroy the other tank, then we have 0 tanks.
Why?
well, all right. Actually, can I tell if the hatch has been closed yet?
It has been closed, but roll some initiative. The tank, whoever has the highest initiative will be the tank's initiative.
What,
he will operate
what
as
are we
a crew.
rolling for initiative again?
Oh god, what was it again?
Awareness plus composure, that many D10s.
That was it.
Dexterity doesn't affect initiative.
No. Awareness and composure.
All right.
And then there
agree
were
with that.
potential bonuses, but I'm guessing we're not getting any of those.
Well, because I was lying in wait, do I get a bonus? Because that was the whole point of my hiding behind the rock.
That's a pretty good potential roll.
Oh, right. Do I need to
I think
re-roll?
it does the same thing, Sargon. You just need to add the numbers up if you want to do it that way.
Oh, let me lower. I got to lower composure for the wolf. The composure 1 for ambush.
So,
So I got 24.
okay.
Oh, wait.
Smashes it.
Wow.
Hold up.
That's
That's
impressive.
an amazing roll. But what should I have rolled instead?
Well, you can just add up
those
all the
numbers.
numbers.
Yeah.
Add the other numbers and type it in chat.
All right. Let me. Yeah.
Better to actually add up how much you didn't get than how much you did. You've lost 1, 1, 3, 2, 2. So you're
9
down
plus
like
10
8.
plus 9 plus 7, 8.
51.
That's an impressive roll.
I mean, it's it's to the point where it really doesn't matter.
Wait, because it's double second places. Does that mean I get a free turn?
No, you greedy little beast. You greedy little beast.
I'm a hungry vampire wolf.
I don't
Oh,
think I'm on the
Jesus.
turn order yet.
You are. They're the tank together. Like, I don't know how to make this tank look differently from the other tank. Really?
All right.
I can't
So-
see any 37s at all.
No, the highest. You roll the 37.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought 24 was the highest. So there you go.
All right.
Interestingly, the turn order, when I mouse over it, points to the object it refers to, but it doesn't show the object on the list. Indeed.
Okay, so it is Rags first. The hatch does appear to be closed.
Now are these two tanks basically the same tank?
Yes.
Okay. So because I've been in our tank a long enough time, Am I aware of any gaps or viewing holes or ports or any sort of like structural openings or weaknesses inside of the shell of the tank at all?
Yeah, I mean, you know where all the various ports and stuff are. You haven't really spent the time to familiarize yourself with the tank, but you have been in it, so you have a certain understanding of it.
I would know like where all the viewing ports things are.
Yes, you know the obvious stuff.
Yeah.
That would be a great time for you to have a grenade.
Let me see. Let me actually check my inventory because it just so happens that I still have my inventory from the last mission, which means
we do all have anti-tank weapons.
Yeah, I do. I have one anti-tank mine and a Solitherm anti-tank rifle.
Except you're currently a dog.
You know what? We can change that. However, dogs are fast, yo. So, what's the activation method of this anti-tank mine? Is it over pressure or is it timed? Is it magnetized?
It's a pressure detonator.
Pressure detonator.
So if you frisbee it really hard.
Well, in the darkness, with the sound of the tank shell and with him focused on you, unless I essentially set off fireworks, there's no way they're going to see me in that tank. So what I can do... Wait, what if I because I could jump on the tank. What if I just sprayed a fucking SMG magazine into a viewing port?
Are you carrying the SMG in wolf form?
Well, when I unwolf, I'll have it.
No,
because of the logic. So. Because of the logic. Yeah, the logic of this universe.
Yeah, it's magic, isn't it? Come on.
So, Arch, are you saying that he, without realizing, he's dropped all his equipment somewhere out on the field?
No, I assume he's stored it in the tank for a reasonable sake.
Well, when I unwolf, I'm gonna have like my clothes and stuff, so everything, my inventory comes with me.
As far as I'm concerned, you're gonna be butt naked.
All right,
well,
now
this campaign
there's some bullshit. So no, this is magic we're talking about. Oh, name one video game where if you transform into a wolf and you turn back, you don't have. Okay, in World of Warcraft,
check the manual. Check the manual.
I'm checking the rules right now.
Yeah,
but I don't think Protean is one of the magical disciplines for the Gangrel.
It's indistinguishable from magic.
It's like biological shapeshifting.
Shit.
Like, I understand that you don't want to be naked, but you are naked. You are undisputably and unquestionably nude.
There's a wolf out here carrying an SMG in its jaws.
Well, no, actually, that's a thing, though. You can carry items. You can carry, as a wolf, you can carry an item in your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm entirely sure you could create yourself a harness, basically, designed to snap off you when you turn into naked man mode.
I'll have to craft that later or have it custom made. Okay, so help me out here, Dev.
I'm looking for it. Well, to be fair, in the video game, you did keep your entire inventory when you transformed.
The video game is law. The video game is canon.
In this universe, I am God.
Inventory told me max, as a matter of fact. Okay, well, since this is clearly a surprise to everybody, can it be reasonably stated that if I went out knowing I was not allowed to carry items with me, that I would in my mouth carry an anti-tank mine with me?
Probably not, due to the weight of a telemine.
This is something he would have known beforehand.
I am a magnificent creature.
And telemines are magnificent creatures too.
No, they're shit. I can carry an SMG in my mouth, right? Yeah, I can carry an SMG in my mouth.
Probably not.
What do you mean, probably not?
Does it look dumb?
It would look dumb.
What? That's not a good reason.
Mr. Oh, what do you want?
It's a great reason.
That is a terrible reason.
I'll let you make a harness, but until you have a harness, you are a naked wolf.
I'm still looking. Hold on.
I feel as if this is definitely something that's been discussed somewhere.
Well, as it turns out, rather Rags, you were the first person ever to want to turn into a dog instead of a vampire.
Okay,
No,
here we go.
I am a vampire.
Hold on. Here we go. Protean powers that change the shape or in other ways transform the body of the vampire also affect clothing, swallowed items, and other small wearables. Protean does not affect larger carried items, including backpacks, duffel, and sports bags. For this reason, users of Protean often travel light. So you're not naked, but unless you took something with you, you don't have it.
All right.
Do you have a
so,
knife, probably?
So you are not
are we-
naked, but unless you have swallowed the anti-tank mine,
no, it says or other small items. So can we,
anti-tank mine is not a small item.
It says under a few grams of weight. So
grams?
yeah,
Jesus,
this
it's not
is
even
like
a
a
knife,
vial, like a small vial you could take with you.
Just give them the vodka.
You just knock on the door. Hey, want to see this vodka?
So a gram is 0.002 pounds.
Yeah, you can like wear a necklace or something, and that's about it.
Okay. Can I wear a necklace made out of submachine gun?
Exceedingly unlikely.
Man, if I knew this going in, it was just assumed by every fuck. I gotta try. Okay, fine. I'll transform into a fucking horse next time or some shit. Let's see.
To be fair, I think there's a way around this because if you use weight of the feather before you transform and you're holding stuff, it becomes a lot lighter.
It's
But
true.
you haven't done that.
I haven't. I mean, it's good for future reference. Okay. Well. Fuck. But until I can, so I assume I'm going to assume that the hatch is locked. So I am
Well,
confused
maybe don't
as to
assume
what I'm
that.
going to do.
See if you can just open it.
Yeah, I suppose I could. And it's not. What I'm gonna do is I'll leap onto the tank, essentially behind the turret, and I'm gonna see if I can pretty much use my jaws to see if the hatch on the tank will open.
Okay.
What if now is the perfect time for the potato in the tailpipe idea? Or indeed, as chat also
the Woofy
suggested,
jumps on top
find a
of
mine.
the tank, starts trying to lever open the hatch with its teeth. It is not very effective, I'm afraid.
Well, right now, oh, I know what I can do. I can go and get that. I can go and get the mine. I can go and get the mine, and I can bring it back, right?
I
Chat's been
would
spamming that
question
idea
your
at us.
ability to carry that mine in your jaw unaided.
I don't see why I couldn't.
I see how. I see why.
Why?
Balance it on your back.
Oh, mine.
Because it's a what?
Yeah, just balance it on your back, Regs. Roll for like stability or something.
Well, I think I should be able to carry that in my mouth. I don't think.
God says no.
What? No. Why? Why? Like, what's
'Cause
an
it's
actual
too,
reason?
Well, it's too big.
It's too
it's too
big.
heavy.
How much? I don't know. I'm a pretty big wolf.
Well, yeah. What's your strength? I mean, how much does it weigh?
My strength is 6. My physical is 6.
Right. And how
Look, I
much
know
does
it's
mine
big,
weigh?
but I think Rags can take it.
Yeah. I've been practicing for this my whole life. I have a 6 strength, 6
I'm
dexterity.
afraid God still says no.
Hey, lube only weighs a few grams.
6 strength,
Hold on.
6
Okay, hold on,
stamina,
hold on.
6 dexterity.
Just wait. Regs, if
No,
you
no,
come
no,
back
no.
here, we'll tie
You
it to
hold on.
We'll tie it
We
to
are
you.
going to move on from this
Okay.
because it has taken far too long, and it is now your tank's turn.
Oh,
I would like
well,
to point
I'll
out that
shoot
if you
then.
decide to fire the weapon at the Russian tank, there is currently a friendly doggo sitting behind the turret of said tank.
I'll try not to hit him then.
Good luck.
Can I fire
was
at
fair
like
and
the
level
tank's
more.
tracks or something? Or
You can take specific aim. It'll be a bit harder.
okay, I'll aim at the body of it rather than the turret.
Rags, I'm thinking like what might you re-roll if you have to do that?
If he gets blasted by Sargon.
Sorry,
A Nosferatu, please. We could
What's
use
the-
I've got a
what's-
dexterity of 6. I'll dodge it.
I was say what's this with very heavy weapons? Is it strength that I'm using with this?
No, this is just in a case, mate. You don't have to support this or anything.
Oh,
Composure, as usual, and then firearms.
very heavy weapons.
You can choose to use that if you wish.
Oh.
Do you have more points in that than in firearms?
No.
Because very heavy weapons is just your ability to utilize that weapon.
Okay.
Okay. You send a 45mm shell whizzing off into the darkness. It spanks off the front plate of the tank. That was a glancing hit.
Okay.
Okay. Other crew members that wish to do anything, Uzalu can drive evasively or head in a specific direction. Dev can operate machine guns, radio, whatever else.
I think maybe we continue down the road at maximum speed, get the rock between the two of us, and then pile out and vampire the tank.
Well, can I fire the machine gun at the treads? If there is a place where a machine gun's going to hurt a tank, it's probably the treads.
It's
you
not moving,
could. It's going to be a very difficult shot. You're going at speed, you're aiming for the treads, but you can.
Should I give it a go?
Yeah, you'll need probably, honestly, 4 degrees of success.
Yeah, I'll
I
be
mean-
fine. I'll be fine.
If you're not doing anything else, you might as well.
Okay.
You actually have a
Nope.
tank for cover, Rags.
Yeah. Okay, so-
I said I was hiding, but I was behind the turrets. So.
What is
This
what
is
is
the
the
part-
roll?
Composure plus firearms.
Okay,
This
well
is the
I
part
have
Where Arch
2
rolls a
composure
D10
and
to
2
see if-
firearms.
Okay, so you're going to need at least a 10. 110.
I need at least 110. Should I try it or should I not? What do you think?
If you're not doing anything else, you might as well. But this is the part where Arch rolls a D10 to see if any of your shells hit Rags, and rolls really badly.
Well, no, he's behind the turret.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
It's
Firearms.
extraordinarily unreasonable. Unless he rolls like 4 once, in which case I'm going to take it out in Rag's hides.
Bullet curves around and it
okay, I'm gonna try it.
Basically,
Firearms composure. Here
bounces
we
off
go.
an air pocket.
Boom.
Yep, you spray the tank with machine gun fire, but you don't strike the tracks anywhere near enough to break them. On the right side, you do not strike Rags anywhere near enough to break him either.
Oh, good. I have been
Oh,
broken.
very good.
Daddy.
Thanks for
Don't
that,
like
Rags.
that. Don't.
You've been subtle up until now, Rags. What changed?
Huh? The fuck? Some the bullshit rules.
Almost getting shot.
All right. Arch, can I drive us so that the how tall is that rock?
Tall enough to protect your hull, but not to hide your turret. You'd be hull
Shit.
down.
Any suggestions?
No. No, none particularly.
Well, okay. I guess let's get behind it and then pile out. In fact,
Oh, nope. Uzlu, ram it.
Good
I-
God.
Damage our
I don't
tank.
think that's a good idea. It's an idea.
Our tank's
I
already
grant
fucked.
you.
We got a hole in the top.
That
Ram
tank's
it.
actually not.
Fuck,
It's not
the tank's-
completely
the-
fucked.
the tank's not damaged really.
It's just
just
got a
a hole.
breeze.
Yeah.
It's just a new window.
However, if we ram the tank, they will both be fucked, and then we will have precisely 0 tanks.
Getting them to abandon their tank and you to abandon the tank would put you both, because once their hatch is open, they're fucked.
Yes.
So that would be a result. However, more tanks will probably come to investigate. However, they will not be able to tell which tank is friendly and which tank isn't, probably, because your tanks are identical.
This is the part where Arch tells us, "Oh no! You actually did paint the swastika on the tank. That's why they're attacking you."
What,
You
why
haven't
do
painted a
think-
swastika on the tank now. Yeah, no.
No.
I guess they're just guessing then. Like they could easily be friendly firing right now, as far as they know.
Or they could
Okay.
simply just have strict orders to shoot at things that are outside their lines.
I guess. Well, that's still friendly fire. It's just
There is no such thing as friendly fire. Once Mr. Grenade has left the barrel, he is not your or anybody else's friend.
true.
V dominates grenade.
What was there like a social justice warrior that said that they're a hand grenade or something? I'm remembering that. That was hilarious. I can't remember. There was chat will remember. It may have been Jim Sterling or someone.
You think
Anyway,
you
let's-
look like Arthur Chu?
It might have been.
It ends tonight.
Yeah, right.
Let's get behind the rock then, and then we'll pile out. If they destroy the tank, so be it. We'll take theirs. If they are not able to hit the tank, so be it. They'll be concentrating on that without being able to see us. We'll probably come around the back of their tank, and we'll just vampire our way in. We all of us, I think, have some sort of anti-tank weapon. So worst comes to the worst, we can destroy the tank. Otherwise, we will just try and kill the crew. I mean, there's portholes. If we can get close enough with weapons, we can spray inside. Dev, you have an SMG. Is that
I
like
do
a
not have
plan?
an SMG.
You just fired it.
Well, no, it's part of the tank.
Oh,
It's the tank's gun I just fired.
okay.
I have a
Well,
pistol.
I'm really glad that no one gave me an opportunity to get that semi-auto rifle. I'm going to have to bolt action my way through the portholes. Never mind. That's the plan. Anyone have any disagreements?
From behind the rock, can I shoot? Can I still shoot with the tank's gun?
Oh, what?
Arch.
Yeah, he said that
you
the
don't
gun is
have
above them.
control of the gun.
Well, no, I'm using the machine gun on the tank.
Yes, the machine gun can point to whatever the turret points.
Okay, well, so if the turret is turned in the proper direction, can I still use the machine gun from behind the rock?
You move forward, like that's just normal speed, or you could go pedal to the metal and go twice as fast, which will bring you there. There, basically.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get us there so that we're mostly obscured by the rock, and then. I mean, if we pile out, they're likely to destroy the tank because we're an idle target, but then we'll be out and around them and ready to take theirs. Does anyone have a better idea?
Wait. If I left all my... I'm going to use this bullshit against him. All right, if I left all of my inventory in the tank, then you guys have an anti-tank rifle with you.
Ah,
That's brilliant.
You do.
excellent. I'll grab
Yeah.
Rags' anti-tank rifle.
You have an anti... Okay, let me just let you guys see the inventory that I had, and I will paste that here. Boop. So that, it's in D&D. That's what I had weapon-wise. So the Solither anti-tank rifle and the one anti-tank mine, and accompanying ammo for all of the listed above. Also, a spare Soviet soldier uniform, if you know, for funsies.
Comrade, why are we doing this? Bang.
I'll take it, Rags. Thank you very much. Since you destroyed my last one.
I didn't destroy it. It's just fine. It just isn't great.
Usually,
so-
I just posted a link in Crusade Tapestries. Should probably pull that up.
Yep, that looks about right. Okay, so we're doing a fire everything moment, and then we're doing a and then we're just trying to run in there.
All right. Shoot, you have now moved very, very fast, which is, of course, good for you. Let us now see. Off to your rear, there's another tank engine starting up.
Oh joy!
And off to your flank, another 45mm shell is fired at your tank from your flank. Damn. It too strikes your tank. It strikes the lower hull area and it penetrates into the engine compartment. Let's see. Uzulu, you feel the moment as the round penetrates into the engine compartment, and it's felt as just a clunk throughout the entire tank. And you can feel the power in the engine decrease to a degree, but miraculously, it's still running. There is, however, a small fire.
Well, it's about to get bigger. I think it's time to
Abandoned
to say a fond farewell to our land ship, yes. And I'm not going down with it.
Okay. I'll hoof Rags' gear out with us.
Okay, before that, the final Soviet tank also turns its weapon on your tank.
Where are these
And-
things located?
At point blank range, fires another 45mm shell. All right, this one strikes the turret upper area. Okay, let's see. Right. But miraculously, it does not penetrate. It glances off the rounded shape of the turret. However, it does cause spalling inside of the tank. Sargon,
Mm-hmm.
you take 2 points of damage.
What kind of damage?
Lethal.
Okay.
Isn't that what all kinds of damage are?
No.
So
Blunt is the kind that you reduce by half. Lethal is just 2 points of damage straight up.
Okay. Right, and then aggravate is even worse than that.
Aggravated is twice the damage, and you can't fucking heal the damn thing either.
Yeah, I'm still not healed, by the way, from that one attack from like 3-4 sessions ago.
you haven't been healing at each session.
Aggravate sucks, and you haven't even healed it today, so I guess it sucks even harder this particular evening.
Gotta remember to do that.
Aggravate damage, your best friend.
I was too
Right,
busy
now
getting guns.
it is Ragus' turn.
I'm taking a look here at my feral weapons.
To be fair, feral weapons, that's aggravate damage, isn't it?
Yeah, it fucks people up.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit I could actually see an argument for being able to rip through a tank's hull. At least something as relatively thin as this.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. Monstrous proportions, takes form wicked talons, fangs into daggers, as from a gigantic thwipant.
It is starting to look like V's big mouth is going to wipe this party. Vicariously. He's not even here.
He'll wake up and we'll all be different characters.
I don't ruin campaigns, guys.
Any or please same size original. Yeah, I guess without my gear and no way to penetrate the tank as a wolf, it's question. Can I give myself feral weapons while I'm shape changed?
No, I'd say you'd probably have to turn back into a human for that, because it's talking about the size of it. I mean, you're basically turning your whole arm. You could probably do feral weapons as a wolf, but it'd be like a small claw.
Can I? Well, what instead of claws, it was the fangs on my mouth.
I think there was actually a special rule for that. Let me look for it.
Yeah, please do. I would be curious if you could, because it would take a little time, but I'm already halfway there, and if you could double up essentially.
Let me see. I was looking for it when I was getting your other rule about holding things, and I think I saw it. Let me just quickly find it again.
Because if this is possible, it would open up some options here. Shape changed, Pathfinder. There's some D&D stuff. Let me do a Vampire. Going to be a wolf in V5. These are fully stat out by dice pools with physics 6.
Hmm.
I can use my protean powers in my wolf form. If I use feral weapons to manifest even more terrifying things, it has +2 damage. Would you rule that as base wolf? This guy is he's assuming that you can do it, and he's asking about how to tally up damage and like stats doing it. Um. But,
Every moment that Rags deliberates, we're burning to death.
Well, this is me and Dev. This is actually kind of this would be a very good thing to be able to do. Yeah, this is thing that assumes you can. It's just talking about questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna just rule on this for now until we eventually get a clarification later. You can do it, but it would be pointless against a tank. Like, if you're gonna open up a tank, you're gonna have to go back to human form and then get the proper big claws out.
All right, so yeah, I'll do that. Can I go from shape change to feral weapons on the same turn, or essentially expand the turn to do that?
Does it say it has a cost to shape change?
To unshape change, the cost for a shape change was the 1 rouse check, but no testers required for success. It takes a turn. As for feral weapons, it's no skill roll needed to activate the power.
Okay, you can then do both at the same time, but you can't do anything else. So that will be your turn.
Extends the
turning
turn.
into a human and then getting your weapons out.
Yeah, that's fair. As I change back, I also do with it. Yeah, that sounds fair. So what I'll do is, would I be able to essentially, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll feral weapons, claws, and that'll pretty much be my turn. And Lord save them if they open up that hatch.
All right. Okie dokie. So you are going to do that. The vision of this, where you're just turning into a werewolf monster right on top of their tank. Poor guys. Not nice. While this is going on, Sargon, you are not burning to death yet, but you're pretty sure that if you stay in the tank for much longer, you eventually will.
Yeah, well, I already said abandoned tank with Rags' bag.
Yes, this may shock you, Arch, but I think as it's my turn next, I'm going to elect to leave the tank.
Any way to get Uzulu stuck? Possibly. Possibly.
Thanks, Arch. You're always thinking about me.
It's not impossible. I could jimmy the hatch shut, maybe? Let's see. Tempted to make you do an agility roll for this, just because. All right, you extricate yourself from the tank, which is currently burning quite merrily, and you bring your gear along with you, but that's about all you can do in this turn to get out there nicely, quickly, panically.
Is that all of us?
It's all of you. V is still asleep inside of the tank and will burn to death.
We brought him along just to snooze in there.
Just to have him burn. Sargon has rescued out Rags' gear as well. I would almost bring up the fact that the Solar Thorn is fucking huge and there's no way you would fit it inside that tank, but I'll leave that till next time. Right. Now that you're outside, please select your characters and do the initiative thing again.
Rolling initiative again?
Alright, it doesn't do it automatically, but yeah, do the initiative and I'll put it in.
Alright. That's composure awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Are we not able to keep the rolls we already did then?
No, because that would be too kind.
20.
What a great reason. Never mind, I'm happy with that one.
Okay, just because of your argument won me over, I'll let you keep your old one.
Okay, well then, Sargon will get a higher roll. I think Dev will too.
I got a 1 higher, yeah.
Alright. Okay, so the tank furthest away. So that one. It advances slowly and a little cautiously towards you. You can also
Far
hear
away,
the noise of an engine to the north getting louder. All right, and the final tank. Let's see. Does it notice you guys leaving the tank? Awareness.
I would love to see one of those tanks hit one of their own mines.
That would be such a Russian thing to do.
Hint, hint.
All right. The turret is still swiveling. The entire tank begins to turn, still with the black walrus on its back. And it sends off a burst of machine gun fire, but almost all of it gets intercepted by the rock and the tank. So you're all safe for now. Right, it is Rags' turn again. You are now fully transformed.
So let me see. I am standing essentially on the tank. Can I? Oh, can I bend the turret?
I don't think having sharp claws is going to help you there, but
Is this going to be like
it, I guess.
the Tom and Jerry cartoon where he ends up pointing the gun at his own head because he bent it?
be so good. But no, I was just gonna see if I could fuck with it. Yeah. Can I? What I'm gonna do though is I'll use my action, my to pry open or to slash and claw open the top of the tank, the weaknesses around the hatch.
All right. So you're basically digging your way through the hatch, like you're going for the joints, I guess.
No, like I guess like the weak point, with the claws, they would have armor piercing capability to a degree that a claw would have. Some augmented protean claw would have. If I cut the turret, if I clawed into the barrel of the turret, would that essentially foul the barrel and make it unusable to fire, unbeknownst to them?
Possibly, but not necessarily.
You're going to make a sawn-off tank gun.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends. It probably wouldn't be like a clean slice like Wolverine or something, but if I basically started fucking with it on its next tank shot, would it basically blow the barrel and set off that tank round essentially in the barrel of that turret?
It would probably warp it enough to render it useless, probably.
Because if it won't cause a misfire, that's kind of what I'm going for.
It probably would foul the barrel, yes.
That actually would be good, because then I would force them to be the ones to open up the hatch, and I would be there to essentially eviscerate the first guy who does. So let me go with that option. If I can foul up that barrel so that they can't fire it, then I can hopefully encourage them to leave the tank. So let's give that a try.
It does mean that we can't keep this tank, but I think at this point we're since these other two tanks came in, we're focusing on a different set of priorities now.
Like, for example.
Yeah. So let's do that. So let me go to my sheet. I'm assuming that would be strength plus melee?
Yes.
Good. Strength plus melee. Strength won't allow me to do a second attribute, so I'll go with melee plus strength. Modifier for feral weapons.
It just means that you do aggravated damage, so you do twice the damage.
All right. So no modifiers?
No.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Doesn't it actually say that there's a +2 modifier?
It says here, when activated, the vampire adds +2 modifier to their brawl damage and causes aggravated health damage to mortals.
Yes, but you're not brawling, are you?
Well, would it be best to... Well...
You're brawling the tank.
You're not going to brawl the tank, no.
All right, well...
There's
prone
no
the
such
horse.
thing as tank wrestling.
Prone the horse, brawl the tank.
I've
Okay.
proned a lot of things.
You have definitely hit the barrel, and you've shorn it off quite badly. Like, it's not a good barrel anymore. It's sad, and
It's a sad barrel.
not
You know
happy
what?
with this.
I don't even want this tank anymore.
So yeah, fingers crossed that if they shoot it, it causes something catastrophic. I don't know. Who knows if it's a roll of the dice, but that barrel is no longer usable either way. So that incapacitates one tank shell firer.
Right, Uzulu.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I haven't used my move action. Is there a way in this to like ready yourself or prepare yourself as if I'm ready for them to come out of the hatch, or is that any kind of mechanic?
Like an ambush thing?
Basically,
To
to reserve a movement for it's like a trigger, essentially.
I don't know if there is, but we'll say that there is. So you just want to get ready to attack if somebody moves out. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because I'm right there anyway. Yeah, let's do that. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Fuck him up, Uzulu.
Yeah, I'll do my best, but the only thing I have that can fuck up a tank is one cluster grenade. And you're on this one, so I'm not going to use it on this one. That might be a bad idea.
To be fair, that's only an 800-meter throw.
Yeah, no, that's easy, but maybe
What's your
I'll save
strength?
it to the closer. My strength is 800, so luckily I can just about make it. No, I don't think I have anything special that can deal with a tank. I have special things that can deal with a crowd.
What about a crowd of tanks? Because we might have that in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really actually not sure what I can specifically do. I mean, I can hide somewhere, wait for the tanks to approach, and then cluster grenade one of them, but they probably aren't going to approach. Take me a long time to run 800 meters with the cluster grenade as well. So I don't think that's very useful.
Well, it might be good to basically lay in wait, because the way I see it, if I was in one of these other approaching tanks, I would see one of my tanks burning and on fire. So I would maybe even assume as if the other tank, of course, wasn't friendly, because my tank I could see on fire.
Maybe.
Because that other
already
tank doesn't
shot
have a
at
light
ours.
source on. Huh?
The other two have already shot at us, So they must have some idea of what's going on. Maybe these guys have got radios.
Well, maybe.
You know, our tank doesn't. I guess it's not standard issue for the tank that we're in, but maybe they have some sort of upgrade. I mean, it does seem strange how they were able to realize that which one of us was the baddie.
It is odd. If we get this hatch open and they're still far enough away, we could essentially use the radio to yell friendly fire, stand down to the other tanks. Just as a thought.
Hmm. Well, whatever I do, I think I'll need to get out of the way of both our flaming tank and the enemy tank, which could spray machine gun fire. But there's no cover here that isn't also covered by one of the other enemy tanks, unfortunately. So I guess what I'm going to do ultimately is to roll stealth. And then I'm not sure where I'm going to go, but wherever I'm going to go, I need to remain hidden.
Well, the safest place to be might be right next to that enemy tank where they can't hit you with the tank. Depends on your movement, I guess, how far you can move.
Yeah. Especially while stealthing. So the first thing to do is to get out the direct light from the tank that's just blown up next to us so that they can't see me. So I guess I will head, well, being careful of mines as well, I guess I'll head south. And again, there's no craters around here. Maybe we've moved through the minefield by now. So I guess I'll head south east. And what would I roll for stealth, Arch? Stealth and what? Composure?
Stealth and probably dexterity.
Ah, fantastic. Well, I have 0 and 1, so this is going to be an excellent roll. Yep. Wait, I didn't even roll anything. Dice rolled 0?
It doesn't show that you rolled anything.
Yeah, because dexterity is 1, so I guess that gets you no dice. What's the point of having them on 1 then?
Yeah, I mean, you have to roll something. I mean, even if you haven't put points into it, you naturally have some level of dexterity as a living creature. It might be shit if you haven't put points into it, but you still have a chance.
I have dexterity 1, stealth 0. Okay, so you're saying that you reduce 1 from the dice that you get from all the traits. So what's the point of having 1? You just roll nothing. You automatically fail if you have 1 in something.
That's got to be some fluke we're not quite reading into.
Arch, help.
No. You bad at stealth.
Yeah, he gets a chance, though. He gets to roll at least 1 die.
Yeah, as I am now, I have literally no chance. And I have a dexterity of 1. It's not like it's 0.
You bad at stealth.
But he gets a chance. Even if it's a really terrible chance, there's still a chance. Like, any creature has some inherent natural ability due to locomotion that they could be stealthy.
0.
Okay, you know what? I don't even need stealth. It's a battlefield, and it's night. So all I have to do is walk away, and they're unlikely to see me. So I'm walking in that direction. Hopefully I can be out of... Actually, that's probably a terrible idea. I'll be out in the open field next to a tank. God damn. Sargon and Dev, what the hell are you gonna do?
I would tell one of them to... I'd tell them to run to that rock and set up the Solathurn.
I guess.
Stay low to the ground, set it up in the dark, and do what you can with it. That's what it's made for, right? And
Alright,
the Solathurn's a fine rifle.
I guess we'll congregate there and wait for the other tanks to appear, and then I can cluster grenade one of them, and we can maybe Solatherm one of them from there. So instead I shall run in that direction, away from the fire, and aiming to head north afterwards, up there. So I don't know if I can run 500 meters, but as far as I can between here and there.
Wasn't it like 5 meters a turn we could run when we were inside?
Well, this is designed for tank combat, so...
Yeah.
Right, so you're going to just try to sneak down there.
Not south. I'm going there. In that direction, aiming to go there later. So just trying to get away from the burning tank right now. And I should have some cover here from the rock as well.
Okay, right. Moving on. Sargon's turn.
And just so we're clear, this is the Solithern S18, right?
It is a large thing that goes boom.
All right, because it is semi-automatic, which very good. So you, in some way, you were able to finally get your semi-automatic rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately,
Hang
one
on.
or two shots is going to break my fucking shoulder.
Nah,
Sargon?
it's a nice, smooth shooter. You'll be fine. It's hefty.
Oh no.
Sargonius.
Sargon!
Oh, sorry. No, I was just muted. How far can we move in one turn?
A square. You can just outright leg it as well, and that's 2, but that's all you can do then.
In that case, there's no reason for me not to do that. I wasn't doing anything else. So do you mind if I go there?
Yeah. Go grab my
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you. Thanks.
Can I just is it? I assume this is dark. This area over here.
It's dark, yeah.
So we just run off into the dark. Can I run off and roll a hide check in the dark?
Your glorious leader abandons you all.
No, it's stealth, so the tanks can't shoot us. Perfectly rational thing to do.
Yes, coward, yes.
Listen, I'm using dexterity and stealth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's pretty good. So you were going up that direction?
Yeah. one
Don't
more.
sound too disappointed, Sargon. Look what happened while you were away. What I rolled for stealth.
Well, that's true. Your stealth was way worse than mine, but my guy's pretty good at stealth.
Apparently, my character is physically incapable of being stealthy.
What's
Yep.
that doing?
I'm next.
What are you gonna
Yep.
do?
Same thing. Stealth, run 2 squares to the west. So let's see what I got.
I wish you'd redrawn a map that was slightly zoomed in, rather than like here's 800 meters away. For fuck's sake.
So is it stealth and what? Sorry.
Dexterity.
Okay.
I'm pretty tempted to use 3 of my points to get 1 in stealth at this point. If 0 in stealth means I literally cannot stealth ever, regardless of anything else, I might have to.
Oh, there we go. I got a 1. It's a green one.
It's a green one.
Rags could have muted himself, couldn't he?
He's getting his tea. So that's my turn.
Okay.
All right. So we start out. This tank, has it seen you? It does not appear as if it has. It still rumbles slowly towards you, as does the tank to the north. The tank nearby you
Here.
starts also moving. It moves at high speed, double timing it. Rags, roll either dexterity or strength plus athletics to hold on. Whether or not you want to try and hold on dexterously or hold on strongly, I guess.
I'm gonna do it strong. I got a 4 in strength, so I'm a strong guy. Actually, would this be an applicable reason to add a brawl bonus to grapple onto the tank, essentially?
A
Yeah,
brawl
a modifier
bonus?
to the roll.
No, but a modifier, yes.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a strength, second attribute in addition to strength. Dexterity?
Athletics.
Athletics, all right. All right, so I got to go athletics, then strength. All right, athletics, strength, modifier 2. because the claws had 2.
Boom.
Not bad.
We on this tank,
2 tens.
boys.
It can't fire either, can it?
If it does, it's not good. If it does, something bad's
It's got
going
a
to happen.
damaged barrel, yeah.
I'm
It
not as
could
worried
either.
about the main gun. I'm more worried about the machine gun.
Well, yeah, that's what I.
Well, don't they have to get up out of the thing to fire that?
If it shoots that main gun, then something bad will happen to that tank.
That you're
Foul
wrong.
barrels, especially with explosive munitions, can cause very bad things to happen.
Almost as bad as if the gun was working properly and fired at its target.
If that thing, it's potential that the shell does go off inside the barrel. That is a potential.
Okay, well, it does not fire anything, and Rags manages to hold on to the rear of the turret.
Yeah, boy, we tank surfing.
All right. It's Rags' turn again.
All right, I'm going to do. Can I? It's reasonable that I couldn't bend the tank barrel. Could I use the claws to essentially warp the machine gun barrel as well?
Not on this model. There's not enough sticking out.
Okay, I gotcha.
You just hang on until they stop and get out.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, but I figure while I'm here, I might as well fuck with the tank essentially.
Well, we don't
I'm
want it
trying to
now.
think.
It's ruined.
Oh, wait a second. I transform back with my clothes. So what if I take my shirt and let's jam it into the viewing port? Like blind them.
Actually, not a bad idea.
That is horrible.
How? No, I want you. That is an amazing idea.
The problem is there's quite a lot of viewing ports. So the commander's viewing port, the gunner's viewing port, the driver's viewing port.
Now we need
He
the
might,
paint.
he might just be able to unblock it as well.
We should have just brought the paint. We could have painted over it.
Yeah, I could have painted the view.
Give me a
What?
second.
Yeah, if it might still be worth doing if the commander can't see, that would still reduce their visibility in the dark.
But be careful you don't put yourself in the line of sight of one of the guns.
No, I would just stuff a shirt in. I wouldn't just from the side or something. And this is a what? A T-38? Let's see. No, this isn't a T-38. A T-34 or a T-26.
I think we're in the smallest type of tank.
I was going there for a second. What happened?
What tank do we have? The 26s?
T-26, yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. That machine guns. That barrel sticking out. Well. Well, I'll just ask you. For these purposes, would. Oh wait, the driver's down there. He's got his own little spot down there. If I cover that up, there's no way he can see without having to open up his entire hatch. And if he does that, he's fucked. Can I do that?
You'd have to probably do some athletics dexterity to crawl down there. Especially on a moving vehicle, that would be a dodgy maneuver.
Okay. That's fair enough. All right. What I'll do is because they're just moving in, I'll go ahead and I'll just keep waiting, eyes on the hatch, waiting to see if they pop out. So I'll hold off for now. If I can't foul the machine gun barrel.
Okay. All right. Moving on to Uzulu then.
What? Oh, yeah.
Goodness me again. What kind of throwing range do I have on the cluster grenade? I'm guessing like 1 tile.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So if you could shout to Rags to, get off the tank, you could maybe make the tank go boom.
I am ready. I am prepared for my action. So could I expend that preparation to just basically jump off the tank?
Now you're preparing to ambush the guy.
Okay.
We also have the problem that there's 3 tanks, and the tank that you're on isn't able to fire, so killing it first might be a waste considering the other 2 are completely able to fire.
I'd save it. It might even really fuck itself up if it does fire. Fingers crossed. Can't say for sure though. It's kind of in a limbo state. Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Alright, so how does the cluster grenade work? I throw it and it has a short timer, I assume.
Yes.
Right. So we have a mine. What we could do is put a mine on the road in front of the north tank and then focus on the west tank.
Yeah. Good idea.
We have the AT mine. One of you, I think Sargon's carrying it because it was in Rag's bag. What we could do is, Sargon, if you want to... Actually, what's your firearm, Sargon? I think it's the same as mine, isn't it? 3.
Hang on a second. Yeah. 3.
All right, Archie, you going to have us do firearms and what for the Solothurn?
Firearms and very heavy weapons.
I don't have that, so Sargon, that's all yours.
Just to fire it is just firearms and composure.
Yeah, I've got very heavy weapons.
Okay, no worries.
Can you
I'll
not
do the
do
AT
any
one.
kind of stealth at all?
The way the game works apparently is even though I have 1 in dexterity, I have 0 in stealth, and that counts as 0 dice in total, so I am completely physically incapable of doing any stealth.
Right, okay, so if I were you, I'd run off into the darkness then.
I mean, I can stealth with you
That's not going to help, though.
because I don't have any very heavy weapons.
I appreciate the offer, but you can't stealth for 2.
No. I'm going to stealth with Sargon as we do some kind of plan.
Oh, right.
Okay, so we need to get the AT mine onto the road, and then we need to get onto
I
the
can
rock.
do that. I'm currently stealthed by the rock.
Yeah, but we need to fire upon the western tank with the AT rifle as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to do that afterwards.
Well, Dev could take the tank to the road.
Well, if you set up at the southern end of that border, the tank to the north has to get closer to be able to fire on you, probably within cluster grenade range.
Here,
Probably
I'm
not.
going to put some artwork here for you. It's in the tapestries.
Just for me?
Thanks, V.
Like the barrel sticking out of the fire.
I don't understand this image.
That is because you are a bit of a derp. Everybody else gets it.
Everyone gets it, but you.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad about that.
It's 3 tanks. Our tank's on fire. See that one there? Our tank's on fire. Our little barrel sticking out of our fire.
If
And
our
those are the
tank
3
is
enemy
on
tanks.
fire,
Yes.
if our tank is on fire, then to that extent, then why is
Yes.
V shown as intact?
It's not. V's not actually floating in the sky asleep. This is an
I know.
artistic representation.
I know, but then why is she
Okay.
shown as intact? The same question. If the tank is that on fire, how is V's body still intact?
He's not. V is in the.
He's not there. He's back
He's in an ethereal, figurative state at the moment.
Okay, so this
He's
image
still
is
back
not
at the tank.
is not a representation of him being in the tank. It's a
No.
representation
No,
of him
he's
being
not
back at
in the
base.
tank. He's just
Right.
he's sleeping as V somewhere
That
else.
now makes sense.
Yes, yes.
Right, okay,
I'm-
so Arch, I'm just gonna like run over here and then chuck the anti-tank mine in the road where it looks like
Oh.
the tank is gonna go. Can I do that?
Okay. Right. See.
Well, if you're gonna handle
could
that stuff, then
go-
I'll cluster grenade the nearby tank because that doesn't require as much stealth.
Yeah, the one coming over rough terrains probably. Because I mean, Rags will probably be able to deal with the other tank.
Well,
I can
you-
stealth up onto the one because I'm still stealthing too.
We did mention
What
that I
can
have
you do to
0
a tank?
stealth, so I need to get to one that's close by. Alternatively, I could literally just buy one in stealth now.
Do it.
I mean, it's still only a chance that I get a good roll
Is
on it.
that a two-headed sheep? Like, what is that?
That is a two-headed badger, which is the closest thing I have on hand to a mine.
Right. Okay.
That is quite distant. That is quite
A
distant from
mine
mine.
essentially acts like a badger.
I am still stealthed, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
That sounds nice.
Right. That'll be my turn then, I suppose.
Oh wait, you guys are wearing Russian uniforms.
I'm gonna get another two.
Why would they fire at you?
Because they're idiots.
Because
By
we
the way,
came out of
Because they're
burning tank.
Russians.
Did
the incompetence
Uzulu
of
do
our enemy cuts
anything,
both
or did we
ways.
just dump him aside?
No, I'm going to do something now. Since
we missed
I
you.
have no stealth, and I assume that Arch won't like Arch. If I'm running over these open fields in the middle of the night without stealth rolling, am I going to be seen?
I'm gonna shoot you repeatedly.
See, that's what I thought. So I'm going to have to get the nearest tank that poses the least risk of actually shooting me. So, Rags, at your earliest convenience, I need you to disembark. And Arch, if I throw the cluster, if for example I run one square and throw the cluster grenade at the nearby tank there, will it blow up before Rags gets a turn?
Ugh, yawn. Well, he's going to be really close to it, so he might catch the occasional piece of shrapnel. But what's the little bit of friendly fire between bros?
What happened to there's no such thing as friendly fire from earlier that you thing you said earlier?
Yes, but this is a different situation, and
Oh,
so
okay. All right. Well, fair enough. Well, let's check the initiative here. It will. What's the timer on it? What's the timer on a cluster grenade?
if you leap off in your turn, you could get 2 squares away and be plenty safe.
Oh, okay. That's
all right,
a lot less
if,
bad than you made it sound.
Oh yeah, if I can leave, if I can see that thing coming and leave on my turn and spend my turn essentially leaping away and going down, then yeah, we'll do that.
All right, so while I'm throwing it, I'll have to say, Rags, get out! Or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's a Jordan Peterson quote for this one.
Oh, I'm leaping.
Hold on, this
Okay,
is-
are you going to move anywhere in preparation for this? You're going to stand where you are.
I'm going to do it all this turn, assuming that I can move one space and throw the cluster grenade.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I'll move there, and then I will chuck the cluster grenade.
Okay.
And I'll say, you don't get to choose not to pay a price. You only get to choose which price you pay.
Rags, are you leaping off the tank?
Yeah, I'm gonna basically have to reserve my turn to leap away from the grenade. I have to ensure that I do that.
Yes.
Yeah, if you haven't done that, if he tosses the grenade now, you're on the tank.
Oh wait, I thought it was like a timer thing. Oh, okay,
Yes,
all
we
right.
appear to
Well,
have misunderstood each other here, Arch. I'll throw it as soon as Rags can get away from it. I'm not aiming to
Yes,
murder
he can
Rags.
get away next turn.
Right. In that
and
case, I
and you
won't
will be
move forward.
right after me, so that should work pretty well.
Yeah, in that case, I won't move forward because then the tank could easily run me over. So I'll just wait this turn. Can I defer it until after the tank moves, actually?
So Rags,
Yo,
would you call this Liepensraum?
I don't understand what that means.
Shut your mouth.
Don't worry, chat will crucify him for that one.
Yep.
Okay, so you're gonna just stand your ground and prepare to avoid dying as best you can. Sounds great. Dev, how do you wish to avoid death?
Well, I'm still stealth. Does it appear that the tank that I'm facing to the west has seen me?
What would it look like if it had?
Probably turning its turret towards me or something, or like.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, the chat room is now angry at my pun.
Well, it hasn't shot at you yet, so you don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sprint. Wait, I can't. If I'm stealth, can I still move the 2 squares?
You'll break stealth.
Ah, shit. All right. Well, then I will hide behind this rock here. That's just 1 square.
Okay.
And I'm gonna wait, I guess, because nothing else for me to do. I want to remain in stealth.
Can I ask then, if we can't stealth, if I can't stealth, can we say that that only applies for actually moving, and that I can, if I want to, just lie down on the ground here, and so I'll be pretty much invisible?
You're just glowing, Uzulu.
Yeah, 0 stealth. You are literally a light source. Exactly.
Okay, here's something from the chat. Hey, Arch. Would you say that my pun tanked?
I would say that the tank is now shooting at you.
Alright, Sargon, you have the ability to kick Dev from this channel. I would recommend that you do that.
Oh man, I would be afraid to tread anywhere near that joke.
Alright, well,
Yeah,
we're losing players like
I'm just
flies.
glad it wasn't mine.
We're losing players like flies here. We're down Dev and Rags. It's okay. When V comes back next time, we'll still have 3 players.
Not only does the tank hit you, it fucking headshots you.
Wait, does it actually?
Oh yeah, it's doing its job good. It has got enough of your fucking shit.
Are you just saying that because I made some puns?
I don't know, but your lolly is dying. What will you do to save it? So you're currently getting shot at.
Okay.
You can reduce the damage you take by basically trying to dodge out of the way. So dexterity plus athletics, for example, is how you actively try to avoid dying.
Okay, dexterity plus athletics. Well, my athletics is 0, but my dexterity is 2. So that might be. I don't know. Do I have any other option?
Not really. No.
All right, so I assume that he actually did see me despite my stealth. All right. And wait, and despite the rock in front of me?
Uh-huh. The rock will give you +1 to your roll now, though, for reducing damage.
Okay, so should I add a modifier?
Yeah, it's cover.
Okay. So athletics, dexterity. You said no modifiers then? We'll just have cover later. Oh, I rolled a 9. 1 success. That is some of the best I could have done.
It's not a 10, though, is it?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There was only a 1 in 10 chance of him doing better.
I think it's worth noting to the chat that some of you are saying that the only reason we're failing is because V's not here, or that we're not doing brilliantly is because V's not here. No, literally the only factor that has caused all of this, the one single factor, is that the enemy were apparently instructed to shoot on their own tanks. If that had not been the case, we'd be absolutely fine. Every other mission we've done, we've just sailed on through because the enemy doesn't just open fire on us instinctively.
We were so stupid.
They were trying to signal you. And then you kept
they started with gunfire.
Machine guns.
Yeah. That shit kills people.
Yeah, one of us could have had our head out the tank. That would have killed.
That shit's... Hey, stop. Stop and Sieg. Right. So, Dev, what would you like to re-roll as?
How bad is it?
Pretty bad. So, the machine gunner is clearly Ivanov the machine gun Mac of the clan of the machine gun, because he rolled amazingly, not only did he pick you out during night, he also got a bead on you that is just magnifique, honestly.
Okay.
Are you not behind the boulder?
Is it
You're,
not pitch black?
Your tiny little body is riddled by bullets many times.
A 400-meter shot in the dark?
Isn't that a rock?
He's behind a boulder.
Isn't
Yeah.
that boulder like 100 meters wide?
How
Not
fucking
quite.
good is this roll?
How 400 meters at night through a boulder?
Against a little girl.
I'm a little. That's what?
This is why war is dangerous, children.
Mhm.
Okay. So,
So,
what, is Dev dead then?
It is 16 points of damage, but it is blunt, so you reduce it to 8 points of damage.
Okay. I have 5 max health.
The lolly is slacked.
Okay.
The lolly falls into torpor
Yeah.
and must be rescued.
Yeah. You can bring me back. But
Well, do we really
Yeah,
want
but
a
it's-
you
character?
could
it's-
reroll someone with dominate.
it's gonna cost something, but you can bring my character back. And you can't do it right now.
Before that, we're going to see if Uzulu joins you.
Dark through a boulder.
Right. First, let's see if he spots Uzulu, which he does.
Oh, joy.
And then he decides to shoot at Uzulu. Okay. The turret-mounted machine gun opens up and does hit. The cannon also opens up, but as it fires, the shell is fouled in the barrel and detonates prematurely, blasting the barrel open.
Yes.
This also throws off the aim of the machine gunner, so it reduces the damage you take by 1 as well. He hits you. Let's see. Actually, you can do dexterity athletics first to try and get out of the way.
Oh, that's going to be... Yeah, I have loads of points in those. Right. I was watching the tank. Can I have a bonus, please?
Nah.
Wow. Fantastic. I'm so happy.
Right. You take 3 points of damage, and you can halve that, and you can round down. So 1 point.
Okay, well, that's not so bad.
All
I'm down
right.
to 4.5.
Nice.
Assuming
Okay.
that half is the blunt damage.
Now it's Rag's turn.
All right. I will.
Hold on, sorry, just
Yeah.
before that. I did say that I was holding my turn until after the tank had moved. However, actually, I'll hold it until... If holding it until after Rags moves means it is my turn again, so fuck it, I guess I've missed a turn. Fine. Go on. Go ahead.
Well, no, just take your turn.
Well, what I'm doing is dependent on what Rags does. So, Rags, if you're going to get off, I'll throw the grenade now.
And if I don't, what will you do? What's your
Well, if he
is there an
throws the grenade,
alternative?
you have to get off really, don't you?
Well, I know he's saying if I jump off, he'll throw it. I was like, does he have an alternative? Like
No.
or is that like the,
that is not only the best way to destroy this tank, as far as I can tell, but the best way to save me.
sounds like a plan? All right, I will use my movement and I will head off, and I will take cover basically here between the boulder and the tank, basically kind of staying out of sight.
Okay, between the boulder and the tank. So, like, there?
No, like, just put me like on the boulder essentially, but I'm
Okay.
pretty much between the boulder and the tank. I'm kind of just hiding at the moment.
He's made sure that he's got solid cover between him and the shrapnel source, so he'll be fine, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, and they're not gonna. They think that tank is busted. They're not gonna waste rounds on a tank after everyone's gone. So
Right.
that's where I'm heading.
Now,
'Cause
despite
I
the fact
know,
that I only
uh,
have... Go on.
Yeah, I'm just kind of I just doing a movement. Can I have a question? Can feral weapons only be used one time on yourself?
I don't think so. I think you can use it whenever you want, pretty much.
All right. Because I'm curious if there's any other essential, like, physical bonus I can give myself through the use of feral weapons. Extend their natural weapons to monstrous proportions. All right, I'll hold off for now. Maybe I'll explore that later, see what the rules allow that to be applied to.
Okay.
Right, now I assume even though I've only got an athletics of 1 and a dexterity of 1, my character is aware of the concept of ducking and covering and can actually do it. Because that's the best hope I've got against the shrapnel that's about to come flying in every direction. So I guess, yes, I shall chuck the cluster grenade, assuming that I can hit the tank from here. I don't know if I can. If I can't, I shall move, chuck, and then take cover.
Well, from here, you can toss the grenade, which will be strength plus firearm. You could move closer, and it'd be easier, but you'd definitely be in fragmentation range.
What would I... Well, I guess you can't tell me, but... so I guess, like, I have to roll higher if I'm further away in order to hit.
Yes, it'll be more difficult.
Right, well, given its firearms and strength, I'll be rolling, I think that's 4 dice. So I might be okay with that. Are you able to tell me what degree of success I'll have to roll or not?
You'll have to get 2.
Well, I guess it's a 50-50 if I roll from here.
Will the tank take reduced damage on a slight fail?
Possibly. Depends. You can go closer and you'll get 1 extra dice, and all you'll have to deal with then is, the shrapnel, which is, not a problem.
Is that a blunt damage?
That is lethal.
Right. Joy.
So, a Mosin bullet compared to so, okay. All right.
I think shrapnel does travel a lot faster and is a lot sharper than a bullet. I might be wrong.
And it can also be considerably larger pieces if you're unlucky enough.
True. Okay, chat, do I take the 50-50 or do I take the potential damage? Or I guess the rest of the team as well, what do you reckon? I'm rolling 4 dice, I need to get a 2 or higher. I guess that's not 50-50 actually, that's a 2 in 5 chance. Because I could get a 0.
Well, is the machine gun on that tank out of commission as well because of the shock of that shell going off in the turret? Or is it still operational?
No, it's probably fine. The main gun is definitely out of commission.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much machine gun, because I doubt that the tank behind you will shoot towards you for fear of hitting its own tank.
True. What about the possibility of moving 1 square to my right? Well, I guess that would end up being 2, taking cover behind our former tank. But I guess that's too far.
I would say take the 50-50 because I think it's reasonable to say if you only fail by a little bit, the explosion will still damage it.
Yeah,
Just not as much.
Everyone's now saying 50-50, but it's not. I can get a 0, 1, or... Well, actually, no, I guess in that case it's 3 and 5, because I need to get 2 or higher, right? Okay. That's 3 and 5 chance. That's actually better than 50-50, so I was mistaken.
I say go for it.
All right, I'm going to do it. So, firearms plus strength. I'm throwing from here.
You'll get a modifier of 1, let's say, because it is a pretty large target.
Fantastic. Thank you, Arch. That's actually even better. All
That
right.
makes sense.
Nurgle, be with me. Or whatever his name is.
Nuffle, actually.
Hey,
You misnamed him.
well,
he
he
didn't
still
take
blessed me.
He didn't take his vengeance out on you.
Who's Nurgle? then?
Yep. Nurgle is the god of plague.
Yeah, the Chaos Lord of Plague.
Well, I'd rather he didn't bless me then. I was not
I hope he
of,
blesses our enemies.
I hope he blesses you just
With
to get
the
some, just a little bit of,
Isn't my
glory and
character
honor.
immune to disease?
Yeah, but you're in real life.
Wow.
Nurgle's a more down-to-life, personal person, He's not going to go at your D&D character.
Wow. You've literally just wished infection and disease on me in real life because I blew up your tank in a D&D game.
Well, plague specifically.
Okay, thanks. That's much better.
Well,
So,
keep in mind,
the
he
damn
did
tank.
punish me. He did punish me for making a pun.
To be fair, that was less than you truly deserved.
What? Being punished?
Just
Now,
leave.
the bundle hand grenade flies neatly and elegantly through the air in a nice upward arc before landing beautifully top down, pointing straight downwards, a stick up on the top of the turret of the tank.
Yeah, boy.
Right.
As Rags leaps to safety, all action movie thing-ish like. Actually, I should have Rags' actual picture instead of a giant walrus thing now.
No. I'm a
Plot twist, that's
handsome...
what Rags looks
yeah,
like in real life.
Fair.
that is what I look like in real life. A handsome, strapping young white boy.
I thought I was thinking of the walrus.
The easiest way to get me back into the fight is to just, if we ever get somebody out of a tank that's alive, just bring them to me and I'll eat them.
Oh, yeah.
Feed V to him. Now, the bundle hand grenade goes off in a massive detonation, which rips open the top areas of the tank. The entire top hatches are just flung out in pieces of remarkably wicked-looking shrapnel. Lucky nobody's close enough.
Well, except the Russians, of course.
Immediately gets on fire. It's burning badly, and due to the fucking gas meat.
I think you can move without the grid. Try the modifier keys, Control, Shift, Alt.
Yeah, I literally have to turn off grids like this, but then the grids are just gone, so I have to turn them back on again. It is the dumbest solution ever, but there you go. But the tank is very, very taut.
So, okay, so we can consider that tank to be mostly out of commission. In fact, possibly entirely out of commission.
All right, and with that, it is Sargon's turn.
Okay, well, can I get into cover on the rock and then get the anti-tank rifle ready to face the other tank?
Now that we've established what kind of cover a boulder gives you.
I thought you needed 2 people to use the Salathon.
No, you can... one person
just
can
one
use
person.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll show you a picture real
prone,
quick.
though.
Was that a different huge gun that we were looking at? You needed 2 people to man
The
it?
punt gun needs 2 people.
Yeah.
But literally because
no,
it's so big.
You can operate it with 1 person, but it would be much more effective to have a crew.
Wow. I'll just.
But you've got a good... I think you've got a good 5 shots in there before you have to reload.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So just move 1 square to the left. So I'm on the rock and in cover.
So you should be able to move your own character, actually.
With
Taking aim.
Yeah, taking aim at the tank.
Okay.
I don't imagine I can fire in the same turns.
I know it's a big fucking gun, so you'll just have to prepare yourself. All right. Lolly, how does it feel to be dead?
Pretty good.
Good.
Is there anything I can do while in torpor? I think might be.
You can make more puns, and I'll have the tank shoot at you again.
I have a question on the topic of the lolly. Whatever is left of the bodies in the Russian tank that I just destroyed, would it be sufficiently non-burned for me to feed the lolly?
I don't know. Does the lolly like barbecue?
I mean, do you? We could try it. I could see if there's anything left. I mean, there's not much else I can do that's useful. I don't have any other anti-tank weapons.
Well, I have my humanity is 8, so I have to spend 1 week in torpor before I can actually wake myself up naturally, I think.
Sweet.
And there's ways to cut it short. I think feeding blood cuts it short.
So hold on.
I can roll to
revive you.
I can roll to regen 1 health per night. So, and if I hit full health, I can cut it short. There's stuff that happens if I'm below hunger level 5, but I'm not. I only have 1 point of hunger.
So what's your current state? Are you actually at risk of death? Are you rolling a return or something?
No, it's not like D&D. Now I'm just a corpse. However, I can. Still
I'm not dead. I'm just a corpse.
No.
Canadian
I may be just a corpse, but I can still be brought back under certain conditions, unless my head is cut off, or I'm lit on fire, or my body is just completely obliterated.
Well, Sargon, you have a sword.
Correct.
Like, for example, if a tank drove on top of you and started grinding you with its treads, that might be enough to kill you.
That might be enough to actually get rid of me. Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to the to the Russian tanks then.
Don't do it.
Let's have that tank to the north drive down the road to smash the lolly into pieces and see what happens.
The tank to the north. Let's see. First and foremost, does it see Uzulu? Can I have a reason to stop it? Nope, it doesn't see Uzulu.
It would be indistinguishable from a Russian corpse anyway.
Yeah, I would just.
What have they got against these Russians?
Badger.
Oh, did it get landmine?
Mushroom cloud.
Mushroom.
It runs into the badger, and it, in an almighty explosion, rips off its right-hand tracks, and also blows a nasty hole in his undercarriage.
I blew a hole and said, fuck, never mind.
It comes breaking to a halt.
I think that was funny because you bailed on it.
The other tank does not spot Sargon and instead just rumbles forward slowly, turret panning side to side, looking for fresh children to mow down.
Which is ironically what's happening here.
Well, it already
Any
shot
more
a lolly
Russian
through a
children?
rock. It already shot a lolly through a rock. I'm surprised it hasn't spotted me yet. It's like it's literally wall hacking.
Sadly, it has not. But it's got another chance next turn. It might make up for it.
Russian
Fantastic!
hacks.
I'm so happy. Yeah, literally Russian hacks.
Ranks' turn.
All right, give me 10 seconds.
Oh, so Arch, just to clarify, that would be aggravated damage that I took.
Lethal,
so not aggravated. That's like that's the step below, right?
Yes, you haven't taken aggravated damage. You'll take aggravated damage if you get hurt again.
Well, then I'm still alive.
No, you're a torpor.
Well, no. Hold on. If a vampire takes enough aggravated damage to fill their health tracker completely, they enter torpor. Not regular damage.
Do you want me to shoot you again?
No, if those are the rules.
Those are the rules.
We got it's the rules.
You had 5 hit points and you took 16, so that's full on. That has doubled it, so that has gone into lethal and has gone into aggravate. So okay, we'll give you aggravate damage instead.
Okay, so what am I at then, actually?
You're at, let's see, 5, so 16, you're at 6 points of aggravate damage.
Okay, so I am, in fact. All right. So I'm at 0 then. Yeah. Okay.
Congratulations, you have 1 aggravate damage.
All right. Oh, so I have 1 aggravate, so I'm not, okay. So I'm still up then.
No.
Well, hold on, it says takes enough aggravate damage to fill their health tracker completely. So I have to take 5 aggravate damage.
Your 5 points of original health, those were blown away. Then you took 5 further points of lethal damage.
Yes.
And that still doesn't cover all of it. There's still 6 points left, which are then aggravate damage. So you've taken 6 points of aggravated damage.
Okay, so I am in fact at 0 then. All right.
Now, is it my turn again?
You've got the turn order, and you're the
you're the one
GM.
who controls that.
Yes, but then Dev starts speaking, so now I wonder if it's my turn again.
The tank moved.
It was my turn,
it's
actually.
Rags' turn.
Yeah.
Rags' turn.
All right. I've got my clothes. I've got my. Do I get to keep my ammunition?
No.
Not
Not unless you fucking swallowed it, no.
Well, it's specified it or if it's light, essentially.
Grams.
Everyone in the chat is saying that the shots were blunt damage. I don't think they are, guys. I think it's piercing.
No, it was blunt damage, but you took... I already halved it. 16 was half the damage you took.
Oh, Jesus Christ, really? So I took 32, actually.
Well, to be fair, you were shot by a tank.
Yeah. All right.
And that was some damn good rhyme. But yes, no, you can't keep your ammo. Even if you did keep your ammo, what would you do with it? Would you put it on the hull and like bang hit the end or something like dang, 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 dang?
I mean, better to have than not have.
Well, you don't have.
Especially because the harness wouldn't have to be outfitted to carry it if that was the case. But I'll actually do the conversions later. But because bullets are measured in grains. But let me see here. Without much. So the state of this north tank. What exactly is it doing at the moment? Is it?
It's just had its tracks blown off and a huge chunk taken out the hull.
Okay, let's see.
So yeah, you probably
Can
could
I
go up
close?
and kill the
Can I close that gap?
stealthily.
Yeah, you can sprint over there.
All right. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. Then I'm gonna essentially sprint to this tank, and I'm just gonna get because it's immobilized. It can't move, right?
Yep, it certainly does look immobilized.
All right. Then I'm going to basically just hide underneath the front and just sort of wait. If it's immobilized, then I'll and I can't do any action anyway because I just full sprinted forwards. So yeah, if it's immobilized, I'm just gonna kind of hide and yeah.
Yep, you can. Uzulu, would you like to remain in the open and die? Good. Yes.
Now, Archie presented me with a very tempting offer there. But I might not choose to die, given that choice. I think maybe
think of the benefits.
Well, again with the a bit close to home. Right, let's I think I'm gonna probably, you guys tell me if you think it's a good idea, go there, 2 squares, and 1, use the cover of the burning tank, which I hope is not currently cooking off ammo, because that might be bad if I'm that close while it's doing that.
You'll find out if it cooks off when it cooks off.
Yeah, okay, so it's not currently cooking off. And I think I would know. I mean, ammo does tend to make a sound when it cooks off, right?
Yeah, it depends on where the fire is. It might blow in a minute. It might blow in 10 seconds. It's hard to say. A lot of variables.
Okay. So I guess I'm not going to go and investigate if any of the bodies are not quite singed enough to feed there. Fine.
Okay, your comrade is in danger. You should risk your own life here. That's the right thing to do.
I really can't tell if you're being serious. Dev, is there anything that I can do to help you simply by being next to you, like having medicine? Or are you beyond the realms of medicine at this point?
Another way to wake up from torpor is to heal all damage. And that can be medicine checks that can increase the vampire's natural regeneration. However, this is not the time to do it because that usually takes more time than just 1 turn of combat.
All right. In that case, I'm going to move here and attempt to help Rags. And I should then get some cover from that rock, from the tank that can apparently shoot straight through rocks. So, yeah.
Well, they won't. They're not going to shoot at you. They won't shoot at their own tank because line of sight wise, they're kind of risking hitting their own tank here.
These are Russians. We're fucked.
I guess as we've established,
one of their own tanks. Well,
right.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
it was one of their own tanks, so it just wasn't crewed by one of their own crews.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong here. They've done literally nothing wrong.
Good to know.
Well, yeah, but not as far as they knew. As far as they knew, it was a bunch of Russians they just fired upon. We're still wearing Russian uniforms. They probably they can't know that they're shooting at Nazis.
Russians, as far as they can tell.
As far as they are aware, this is just an internal.
There's got to be some level mess.
There's a little Russian girl over there. Boom.
As far
I heard there's a fight over here.
Like an inquisitorial murder. Like they're killing their own for reasons of military orders. Like they're going to be really embarrassed if they die.
Allow me to
introduce
you to the concept of the NKVD.
Go on then.
And blocking
Introduce
units. The Russians would literally put up machine gun squads behind their own troops to ensure that they wouldn't get overly, cowardly.
See, that's what I thought.
No one here is running away. This is
battle.
actually legitimately baffling the Russian behavior.
You might have been trying to run away. Who knows?
There's no battle.
This is odd.
There is actually a battle. There is an ongoing battle.
Yeah, but not. There are no Russian tanks in front of them.
Exactly. Precisely. Fucking nail on the head. There are no Russian tanks in front of them.
As far as they're aware, and then suddenly there's this Russian tank. It's like, well, hang on.
Yes. Coming from the direction in which there should be no Russian tanks.
That is a fairly that is a little mistake on our part. I think we may have made a small error in judgment there. I mean,
we've already destroyed.
Don't
two
give him an
Russian
inch, Uzulu.
we'll approach the enemy front in one of their tanks, literally the front.
tanks. Just let me know when it's my go, so I can shoot this fucking. Tank.
It's your turn now. You can fire the
Yeah, it is your turn. Yeah.
Fucking hell.
compose your firearms. You'll get a modifier of 1 because you're hunkered down and aiming.
Oh, good.
How many shots, since it is semi-automatic, how many shots is he allowed to turn?
He's gonna say
Just
2?
1.
Okay.
But he can hit it multiple times. Like when there's shit with magazines firing burst, like you can hit multiple times in one firing. You don't just fire once. How well you roll determines how many shots you fire and how effective you are at it.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
Hey, that's not bad.
Okay.
All right.
That is pretty damn good, in fact. That's
what we need.
5 degrees of success.
Oof.
Okay. This is an awfully large gun as well, so you hit it twice. Let's see. What was the Solathurn's capacity again? 10, so you've still got 8 rounds in it. Right, you hit it twice. The first shell strikes the upper left-hand portion of the hull, but does not penetrate. It leaves a nasty gouge in the armor, but nothing more. The second shot strikes the turret straight on and smashes in the gun mantle. It does penetrate.
Right. Okay.
Gun mantle, the gun itself, basically.
Right. Okay.
So you
tank's
probably disabled its gun, and you probably hurt the guy in the turret.
That thing bouncing around in there? Fuck.
Just hurt him with a bullet that can pierce a tank armor. I'm sure we only hurt him.
I'm gonna like jump down into the shadows or something off the rocks. So I move position.
Really, coward?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yes. Why?
You know, you were supposed to finish it off, but no.
Well, I can only fire once, can't I?
No, it's got a magazine of 10.
Well, yeah. I mean, like per turn.
Yes.
Yeah, but then the tank might shoot me.
You have just
Coward.
disabled its gun.
The other one's there. But if
Coward.
I jump down into the darkness,
Okay, so
we've already
This one's
lost
been hit by a
one
mine,
person,
too.
man. Jesus.
Yeah, but this one's been hit by a mine as well. I'm not sure if its gun's even working.
Well,
the tank that you disabled, its hatches fly open. One crew member is coming out the driver's hatch,
Come to daddy.
and another crew member is coming out the commander's hatch.
you should definitely have made this map normal sized.
No. Because then I'd have to draw like a 500 square map.
Yeah, but 100 meters per square.
It's just one square movement. It's fine. It's fine. It is fine. So, see, I could, but it's so much fucking nonsense. I don't even want to. So the first guy appears out of the driver's hatch. So he is basically in contact with Rags. Rags can attack him next turn. The second guy is at the top of the tank, so he's probably out of range. But that's all they get to do, getting out of the tank. The second tank comes to a halt but its engine is still running. But you don't know if it's probably not fully knocked out. Let's see if it spots anything. Considering the fact that its commander is also in a little bit of a problem, it does not appear to see any of you. At the very least, it does not fire its weapons.
Yeah, because if everyone down there is wearing a Russian uniform, then there's just who knows what's happening down there.
I don't think that's the biggest problem right now. It's more about the fact that the turret has been so recently ventilated. So, Rags, what do you want to do with your new friend?
What we're gonna do is as he jumps down, and I'm waiting right below the curve of the front of the tank, I'm gonna just thrash him. He jumps down, and I'm right there behind him. So I would like to essentially kill him and take his revolver. So let's roll. I get a 4 strength, so that'll be melee plus strength.
In this case, you still have your claws, don't you?
Yes, and that'll add 2 to brawl.
That adds 2 to brawl. So you might want to
brawl. Will brawl allow me to take the pistol from him essentially in the same turn? If this kills him?
Sure.
All right, that's fair. So let's do strength plus input. That's 2 for the claws. Let me cancel just to make sure. That's brawl plus strength modifier 2.
Okay. That's pretty good.
And that
He'll
is
try to-
that's aggravated damage as well because of the claws.
Yep. He'll try to resist you. He actually doesn't do a horrible job of it, but not good enough. So you hit him twice. So that's 4 points of aggregate damage. Yeah, he's pretty fucked. Poor little Russian.
Do I disarm him or do I disarm
I think
him?
you disemboweled him.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Careful with the puns there, Rags, otherwise that machine gun might suddenly wake up again. But yes, you have his revolver.
Lovely.
With claws like these, why do you need a revolver?
To shoot at while I'm running. While I
Yeah.
To be
before
fair,
I
yeah.
get to him.
If you want to use the revolver, I'm going to force you to declaw your hands because I'm just that much of an asshole.
No, no, I could.
You
I could
have
do that.
giant clawed hands. You can't put that in a revolver.
Yeah, I can.
That's uncouth and uncivilized.
Just put the revolver
This
in
is
your pocket
war.
and then carry on
It's-
killing things with your claws.
It's fucking barbaric, is what it is. Now, Uzlo.
Yes, Arch.
Die?
Right. Always be precise in your marksmanship. Do I have a line of sight on that guy?
Yeah.
Can my gun hit him from this range without any deficit to the roll?
Yeah, sure. You're only about 100 meters away, so your rifle is more than enough for that.
Right. Straight up, simple action then. I'll just shoot at him. Firearms and what? Composure?
Composure.
Good. They're my 2 best stats. Any modifiers? He's not ready?
Nah.
Fine. Ooh, I think he's about to explode.
Right, that's very good, yes. He does his best to try and make himself look small, and actually does a pretty good job of it. He gets a 10 as well, so he has 4. He gets 5. You have 4, 5, 6. Minus 1,
Oh.
5. So, all right now, 4. Yes. Okay, so you're tied. So you hit him. You hit him once. That's a pretty big gun you just hit him with, though. That's a bolt action rifle. Because you're carrying the Carabiner 98K, aren't you?
Let me just make sure, but that does sound familiar. Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's more than enough to take him out. You shoot him straight through the throat, and he falls over, very dead.
Big gun.
Clean your Reich, bucko.
Big hit. Clean your right. Bucko.
Okay, coward.
How many are we expecting more people to come out of this tank?
Could be. I think we estimate he's about 3 to 5 is generally the norm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just like stealth back up on top of this rock.
Okay, roll some sneak.
Mm.
Okay, not bad.
Okay. And then I'll set the gun up, obviously.
Yep. Dev is still dead, as he well and truly did deserve.
Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah,
I'm actually looking some things up. I can spend willpower to do some minor actions while in torpor.
Yeah, twitch a finger. You may twitch a finger. Go ahead.
Here, put a gun in my hand and I'll twitch. All right, and I'll help you fire.
Okay.
Okay.
I
no
should have used it
further
to-
Russians emerges from the tank. The other tank. Let's see if it spots someone. That's
So we've
success of
managed to
3.
end up with 4 useless tanks. I guess we're walking the rest of the way, unless we want to take the one that's just got its gun disabled.
Alright,
Yeah,
the,
it's still mobile.
the tank seems to have seen something. It sends off a burst of machine gun fire in Silent's direction.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So, when you're in cover like this, you can just hug the cover. You don't have the ability to really dance around a whole lot. Your stealth roll, let's see. Yep, the bullets impact all around you. Some do get worryingly close, but no hits.
I'll try and maintain my composure.
Maybe I should give you a minus to it, just because. Actually, you do actually take
I scream
one
like
level
a
of
girl.
suppression.
What does that mean exactly?
That means you get 1 minus on shooting.
Ah, right, okay.
Rags, it is your turn.
All right. Can I do an because probably more accurate that I'm a square up, like so, because I'm basically on the tank in front of it. But can I use awareness to see if I hear anybody coming from or any movement inside of the tank? The hatch is open.
Sure, you're right next to it. You could literally peek inside if you so wished.
Yeah, if that doesn't put me at risk, just to peek in.
If there's a man in there sitting with a revolver pointed at the hatch, you are at risk. But
then I might as well just do an awareness check to listen, right? To see if I hear anything.
okay. Yep, you can do that. You'll have a minus modifier of 1. The engine's running and everything, and there's a couple of fires burning nearby as well.
All right, yeah, it's still worth doing. Let's do awareness plus. Let's see, would it be wits because we're in combat as opposed to composure to remain composed, essentially?
I think I'd say it's composure because you're trying to stay calm and really listen. Trying to filter out everything else. You could make an argument for it being resolve, I guess, as well.
Let's do resolve then.
Yeah, sure.
Didn't help. I guess I can't tell.
Double ones, right? You bang your head against the tank repeatedly, and there's no Morse code coming back, so you can only assume that there's no one inside the tank to communicate with.
I guess if I don't know. I know that the crew of these is generally 3 to 5, so I'm going to assume that there are armed men inside. Can I just blindly fire the revolver in there? Just loose the cylinder off in there?
Sure.
Yeah, just basically just empty the revolver. Kind of just basically just blind fire, empty it.
Why not just delay your turn until they come out?
I'm worried that if they pop out, they will still be able to fire on you. Because you are, like, pretty close. I mean, it's scale of the map taken into account.
Yeah.
It's. I assume that we're all kind of close-ish to the tank. So, well, if he pops out, he might have enough movement and composure to fire on you guys. Well, I don't know.
That's why
it's
this
kind of
tank scale sucks, Arch.
Well, since tell you what, I will go ahead and wait. I'll just crawl up on the tank, sneaky like, and just wait. Essentially.
Okay. Uzulu?
Goodness me again. I'm thinking that Sargon's got the rifle, and I don't think we have any other anti-tank weaponry on us.
A mine. Well, you use the mine. You've got the Solathurn. Yeah, I don't think... Does any... How many do you have? Just the one?
I use one cluster grenade.
Is there anything on Dev's inventory you could use?
Dev.
I have another tank mine. I have a bundle of grenades. I have a ruined outfit, thanks, Rags.
It's not ruined.
I have a flare gun, if you want to use a flare gun for something.
It might be the worst possible thing we could use right now.
He's got the cluster grenade.
The grenade sounds pretty useful.
Yeah.
Let's see what I have here.
I already succeeded with that once. So
I've got my pistol. And
I guess,
I've got 5 small vials, 1 rope, and 3 bags.
We didn't need to know the entire contents of your inventory, just anything that could hurt a tank.
3 bags.
Right, okay, so if I approach the sad and splattered corpse of the lolly and thieve some anti-tank weaponry from it...
Thanks, Izulu.
No worries, I'll nick a cluster grenade since it went so well last time.
Roll a resolve to keep your stomach in whilst you touch the battered, bruised, and bloodied remains of the child.
And naturally, I have to ask if you're serious.
Maybe you'll just bite her. Maybe. Just to finish off the job.
He's not hungry, though.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, as I always say, do not bother children while they are torporing.
Right, yep, you can get the grenade.
Okay, now I'm guessing that it's 3 squares away. I'm guessing that you're not going to let me have a throw this turn.
No, you'll probably have to...
that my character here looks...
there.
Hold on, move that back. That is Joe Biden right there.
Jürgen Panzer, no.
Well, at least I'll be leading in the Democratic polls.
If we win this war, I'll cure cancer.
Joe Biden is literally winning by saying as little as humanly possible.
If we win this war, I'll cure Judaism.
Affliction, Judaism.
Simon, do you feel like quoting me on that quickly so Jared has a field day?
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess next turn I'll chuck the cluster grenade, assuming, Arch, that I can't make an attempt that will work this turn.
You assume correct.
Alright, I'll wait then.
Okay, Saga.
I'll take a shot.
Mm-hmm. Modifier of 1 for aiming, but that's cancelled out by suppression, so just flat up.
Okay. Boom.
All right.
Mm-hmm. See, the tank is stationary now. It's not making any maneuvers, so you strike it 3 times.
Jeez.
I guess what we need the cluster grenade.
Shot strikes its turret's left cheek and ricochets off the curved turret. The second strikes the hull center mass. It too ricochets. The third shot strikes the weakened left hull, the way you played it earlier, and breaks through the weakened armor. And let's see. Ooh. It finds its way into the engine compartment and creates yet another lovely little fire.
Excellent. I'll jump down from the rock after that.
Is there not one more hit?
No 3.
Oh, okay.
Well-
I thought it. Okay.
Yeah,
No, we
one
really
as
are out
well.
of tanks.
Now you really are out of tanks, yes.
Given the circumstances,
I can
though,
do
of any Russian tank seen coming this way is instantly fired upon, maybe it's better that we go by foot. Then again, we're past the front now. Maybe maybe they wouldn't be fired upon. But if we do go by foot, it'll take a lot longer. But we are vampires, so we can get to the people that we're trying to reach. We'll just be slower.
Okay, let's see. How far is this?
Now, chat, your suggestion of me feeding Dev some blood to heal him, it may work. It may work in terms of the game mechanics, but it doesn't work in terms of having a small female child lusting after me. I think I might
You
just not.
you
do
have all the
that.
Russians. He could feed on the Russians.
Yes. Yes, I think I might be. I might find that to be a bad idea in general. I mean, I get enough of that in real life. No reactions, perfect. Yes, we'll give her the Russians. There are plenty of those.
All right. So you've defeated those tanks so far. Now, remind me, what was your mission again?
Yeah, I know, but it was this or die, so
Yeah.
we may have failed part of our mission.
Well, which of these was the commander tank?
I figured that we weren't even.
question.
I figured we weren't even close to where we were supposed to be yet. But
Yeah,
was
I
this the entire range of the enemy tanks? Were these the ones who were meant to drive into the swamp?
Well, would you like to roll awareness, perhaps?
Yeah, let's see if we can find the commissar. I guess awareness with what?
Probably intelligence to recognize it.
Yeah, that'll work.
Awareness, intelligence.
Fantastic.
It's actually
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
Jesus, indeed, yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I'll go and find the commissar.
Yes, indeed. So, as you're standing atop your rock, you turn and look towards the east, where you can, the wind just turns enough, and you can manage to pick it up somehow, magically, and you can hear the approaching sound of a tank, a bigger tank.
Okay.
He's
Well,
still.
then, let's
ways
hide.
away.
Let's hide.
Yeah. Or pretend
Would
to
you
be
guys
wounded.
mind dragging me along if you're gonna hide?
Actually, it might
What if
help
we use you
to
as bait?
have. Yeah, I think it would actually be best to have you. They come across the scene, destroyed Russian tanks, and we're in Russian uniforms. But
Rags, I'm sorry to
What?
interrupt, but consider this: she is still in a Nazi uniform.
What?
oh, that would still work.
Yeah, we never got my dress, guys.
But how do we even explain a 10-year-old girl being in an SS uniform?
Yeah, I don't
To
think
be
she's
honest,
usable as
Like,
bait
how
in
is
this
that
case.
explainable? Why?
And I'm not stripping her.
Will the
It's-
Russians
no,
ask that
first of all, it's
question?
12.
Yeah.
Once
well,
you get
sorry,
them to
but-
stop, if they open up that hatch, once that hatch is open, they're fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I can
they-
basically dive in with these claws and just go ham on folks. So if they-
they're still
if
like
you can get
half
them
a
to-
kilometer away, right? So
There's
we may as well,
more than that, like 800 meters.
yeah, so almost a kilometer away, so they can't fucking see us. So let's just like get somewhere hidden, wait for them to pull up, and then get out, and then we'll just descend on them.
The goal
yeah, you
was
can
to
actually-
make them drive their own tanks into the swamp, but I suppose if we drive them in for them, no one's really going to know the difference.
Well, if
We'll
this
need
is the
3 people
commander's
with-
tank,
We'll need enough people with drive to do it, though. I mean, like, we need to either get the commissar on side, as it were, or have enough people to drive all the tanks in ourselves. But we only have 2 people that can drive, only one of them that can do it reliably. I mean, Dev is currently incapacitated anyway, so he's not driving for shit. We might be better off not just, like, witlessly murdering them all. We might be best off trying to use the original plan, even though the environment has changed slightly.
When we jump on them when they get out, we don't have to butcher them all on the spot, but we can just subdue them and be like, humans, fucking do some shit. I don't know.
That'll work if there's only one tank approaching, and they all get out.
well,
We'll just
if even if we kill everyone, we still have access to the radio equipment.
That is true.
Yes, Sargon, you can still performance roll and speak Russian
I'm
and
not
just be the.
performancing anything. I'm going to
I
be
am.
persuade.
I'm
no,
performancing.
No, you can just pretend to be the commissar and go over the radio.
I
tell
thought we were going to
everyone
do the
to-
soul sucky thingy so that you could like inherit all of his, I guess, knowledge and like.
Well,
his...
I'm currently dead, so
Good point.
Small inconvenience.
there's no doing that.
Well, yeah. If I transform into a wolf, you can get strapped to me, and I'll just run you back because you're small enough.
Don't draw that, chat.
There is nothing.
Right? Should we do it next time because it's nearly 1 o'clock.
We have been going for 5.25 hours now.
Yes.
But if V comes back next week, what do we do?
Well, he gets to.
He'll either have burned to death in the tank, or he'll be at camp. I'll let you guys choose.
No, he
We'll just go
he
back again.
strides in atop a pale horse, and his name was V.
Right, I'm gonna drop out, chaps. Right.
Good night.
All right.
Yeah,
farewell.
sure. That's a good intermission.
Sorry.
That is a wonderful intermission.
I'm hungry as fuck, so I need to, not blood, but I need to go and find something to eat.
Yeah, same.
But since I am streaming, if anyone does, like, there's super chats, Arch. I don't know if you want to do that.
I know.
Guess you're stuck here, Zulu.
Well, I can leave it running. There is this technology known as not being here to do the thing. But then you'll play porn, so. Wait, no, it's on your channel. It doesn't matter. Fine, no problem. Play porn all you want, Arch. I'm completely free of responsibility here. It's not on my channel at all.
Okay, well, let's get through the super chats, and we can all go and eat something that is neither lolly nor blood, presumably. Okay. Vaughn, how much would it take to get you all together to do this live in person? Love your stuff. Arch praise the Under Empire. Let's see. It would have to do it in Norway because, duh.
But
Wait,
two
aren't there
of
more
us are
people in the UK? Yeah.
I'm not going to fucking England, no god awful country.
All right, lads, Arch is out. The rest
You
of
wouldn't
us
have
can
to
still do it
stay.
here.
Fucking disgusting nation. But yes, many moons and many months. Ludus Infinium, I would like to say thank you. You have been a driving force in creating Warhammer videos and Vrax with a big influence and inspiration to get me started. So again, thank you and looking forward to more. Now, thank you a lot. It would not have been possible without you, the viewers. It sounds like a fucking cliche, and it is, but it is also the truth.
There's a reason it is a cliche. Because it's true.
Because it is truthful. Commissar Manuel. Arch Bolshevik vampires who suck the blood and the grain from the peasantry when also the party should consider getting Soviet guns. Those Soviet vampires already existed and they were called the kulaks, so there you go. And as for the party getting Soviet guns, yes they should, but they have yet to actually pick any of them up, and then they'd realize, oh, Soviet engineering, this thing falls apart. Aww. Nathan Hildeman asked what happened to the video of the stream you did earlier this week. That was probably this, but then V failed us, and then V failed us again the day afterwards. So
He specifically said that he could do it today.
He did.
he
yeah.
did.
But given the fact that we haven't heard from him all day, like he hasn't said I can't make it. He's just not said anything.
No,
I'm
that's
guessing
because when
something
he
unexpected
remembered,
came up.
No, when he remembered, he was like, "Oh shit, I can't go online or they'll ask me."
That's
He's
also
laying
possible.
low. He's
But
laying low.
I don't think V has enough shame to do that.
No, he's learned his lesson after he was sitting whinging in Crusaders about how nothing was happening as he was playing StarCraft. So I think he's wisened up.
Well, a lot didn't happen this session, but then most of that was because V wasn't here.
Yeah. It was fun though. It was fun to just fuck around.
I swear to God, though, like none of this was supposed to even happen. None of this was supposed to happen, and certainly not in this way. But oh well. Generic edgelord Sargon's tea finally done. Well, he was, as always, like half an hour late, but that's just Sargon, and we love his fat little ass for it. Well, not that aspect, maybe, but still. Bailable, $10 to harvest V's Vita to make Ghoul Ubermensch. To be fair, Uzulu, if you would just go and force feed him blood, we can just use him as an NPC.
A
mean the
dominate
commissar?
machine that we can
Yeah,
just whip out whatever we need.
That's what the vodka is for. However, the scene we find ourselves in doesn't lend itself too well to, hey lads, would you like a friendly drink surrounded by burning Russian tanks and bloodied corpses of Russian tank crews?
Fair drink.
Sure.
What was that?
They might be a little bit on edge, who knows?
We might have to approach this in a slightly different way. And we're going to have to make up a plan very quickly.
Offender. Why do you guys play with a Romanian? Good question.
Oh,
we are asking ourselves that as well now.
Apparently we don't.
Yeah, apparently we don't today.
Bailable again, $10 to harvest Vita to make Ghoul Untermensch, so $20 for you to make him into a ghoul. Furious of Epirus ranks as gay love interest. German weapons were not made to last. American ones were. M1s are still in service. The last M4 tanks in the world left service last year. World War II M2 Browning still around. I decline German over engineers. To be fair, the Germans did make some excellent shit. I mean, the Karabiner is fucking ancient.
You would say
ancient.
Might say that they over-engineered for purpose.
And the MG42 is still in service, basically, in armies around the world.
How long or how did we that like the Browning light machine gun and the Garens and the M1 carbines and just it was beat up, it was simple, but it just kept going.
To be fair though, like the 50 and the 30 cal were beautiful piece of engineering. The 50 cal in particular, because it does exactly what it needs to do, and it does so with the minimum amount of hassle. It's just a gun. There's nothing fancy with it.
It just works. Yeah. Jeez. I mean, it's still listed as being presently in service. I mean, like we're still using it.
Why not? It's an excellent heavy machine gun.
It's like at what point are you just like, you know what? It's good the way it is. Don't change it. Maybe put a laser sight on the top. I don't know, but there's nothing you can really do to it.
No, it's a 50 cal machine gun. Like, okay, what do we need to fix? It's like, okay, we have mouse and keyboard. Well, fuck off. We're going to use this.
You can tinker with the bells and whistles, but it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Some mice are shit. And mechanical keyboards are way better. So, I don't think the argument quite works, but I see where you're coming from.
Pedantry.
Also true.
Pedantry.
You're not saying it's not true, though.
Dr. T Money Dog. I've been loving your low videos so much to get him into 40k. Also, Sargon is a cuck. Oh, poor Sargon.
No, that's not true. He showed up.
he did. He's more of one. Imperial Fists, gasp, Lawmaster, how do you say the very thing we would do and spam your chat with every N-word we can think of? Also, hashtag blame Kyle, save thy soul, and hashtag blame Kyle. Yeah, I'm sure I could trust you guys, and then there's one person who cannot be trusted, the Jew in our midst.
The Jew.
The Jew.
See you.
And he would ruin it for everybody else. Plus, YouTube is getting so spatsy right now. They have the balls to block the AdSense campaign of a Democratic presidential candidate. Like,
Yeah, that's just
fuck.
Man,
That is just...
that's ballsy.
It is. It genuinely is. It shows you, too, how untouchable they must think they are.
Yeah, they think they think the sun shines out their ass. They could do anything and get away with it. Just piss everybody off. Get people on both sides of the political table to both hate you. Yeah, let's give this will be the one thing that unifies them.
Hatred of Google. And long may
Hatred
it
of
burn.
Google.
Melito of Sardis, is Kyle to blame for Wolfenstein Youngblood? Yes, he was in fact one of the voice actors for it. You can quote me on that and send him all of the abuse you can muster. Bailbot, you can boost.
I'm being relayed
Yeah.
some information about a rule. I'll quote it verbatim. Someone is saying, you can stealth, your one stealth die is being converted to one hunger die, but Arch is ignoring the fact that hunger successes still allow you to succeed at the test.
I did not know that. Okay, so you are very hungry, but you're stealthy.
You are hungry, but no one can see you being hungry.
Maybe we'll figure that out for next session.
Yeah.
Thank you, Istarel.
Bailbolt also said you can boost disciplines with Resonate Blood, so we should look into that too, and maybe we wouldn't have had to do all of this. Fuck off, SFO, I have a plan to the Discord. Shortfire Taco, check your Discord DMs. I sent you a plan. So, Dev. Little faggot. Okay, well, he has no idea about any of this.
He's not just muted, he's deafened.
I'm gonna just send this message to him, copy pasted like 700 times.
You'll see one of them.
There, I just copied and pasted it, and I hit the 7,000 mark, and I just backed off a little bit. So he's gotten the message. It has been received, thoroughly so. Eyes of the Wolf 101. Hail Arch, destroyer of CA's Fifis and bane of cuckbait leftists. Creative Assembly apologizing to me was funny. I did enjoy that. Hakarite, I wonder why no Suomi KP31 has been requested. Good fucking question. But, well, Uzulu will have to hang his head in shame.
There's been loads of suggestions. I've just, I haven't had time to present all of them to you for you to find an excuse to say no.
The quartermaster will find out where you sleep, and he will send your coffin down the Niagara Falls.
The quartermaster is a human, and in this world they are lowly.
Dreadnought. Arch just finished your Siege of Rack series. Absolutely superlative, dude. Made my workday fly by. Aw, that's awesome. If I can make anybody's shitty, horrible, grindy work go faster, my life here on Earth has been worth something. Because nobody likes to work. Hypnothorax only got time to say give Blood of Heroes on Nuka-Cleave and watch and play EDF Arch. It's pure B-movie fun. Yeah. But I'll have to do it with Kyle, though. KDE Meta. Here's the money towards a new uniform for Dev. Oh, good. We can buy him a dress. That's good. Fuck off. Esvo 4-step plan in DMs. Right, I'm going to spam that against him, too, a few hundred times.
I'm showing new art on the screen, by the way.
This whole Discord thing of not having more than 2,000 characters in one message is just dumb. I mean, why?
Yeah, I think if you can transfer 8 mega files, you should be able to get at least... what would that be? It's,
maybe it's just to prevent people from...
Right?
Well, I think it's probably to prevent people from just, control all on some massive document and just posting it into rooms, essentially.
Yeah, that's not too difficult to handle programmatically. All you need to do is clip it at a certain word length, like for the notification or something. But if you've got a really long message, maybe that is the reason because they don't want to have a message that you can't scroll past. But the only thing you have to do for that is to have a collapsible message, like have it collapse down to a certain line height
to read more,
automatically, and you click to read more. They could add that in, like with their dev stuff. Like, they wouldn't take more than a week to add. That would be pretty easy to do. And then they could unlimit the length pretty much. I mean, they've still got storage space you can be concerned about, but if you can upload 8 meg files with almost no limit on how often you can do it, that's 8 million characters.
There you go. The Wall. Dress him like Tanya the Evil, then make him run up to the tank and do the little girl voice. To be fair, that could actually work. I mean, he'd probably get shot too, but so? The DCV Titan. Arch, you should shill the Kickstarter for Mein Waifu is the Führer just for appearances. I will do a little bit of a funny video on it because it's just such a retarded concept. It's just worth it. Plus, it'll piss people off, which is good. Charles Lanesh. Remember, boys and girls, communists aren't people, so throw them from a helicopter is at worst animal abuse. I don't think it's even animal abuse. I mean, that's unfair to animals. Animals did not invent socialism, okay? They are blameless in this. Octavian, use the goddamn Solathurn to disable the tanks and then storm them. Jesus Christ, how hard is it to figure out? Well, they did figure it out eventually. They used the Solathurn to kill them, too.
After my death.
You deserved it, though. And non-Vita Rex, and now they're plotting to kill a superior officer. Good to know V is still with them in spirit. True enough. Matt Hawken, Girls and Panzer says Lolly make great tank drivers. That too is true. Blitz Turtle, I just remember your clan. Future SVT 762X54R has a corrosive primers, at least entire this time period. Ooh, that'd be
That's fine as long as you clean your weapon regularly, like you should.
Like you should. The opinionated one, friendly reminder that killing tank crew members is not a war crime, unlike with fighter pilots. Geneva Convention be damned if you're a tanker. Really? Wow. That's a good one. Commissar Manuel V had a Malkavian pre-nomination and decided to sit this one out. Possibly. That'll be the excuse. And the last one, Imperial Fists, 4 hours of absolute and all because of V and V not being here, blame Carl. Fuck. 4 hours? 5.3. Good fucking God. Okay. We're finished.
Starting, yeah.
After like basically a day has passed. Pretty close to. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll hopefully see you again next week. Right, Uzulu, you may end the stream and go eat children.
Yes, that is the plan. Both parts. Goodbye, stream.